Voyages to North America, containing an account of the several nations of that vast continent, their customs, commerce, and way of navigation upon the lakes and rivers, the several attempts of the English and French to dispossess one another, with the reasons of the miscarriage of the former, and the various adventures between the French and the Iroquois Confederates of England from 1683 to 1694, a geographical description of Canada, and a natural history of the country, with remarks upon their government and the interest of the English and French in their commerce. Also, a dialogue between the author and a general of the savages, giving a full view of the religion and strange opinions of those people, with an account of the author's retreat to Portugal and Denmark, and his remarks on those courts. To which is added a dictionary of the Algonquin language, which is generally spoke in North America, illustrated with 23 maps and cuts, written in French by the Baron La Hontan, Lord Lieutenant of the French colony at Placentia in Newfoundland, now in England, done into English in 2 volumes, a great part of which never printed in the original. London, printed for H. Bonwick in St. Paul's Churchyard, T. Goodwin, M. Wotton, B. Toole in Fleet Street, and S. Manship in Cornhill, 1703.
To His Grace William, Duke of Devonshire, Lord Steward of Her Majesty's Household, Lord Lieutenant of the County of Derby, Chief Justice in Eyre of all Her Majesty's forests,
chases, parks, etc.
Trent North, one of the Lords of Her Majesty's most honourable Privy Council, and Knight of the most honourable Order of the Garter. My Lord, since I had the honour to present the King of Denmark with the first part of this book, I presume to make a present of the latter to your Grace. In making the first dedication, I had no other inducement than a due regard to the benefits I've received from His Majesty's favour, and the same motive, with reference to your Grace, has prompted me to make this acknowledgement of the undeserved favours you kindly vouchsafe to me. I did not dare to launch out into the praise of His Danish Majesty, who has a just title to all sorts of encomiums, by reason that the little French I have has been forgot amongst a sort of people that take panegyrics to be affronts. 'Tis with the same view, my lord, that I decline the pleasure of publishing those distinguishing qualities that place your lordship at the head of the most accomplished grandees of the world, and the most zealous patriots of their country. I am, with all gratitude and veneration, my lord, your Grace's most humble and most obedient servant, La Hontan. The Preface. Having flattered myself with the vain hopes of retrieving the King of France's favour before the declaration of this war, I was so far from thinking to put these letters and memoirs to the press, that I designed to have committed them to the flames, if that monarch had done me the honour of reinstating me in my former places, with the good leave of Messieurs de Pontchartrain, the father and the son, the one Chancellor of France and the other Secretary of State, both of them vastly rich. 'Twas with that view that I neglected to put them in such a dress as might now be wished for the satisfaction of the reader that gives himself the trouble to peruse them. Between the 15th and 16th year of my age, I went to Canada,
and there took care to keep up a constant correspondence by letters with an old relation,
who had required of me a narrative of the occurrences of that country,
upon the account of the yearly assistance he gave me. 'Tis these very letters that make the greatest part of the first volume.
They contain an account of all that passed between the English, the French, the Iroquois, and the other savage nations, from the year 1683 to 1694, together with a great many curious remarks that may be of use to those who have any knowledge of the English or French colonies. The whole is writ with a great deal of fidelity, for I represent things just as they are. I neither flatter nor spare any person whatsoever. I attribute to the Iroquois the glory they have purchased on several occasions, though at the same time I hate that rascally people as much as horns and lawsuits. Notwithstanding the veneration I have for the clergy, I impute to them all the mischiefs the Iroquois have done to the French colonies in the course of a war that had never been undertaken, if it had not been for the counsels of these pious churchmen. The reader is desired to take notice that the towns of New York are known to the French by their old names only, and for that reason
I was obliged to make use of the same in my letters,
as well as my maps. They give the name of New York to all that country that reaches from the source of its river to the mouth, that is, to the island upon which there stands a city, called in the time of the Dutch Manathe, and now by the English New York. In like manner the plantation of Albany, that lies towards the head of the river, is called by the French Orange. Further, I would not have the reader to take it amiss that the thoughts of the savages are set forth in a European dress. The occasion of that choice proceeded from the relation I corresponded with. For that honest gentleman ridiculed the metaphorical harangue of the Grangula, and entreated me not to make a literal translation of a language that was so stuffed with fictions and savage hyperboles. 'Tis for this reason that all the discourses and arguments of those nations are here accommodated to the European style and way of speaking, for having complied with my friend's request, I contented myself in keeping only a copy of the letters I writ to him during my pilgrimage in the country of these naked philosophers. 'Twill not be improper to acquaint the reader by the by that those who know my faults do as little justice to these people as they do to me, in alleging I am a savage myself, and that makes me speak so favorably of my fellow savages.
These observators do me a great deal of honor,
as long as they do not explain themselves,
so as to make me directly of the same character with that which is tacked to the word savage by the Europeans in their way of thinking.
For in saying only that I am of the same temper with the savages, they give me without design the character of the honestest man in the world. 'Tis an uncontested truth that the nations which are not debauched by the neighborhood of the Europeans are strangers to the measures of meum and tuum, and to all laws, judges, and priests. This can't be called into question, since all travelers that have visited those countries vouch for its truth, and a great many of different professions have given the world repeated assurances that 'tis so. Now, this being granted, we ought not to scruple to believe that these are such wise and reasonable people. I take it, a man must be quite blind who do not seize that the property of goods, I do not speak of the engrossing of women, is the only source of all the disorders that perplex the European societies. Upon that consideration, 'twill be easy to perceive that I have not spoke wide in describing that wisdom and acuteness which shines through the words and actions of these poor Americans. If all the world had access to the books of voyages that are found in some well-stocked libraries, they would find in above 100 descriptions of Canada, an infinity of discourses and arguments offered by the savages, which are incomparably stronger and more nervous than those I've inserted in my memoirs. As for such as doubts of the instinct and wonderful capacity of beavers, they need only to cast their eyes upon the great map of America, drawn by the Sieur de Fer, and graved at Paris in the year 1698, where they will meet with several surprising things relating to these animals. While my book was a printing in Holland, I was in England, and as soon as it appeared, several English gentlemen of a distinguishing merit, who understand the French as well as their mother tongue, gave me to know that they would be glad to see a more ample relation of the manners and customs of the people of that continent, whom we call by the name of savages. This obliged me to communicate to these gentlemen the substance of the several conferences I had in that country with a certain Huron, whom the French call Rat. While I stayed at that American's village, I employed my time very agreeably in making a careful collection of all his arguments and opinions, and as soon as I returned from my voyage upon the lakes of Canada, I showed my manuscript to Count Frontenac, who was so pleased with it that he took the pains to assist me in digesting the dialogues and bringing them into the order they now appear in. For before that, they were abrupt conferences without connection. Upon the solicitation of these English gentlemen, I've put these dialogues into the hands of the person who translated my letters and memoirs, and if it had not been for their pressing instances, they had never seen the light. For there are but few in the world that will judge impartially and without prepossession of some things contained in them. I have likewise instructed the same translator with some remarks that I made in Portugal and Denmark, when I fled thither from Newfoundland. There the reader will meet with a description of Lisbon and Copenhagen, and of the capital city of Aragon. To the translation of my first volume, I have added an exact map of Newfoundland, which was not in the original. I have likewise corrected almost all the cuts of the Holland impression, for the Dutch gravers had murdered them by not understanding their explications, which were all in French. They have graved women for men and men for women, naked persons for those that are clothed, and e contra. As for the maps, the reader will find them very exact, and I have taken care to have the tracks of my voyages more nicely delineated than in the original. I understand by letters from Paris that the two Messieurs de Pontchartrain endeavor by all means to be revenged upon me for the affront they say I have given them in publishing some trifling stories in my book that ought to have been concealed.
I am likewise informed that I have reason to be apprehensive of the resentment of several ecclesiastics,
who pretend I have insulted God in censuring their conduct. But since I expected nothing less than the furious resentment both of the one and the other, when I put this book to the press, I had time enough to arm myself from top to toe, in order to make head against them. 'Tis my comfort that I have writ nothing but what I make good
by authentic proofs.
Besides, that I could not have said less of them than I have done, for if I had not tied myself up to the direct thread of my discourse, I could have made digressions in which the conduct both of the one and the other would have appeared to be prejudicial to the repose of the society and the public good. I had provocation enough to have treated them in that manner, but my letters being addressed to an old bigoted relation of mine, who fed upon devotion and dreaded the influence of the court, he still beseeched me to write nothing to him that might disoblige the clergy or the courtiers, for fear of the intercepting of my letters. However, I have advice from Paris that some pedants are set at work to lash me in writing, and so I must prepare to stand the brunt of a shower of affronts that will be poured upon me in a few days, but 'tis no matter. I am so good a conjurer that I can ward off any storm from the side of Paris. I laugh at their threats, and since I can't make use of my sword, I'll wage war with my pen. This I only mention by the by, in this my preface to the reader, whom I pray the heavens to crown with prosperity,
in preserving him from having any business to adjust with most of the ministers of state and priests.
For let them be never so faulty, they'll still be said to be in the right, till such time as anarchy be introduced amongst us, as well as the Americans, among whom the sorriest fellow thinks himself a better man than a Chancellor of France. These people are happy in being screened from the tricks and shifts of ministers, who are always masters wherever they come. I envy the state of a poor savage, who tramples upon laws and pays homage to no scepter. I wish I could spend the rest of my life in his hut, and so be no longer exposed to the chagrin of bending the knee to a set of men that sacrifice the public good to their private interest, and are born to plague honest men. The 2 ministers of state I have to do with have been solicited in vain by the Duchess of Lude, Cardinal Bouillon,
Count Giscard,
Mr. de Quiros, and Count d'Avoc. Nothing could prevail to all that is laid to my charge. Consists only in not bearing the affronts of a governor whom they protect at a time when 100 other officers who live under the imputation of crimes infinitely greater than mine are excused for 3 months' absence from court. Now the reason is that they give less quarter to those who have the misfortune to displease the 2 Messieurs de Pontchartrain than to such as act contrary to the king's orders. But after all my misfortunes, I have this to solace me, that I enjoy in England a sort of liberty that is not met with elsewhere. For one may justly say that of all the countries inhabited by civilized people, this alone affords the greatest perfection of liberty. Nay, I do not accept the liberty of the mind, for I am convinced that the English maintain it with a great deal of tenderness. So true it is that all degrees of slavery are abhorred by these people, who shew their wisdom in the precautions they take to prevent their sinking into a fatal servitude. The Contents, Volume 1, Letter 1, dated at Quebec, November 8, 1683, containing a description of the passage from France to Canada, with some remarks upon the coasts, channels, etc., and the variation of the needle.
Page 1.
Letter 2, dated at the Canton of Beaupré, May 2nd, 1684, containing a description of the plantations of Canada and the manner in which they were first formed, as also an account of the transportation of horse from France to that country, together with a view of its climate and soil.
Page 7.
Letter 3, dated at Quebec, May 15, 1684, containing an ample description of the city of Quebec
And of the island of St. Lawrence. Page 11.
Letter 4, dated at Montreal, June 14, 1684, containing a brief description of the habitations of the savages in the neighborhood of Quebec,
Of the river of St. Lawrence.
as far up as Montreal, of a curious way of fishing eels, and of the cities of Trois-Rivières and Montreal, together with an account of the conduct of the forest rangers or peddlers.
Page 16.
Letter 5,
Dated at Montreal, June 18, 1684, in which is contained a short account of the Iroquois with a view of the war and peace they made with the French, and of the means by which it was brought about. Page 22.
Letter 6, dated at Montreal, June 20, 1684, being an ample description of the canoes made of birch bark, in which the Canadians perform all their voyages, with an account of the manner in which they are made and managed.
Page 26. Letter 7.
Dated at Montreal, November 2, 1684.
Describing the river of St. Lawrence.
From Montreal to the first great lake of Canada, with the waterfalls, cataracts, and navigation of that river, as also Fort Frontenac and the advantages that accrue from it, together with a circumstantial account of the expedition of Mr. de la Barre, the Governor-General, against the Iroquois, the speeches he made, the replies he received, and the final accommodation of the difference.
Page 29.
Letter 8, dated at Montreal, June 28, 1685, representing the fortifications of Montreal and the indiscreet zeal of the priests who are lords of that town, with a description of Chambly and of the commerce of the savages upon the Great Lakes.
Page 45.
Letter 9, dated at Boucherville, October 2nd, 1685, being an account of the commerce and trade of Montreal,
Of the arrival of the Marquis of Denonville,
with some troops, and of the recalling of Mr. de la Barre, with a curious description of certain licenses for trading in beaver skins in the remote countries.
page 51.
Letter 10, dated at Boucherville, July 8, 1686, relating the arrival of Mr. de Champigny in the room of Mr. de Meules, who is recalled to France, the arrival of the troops that came along with him, the curiosity of the racket, and the way of hunting elks, with a description of that animal.
Page 55.
Letter 11, dated at Boucherville, May 28, 1687, being a curious description of the hunting of diverse animals.
Page 60.
Letter 12,
Dated at St. Helen over against Montreal.
June 8, 1687. The Chevalier de Vaudreuil arrives in Canada with some troops. Both the regular troops and the militia are posted at St. Helens, in a readiness to march against the Iroquois.
Page 68.
Letter 13, dated at Niagara, August 2, 1687, representing the unfavorable issue of the campaign made in the Iroquois country,
The discovery of an ambuscade.
and the issuing of orders for the author to march with a detachment to the Great Lakes.
Page 70.
Letter 14,
Dated at Missilimakinac, May 26, 1688.
the author leaves Niagara and has an encounter with the Iroquois at the end of the land carriage.
The after part of his voyage. A description of the country.
He arrives at Fort St. Joseph in the mouth of the Lake of Hurons.
A detachment of the Hurons arrive at the same place. After an engagement, they set out for Missilimakinac.
A strange adventure of Mr. de La Salle's brother, Missilimakinac described.
Page 80.
Letter 15, dated at Missilimakinac, September 18, 1688, describing the fall called Sault Ste. Marie, where the author persuades the inhabitants to join
The Ottawas.
and march against the Iroquois, and containing an account of the occurrences of the voyage between that place and Missilimakinac.
Page 92.
Letter 16, dated at Missilimakinac, May 28, 1689, containing an account of the author's departure from and return to Missilimakinac, a description of the Bay of Pointe and its villages, an ample description of the beavers, followed by the journal of a remarkable voyage upon the Long River, and a map of the adjacent country.
Page 104.
Letter 17, dated at Quebec, September 28, 1689. The author sets out from Missilimakinac to the colony and describes the country, rivers, and passes that he saw by the way. The Iroquois make a fatal incursion into the island of Montreal. Fort Frontenac is abandoned. Count Frontenac is sent to Canada, and the Marquis of Denonville is recalled.
Page 142.
Letter 18, dated at Quebec, November 15, 1689.
Giving an account of Mr. de Frontenac's arrival, his reception, his voyage to Montreal, and the repairing of Fort Frontenac. Page 151.
Letter 19, dated at Montreal, October 2, 1690.
Relating the attempts upon New England and New York, a fatal embassy sent by the French to the Iroquois, and an ill-concerted enterprise of the English and the Iroquois in marching by land to attack the French colony. Page 155.
Letter 20, dated at Rochelle, January 12, 1691, being a relation of a second and very important expedition of the English by sea, in which is contained a letter written by the English admiral to Count Frontenac, with the governor's verbal answer.
as also an account of the author's departure for France. Page 159.
Letter 21, dated at Rochelle, July 26, 1691, containing a description of the courts or offices of the ministers of state and a view of some services that are ill rewarded at court.
Page 166.
Letter 22, dated at Quebec, November 10, 1691.
Which contains an account of the author's departure from Rochelle to Quebec, of his voyage to the mouth of the River St. Lawrence, of a rencounter with an English ship which he fought, of the stranding of his ship, of his sailing through the River St. Lawrence, of the news he received that a party of the English and the Iroquois had defeated a body of the French troops. Page 171.
Letter 23, dated at Nantes, October 25, 1692. Containing an account of the taking of some English vessels, of defeating a party of the Iroquois, of an Iroquois burnt alive at Quebec, of another party of these barbarians,
who having surprised some coureurs de bois,
were afterwards surprised themselves, of the project of an enterprise proposed by Mr. Frontenac to the author, of the author's departure in a frigate for France, and his stopping at Placentia, which was then attacked by the English fleet that came to take that post from us, how the English failed in their design, and the author pursued his voyage.
Page 175.
Letter 24, dated at Nantes, May 10, 1693, containing an account of Mr. Frontenac's project, which was rejected at court, and the reason why it was rejected. The king gives the author the lieutenancy of Newfoundland, and together with the independent company.
Page 187.
Letter 25, dated at Viana in Portugal, January 31st, 1694. The author's departure from France to Placentia. A fleet of 30 English ships came to seize upon that place, but is disappointed and sheers off. The reason why the English have bad success in all their enterprises beyond sea, the author's adventure with the governor of Placentia, his departure for Portugal, an engagement with a Flushing privateer.
Page 193.
Memoirs of North America, containing a geographical description of that vast continent, the customs and commerce of the inhabitants, etc.
Page 203. A short description of Canada, page 205. A list of the savage nations of Canada, page 230. A list of the animals of Canada, page 232. A description of such animals or beasts as are not mentioned in the letters, page 233. A list of the fowl or birds of Canada, page 237. A description of such birds as are not accounted for in the letters, page 239. A description of the insects of Canada, page 242. The names of the fish of Canada, page 243. A description of the fish that are not mentioned in the letters, page 244. The trees and fruits of Canada, page 247. A description of the above mentioned trees, page 248. A general view of the commerce of Canada, page 254. The commodities trucked to and again between the French and the savages, page 257. An account of the government of Canada in general, page 260. A discourse of the interests of the French and English in North America, page 260. A table explaining some uncommon terms, page 276. The contents of the second volume. A discourse of the habit, houses, complexion, and temperament of the savages of North America, page 1, volume 2. A short view of the humors and customs of the savages, page 7. The belief of the savages and the obstacles of their conversion, page 19. The way of worship used by the savages, page 29. An account of the amours and marriages of the savages, page 34. A view of the diseases and remedies of the savages, page 45. The diversions of hunting and shooting usual among the savages, page 55. The military art of the savages, page 71. A view of the heraldry and the coats of arms of the savages, page 84. An explication of the savage hieroglyphics, page 86. A conference or dialogue between the author and Adario, a noted man among the savages, containing a circumstantial view of the customs and humors of that people, page 90.
An appendix, containing some new voyages to Portugal and Denmark after the author's retirement from Canada. Letter 1, dated at Lisbon, April 20, 1694, containing a description of Viana, Porto a Porto, Aveiro, Coimbra, Lisbon, together with a view of the court of Portugal and an account of the government, laws, customs, and humors of the Portuguese.
Page 185.
Letter 2, dated at Travemünde, 1694, containing an account of the author's voyage from Lisbon to Guernsey, his adventure with an English man of war and an English privateer, a description of Rotterdam and Amsterdam, the author's voyage to Hamburg, the dimensions of a Flemish sloop, a description of the city of Hamburg, the author's journey from thence to Lübeck, and a description of that city.
Page 211.
Letter 3, dated at Copenhagen, September 12, 1694, containing a description of the fort and city of Copenhagen, a view of the Danish court, and of the humors, customs, commerce, forces, etc. of the Danes.
Page 226.
Letter 4, dated at Paris, December 29, 1694, containing a journal of the author's travels from Copenhagen to Paris.
Page 244.
Letter 5, dated at Ehrlich, July 4, 1694,
Giving a view of the superstition and ignorance of the people of Bern.
their addictedness to the notions of witchcraft, apparitions, etc., and the author's arguments against that delusion.
Page 255.
Letter 6,
Dated at Wesia, July 11,
1695, containing an account of the author's escape and journey to Spain,
his being taken up for a Huguenot, and the ignorance and bigotry of the curates and the people of Bern in France. Page 268.
Letter 7, dated at Saragossa, October 8, 1695, containing a description of Saragossa, a view of the government of Aragon, and an account of the customs of the people.
Page 274.
A short dictionary of the language of the savages.
Page 287.
Some New Voyages to North America. Tome 1, Letter 1, dated at the Port of Quebec, November 8, 1683, containing a description of the passage from France to Canada, with some remarks upon the coasts, channels, etc., and the variation of the needle. Sir, I am surprised to find that a voyage to the New World is so formidable to those who are obliged to undertake it, for I solemnly protest that 'tis far from being what the world commonly takes it for. 'Tis true, the passage is in some measure long, but then the hopes of viewing an unknown country atones for the tediousness of the voyage.
When we broke ground from Rochelle, I acquainted you with the reasons that moved Mr. Lefebvre de la Barre, Governor General of Canada, to send the Sieur Mau, a Canadese, to France,
and at the same time gave you to know that he had resolved upon the utter destruction of the Iroquois, who are a very warlike and savage people. These barbarians befriend the English upon the account of the succors they receive from them, but they are enemies to us, upon the apprehension of being destroyed by us some time or other. The general I spoke of but now expected that the king would send him 700 or 800 men, but when we set out from Rochelle, the season was so far advanced that our 3 companies of marines were reckoned a sufficient venture. I met with nothing in our passage that was disagreeable, abating for a storm that alarmed us for some days, upon the precipice of the bank of Newfoundland, where the waves swell prodigiously, even when the winds are low. In that storm our frigate received some rude shocks from the sea, but in regard that such accidents are usual in that voyage, they made no impression upon the old seasoned sailors. As for my part, I could not pretend to that pitch of indifference, for having never made such a voyage before, I was so alarmed in seeing the waves mount up to the clouds that I made more vows to Neptune than the brave Idonius did in his return from the wars of Troy. After we made the bank, the waves sunk and the wind dwindled, and the sea became so smooth and easy that we could not work our ship. You can scarce imagine what quantities of caught fish were caught there by our seamen, in the space of a quarter of an hour. For though we had 32 fathom water, yet the hook was no sooner at the bottom than the fish was catched, so that they had nothing to do but to throw in and take up without interruption. But after all, such is the misfortune of this fishery, that it does not succeed but upon certain banks, which are commonly passed over without stopping. However, as we were plentifully entertained at the cost of these fishes, so such of them as continued in the sea made sufficient reprisals upon the corpse of a captain and of several soldiers who died of the scurvy, and were thrown overboard 3 or 4 days after. In the meantime, the wind veering to the west-northwest, we were obliged to lie by for 5 or 6 days, but after that it chopped to the north, and so we happily made Cape Race, though indeed our pilots were at a loss to know where we were, by reason that they could not take the latitude for 10 or 12 days before. You may easily imagine that was with great joy that we heard one of our sailors call from the topmast, "Land! Land!" just as St. Paul did when he approached to Malta. For you must know that when the pilots reckon they approach to land, they use that precaution of sending up sailors to the topmast in order to some discovery. And these sailors are relieved every 2 hours till night comes, at which time they furl their sails if the land is not yet descried, so that in the night time they scarce make any way. For this it appears how important it is to know the coast before you approach to it. Nay, the passengers put such a value upon the discovery that they present the first discoverer with some pistols. In the meantime, you'll be pleased to observe that the needle of the compass, which naturally points to the north, turns upon the bank of Newfoundland, 23 degrees towards the northwest. That is, it points there a degree nearer to the west than north-northwest. This remark we made by our compass of variation. We described the cape about noon, and in order to confirm the discovery, stood in upon it with all sails aloft. At last, being assured that was the premonitory we'd look for, an universal joy was spread throughout the ship, and the fate of the wretches that we had thrown overboard was quite forgot. Then the sailors set about the christening of those who had never made the voyage before, and indeed they had done it sooner if it had not been for the death of our above-mentioned companions. The christening I speak of is an impertinent ceremony practiced by seafaring men, whose humors are as strange and extravagant as the element itself upon which they foolishly trust themselves. By virtue of a custom of old standing, they profane the sacrament of baptism in an unaccountable manner. Upon that occasion, the old sailors, being blackened all over, and disguised with rags and ropes, force the greener sort that have never passed for certain degrees of latitude before, to fall down on their knees, and to swear upon a book of sea charts that upon all occasions they will practice upon others the same ceremony that is then made use of towards them. After the administering of this ridiculous oath, they throw 50 buckets full of water upon their head, belly, and thighs, and indeed all over their body, without any regards to times or seasons. This piece of folly is chiefly practiced under the equator, under the tropics, under the polar circles, upon the bank of Newfoundland, and in the Straits of Gibraltar, the Sund, and the Dardanellos. As for persons of note or character, they are exempted from the ceremony at the expense of 5 or 6 bottles of brandy for the ship's crew. 3 or 4 days after the performance of this solemnity, we discovered Cape Ray, and so made up to St. Lawrence Bay, in the mouth of which we were becalmed for a little while. And during that calm, we had a clearer and pleasanter day than any we had seen in the passage. It looked as if that day had been vouchsafed us by way of recompense for the rains, fogs, and high winds that we encountered by the way. There we saw an engagement between a whale and a swordfish at the distance of a gunshot from our frigate. We were perfectly charmed when we saw the swordfish jump out of the water in order to dart its spear into the body of the whale when obliged to take breath. This entertaining show lasted at least 2 hours, sometimes to the starboard and sometimes to the larboard of the ship. The sailors, among whom superstition prevails as much as among the Egyptians, took this for a presage of some mighty storm, but the prophecy ended in 2 or 3 days of contrary winds, during which time we traversed between the island of Newfoundland and that of Cape Breton. 2 days after we came in sight of the Island of Fowls, by the help of a northeast wind, which drove us from the mouth of St. Lawrence Bay to the Isle of Anticosti, upon the bank of which we thought to have been cast away, by nearing it too much, in the mouth of that river we fell into a second calm, which was followed by a contrary wind that obliged us to lie by for some days. At last we made Tadoussac by gradual approaches, and there came to an anchor. This river is 4 leagues broad, where we then rode, and 22 at its mouth, but it contracts itself gradually as it approaches to its source. 2 days after, the wind standing east, we weighed anchor, and being favored by the tide, got safe through the channel of the Red Island, in which the currents are apt to turn a vessel on one side, as well as at the island of Coudres, which lies some leagues higher. But upon the coast of the last island, we had certainly struck upon the rocks if we had not dropped an anchor. Had the ship been cast away at that place, we might easily have saved ourselves, but it proved so that we were more afraid than hurt. Next morning we weighed with a fresh gale from the east, and the next day after came to an anchor over against Cape Tourmente, where we had not above 2 leagues over, though at the same time 'tis a dangerous place to those who are unacquainted with the channel. From thence we had but 7 days sailing to the port of Quebec, where we now ride at anchor. In our passage from the Red Island to this place, we saw such floats of ice and so much snow upon the land that we were upon the point of turning back for France, though we were not then above 30 leagues off our desired port. We were afraid of being stopped by the ice and so lost, but thank God we escaped. We have received advice that the governor has marked out quarters for our troops in some villages or cantons adjacent to this city, so that I am obliged to prepare to go ashore, and therefore must make an end of this letter. I cannot as yet give you any accounts of the country, excepting that 'tis already mortally cold. As to the river, I mean to give you a more ample description of it when I come to know it better. We are informed that Mr. de La Salle is just returned from his travels, which he undertook upon the discovery of a great river that falls into the Gulf of Mexico, and that he embarks tomorrow for France. He is perfectly well acquainted with Canada, and for that reason you ought to visit him if you go to Paris this winter. I am, sir, yours, etc. Letter 2, dated at the Canton of Beaupré, May 2nd, 1684, containing a description of the plantations of Canada and the manner in which they were first formed, as also an account of the transportation of horse from France to that country, together with a view of its climate and soil. Sir, as soon as we landed last year, Mr. de la Barre lodged our 3 companies in some cantons or quarters in the neighborhood of Quebec. The planters call these places cuts, which in France signifies no more than the sea-coast, though in this country, where the names of town and village are unknown, that word is made use of to express a seigneury or manor, the houses of which lie at the distance of 2 or 3 paces one from another, and are seated on the brink of the river of St. Lawrence. In earnest, sir, the boors of those manors live with more ease and conveniency than an infinity of the gentlemen in France. I am out indeed in calling them boors, for that name is as little known here as in Spain.
Whether it be that they pay no taxes, or enjoy the liberty of hunting and fishing, or that the easiness of their lives put them up on a level with the nobility.
The poorest of them have 4 arpents of ground in front, and 30 or 40 in depth, the whole country being a continued forest of lofty trees, the stumps of which must be grubbed up before they can make use of a plough.
'Tis true, this is a troublesome and chargeable task at first, but in a short time after they make up their losses.
For when the virgin ground is capable of receiving seed, it yields an increase to the rate of 100-fold. Corn is there sown in May, and reaped about the middle of September. Instead of threshing the sheaves in the field, they convey them to barns, where they lie till the coldest season of the winter, at which time the grain is more easily disengaged from the ear. In this country they likewise sow peas, which are much esteemed in France. All sorts of grain are very cheap here, as well as butcher's meat and foal. The price of wood is almost nothing, in comparison with the charge of its carriage, which after all is very inconsiderable. Most of the inhabitants are a free sort of people, that removed hither from France, and brought with them but little money to set up withal. The rest are those who were soldiers about 30 or 40 years ago, at which time the regiment of Carignan was broke, and they exchanged a military post for the trade of agriculture. Neither the one nor the other paid anything for the grounds they possess, no more than the officers of these troops, who marked out to themselves certain portions of unmanured and woody lands, for this vast continent is nothing else than one continued forest. The governors general allowed the officers 3 or 4 leagues of ground in front, with as much depth as they pleased, and at the same time the officers gave the soldiers as much ground as they pleased, upon the condition of the payment of 1 crown per arpent, by way of fief. After the reform of these troops, several ships were sent hither from France, with a cargo of women of an ordinary reputation, under the direction of some old stale nuns, who ranked them up in 3 classes. The Vestal Virgins were heaped up, if I may so speak, one above another, in 3 different apartments,
where the bridegrooms singled out their brides,
just as a butchers do an ewe from amongst a flock of sheep. In these 3 seraglios there was such variety and change of diet as could satisfy the most whimsical appetites. For here was some big, some little,
some fair, some brown, some fat, and some meager.
In fine, there was such accommodation, that every one might be fitted to his mind, and indeed the market had such a run, that in 15 days' time they were all disposed of. I am told that the fattest went off best, upon the apprehension that these, being less active, would keep truer to their engagements, and hold out better against the nipping cold of the winter. But after all, a great many of the he adventurers found themselves mistaken in their measures. However, let that be as it will, it affords a very curious remark, namely, that in some parts of the world to which the vicious European women are transported, the mob of those countries do seriously believe that their sins are so defaced
by the ridiculous christening I took notice of before, that they are looked upon ever after as ladies of virtue, of honor, and of an untarnished conduct of life.
The sparks that wanted to be married made their addresses to the above-mentioned governesses, to whom they were obliged to give an account of their goods and estates, before they were allowed to make their choice in the 3 seraglios. After the choice was determined, the marriage was concluded upon the spot, in the presence of a priest and a public notary, and the next day the governor general bestowed upon the married couple a bull, a cow, a hog, a sow, a cock, a hen, 2 barrels of salt meat, and 11 crowns, together with a certain coat of arms, called by the Greeks kerata, horns. The soldiers, having a nicer taste than the soldiers, made their application to the daughters of the ancient gentlemen of the country, or those of the richest sort of inhabitants. For you know that Canada has been possessed by the French above 100 years. In this country, everyone lives in a good and a well-furnished house, and most of the houses are of wood, and 2 stories high. Their chimneys are very large, by reason of the prodigious fires they make to guard themselves from the cold, which is there beyond all measure from the month of December to that of April. During that space of time, the river is always frozen over, notwithstanding the flowing and ebbing of the sea, and the snow upon the ground is 3 or 4 foot deep, which is very strange in a country that lies in the latitude of 47 degrees and some odd minutes. Most people impute the extraordinary snow to the number of mountains with which this vast continent is replenished. Whatever is in that matter, I must take notice of one thing that seems very strange, namely that the summer days are longer here than at Paris. The weather is then so clear and serene that in 3 weeks' time you shall not see a cloud in the horizon. I hope to go to Quebec with the first opportunity, for I have orders to be in a readiness to embark within 15 days for Montreal, which is the city of this country that lies farthest up towards the head of the river. I am, Sir, yours, etc. Letter 3, dated at Quebec, May 15, 1684. Containing an ample description of the city of Quebec and of the island of Orleans. Sir, before I set out for Montreal, I had the curiosity to view the island of Orleans, which is 7 leagues in length and 3 in breadth. It extends from over against Cape Tourmente to within 1.5 leagues of Quebec, at which place the river divides itself into 2 branches. The ships sail through the South Channel, for the North Channel is so foul with the shelves and rocks that the small boats can only pass that way. The island belongs to a general farmer of France, who would make out of it 1,000 crowns of yearly rent if himself had the management of it. 'Tis surrounded with plantations that produce all sorts of grain. Quebec is the metropolitan of New France, being almost 1 league in circumference. It lies in the latitude of 47 degrees and 12 minutes. The longitude of this place is uncertain, as well as that of several other countries, with the leave of the geographers that reckon you up 12,000 leagues from Rochelle to Quebec, without taking the pains to measure the course. However, I am sure that it lies but at too great a distance from France, for the ships that are bound hither, for their passage commonly lasts for 2 months and a half, whereas the homeward bound ships may in 30 or 40 days sailing easily make the Belle Isle, which is the surest and most usual land that a ship makes upon a long voyage. The reason of this difference is that the winds are easterly for 100 days of the year and westerly for 260. Quebec is divided into the upper and the lower city. The merchants live in the latter for the conveniency of the harbor, upon which they have built very fine houses, 3-story high, of a sort of stone that's as hard as marble. The upper or high city is full as populous and as well adorned as the lower. Both cities are commanded by a castle that stands upon the highest ground. This castle is the residence of the governors, and affords them not only convenient apartments, but the noblest and most extensive prospect in the world. Quebec wants 2 essential things, namely a quay and fortifications, though both the one and the other might be easily made, considering the conveniency of stones lying upon the spot. 'Tis encompassed with several springs, of the best fresh water in the world, which the inhabitants draw out of wells, for they are so ignorant of the hydrostatics that not one of them knows how to convey the water to certain basins in order to raise either flat or spouting fountains. Those who live on the riverside in the lower city are not half so much pinched with the cold as the inhabitants of the upper, besides that the former have a peculiar conveniency of transporting in boats corn, wood, and other necessaries to the very doors of their houses. But as the latter are more exposed to the injuries of the cold, so they enjoy the benefit and pleasure of a cooler summer. The way which leads from the one city to the other is pretty broad and adorned with houses on each side, only 'tis a little steep. Quebec stands upon a very uneven ground, and its houses are not uniform. The intendant lives in a bottom at some small distance from the side of a little river, which by joining the river of St. Lawrence, coops up the city in a right angle. His house is the palace in which the sovereign council assembles 4 times a week, and on one side of which we see great magazines of ammunition and provisions. There are 6 churches in the high city. The cathedral consists of a bishop and 12 plebendaries, who live in common in the chapter house, the magnificence and architecture of which is truly wonderful. These poor priests are a very good sort of people. They content themselves with bare necessaries, and meddle with nothing but the affairs of the church, where the service is performed after the Roman way. The second church is that of the Jesuits, which stands in the center of the city, and is a fair, stately, and well-lighted edifice. The great altar of the Jesuits' church is adorned with 4 great cylindrical columns of one stone, the stone being a sort of Canada porphyry, and black as jet, without either spots or veins. These fathers have very convenient and large apartments, beautified with pleasant gardens, and several rows of trees, which are so thick and bushy that in summer one might take their walks for an ice house. And indeed we may say without stretching that there is ice not far from them, for the good fathers are never without a reserve in 2 or 3 places for the cooling of their drink. Their college is so small that the best they have scarcely 50 scholars at a time. The third church is that of the Recollects, who, through the intercession of Count Frontenac, obtained leave of the king to build a little chapel, which I call a church, notwithstanding the remonstrances of Mr. de Laval, our bishop, who in concert with the Jesuits used his utmost efforts for 10 years together to hinder it. Before the building of this chapel, they lived in a little hospital that the bishop had ordered to be built for him, and some of them continue there still. The fourth church is that of the Ursulines, which has been burnt down 2 or 3 times and still rebuilt to the advantage. The fifth is that of the hospital order, who take a particular care of the sick, though themselves are poor and but ill lodged. The sovereign council is held at Quebec. It consists of 12 councillors of capa y de espada, who are the supreme judicature and decide all causes without appeal. The intendant claims a right of being president to the council, but in the justice hall, the governor general places himself so as to face him, the judges being set on both sides of them, so that one would think they are both presidents. While Monsieur de Frontenac was in Canada, he laughed at the pretended presidency of the intendants. Nay, he used the members of that assembly as roughly as Cromwell did the Parliament of England. At this court, everyone pleads his own cause, for solicitors or barristers never appear there, by which means it comes to pass that lawsuits are quickly brought to a period, without demanding court fees or any other charges from the contending parties. The judges, who have but 400 livres a year from the king, have a dispensation of not wearing the robe and the cap. Besides this tribunal, we have in this country a lieutenant general, both civil and military, an attorney general, the great provost, and the chief justice in Eyre. The way of traveling in the winter, whether in town or country, is that of sledges drawn by horses, who are so insensible of the cold that I have seen 50 or 60 of them in January and February stand in the snow up to their breast in the midst of a wood without ever offering to go near their owner's house. In the winter time they travel from Quebec to Montreal upon the ice, the river being then frozen over, and upon that occasion these sledges will run you 15 leagues a day. Others have their sledges drawn by 2 mastiff dogs, but then they are longer by the way. As for their way of traveling in summer, I shall transmit you an account of it when I come to be better informed. I am told that the people of this country will go 1,000 leagues in canoes of bark, a description of which you may expect as soon as I have made use of them. The easterly winds prevail here commonly in the spring and autumn, and the westerly have the ascendant in winter and summer. Adieu, sir. I must now make an end of my letter, for my matter begins to run short. All I can say is, that as soon as I am better instructed in what relates to commerce and the civil and ecclesiastic government of the country, I'll transmit to you such exact memoirs of the same, and shall give you full satisfaction. These you may expect with the first opportunity, for in all appearance our troops will return after the conclusion of the campaign that we are now going to make in the country of the Iroquois under the command of Monsieur de la Barre. In 7 or 8 days' time I mean to embark for Montreal, and in the meantime I'm going to make a progress to the villages of Sillery, of Saut de la Chaudière, and of Lorette, which are inhabited by the Abenakis and the Hurons. These places are not above 3 or 4 leagues off, so that I may return with ease next week. As for the manners of the people, I cannot pretend to describe them so soon, for a just observation and knowledge of these things cannot be compassed without time. I have been this winter at hunting with 30 or 40 young Algonkins, who were well-made, clever fellows. My design in accompanying them was to learn their language, which is mightily esteemed in this country, for all the other nations for 1,000 miles round, excepting the Iroquois and the Hurons, understand it perfectly well. Nay, all their respective tongues come as near to this as the Portuguese does to the Spanish. I have already made myself master of some words, with a great deal of facility, and they being mightily pleased in seeing a stranger study their tongue, take all imaginable pains to instruct me. I am, sir, yours, etc.
Letter 4, dated at Montreal, June 14, 1684.
Containing a brief description of the habitations of the savages in the neighborhood of Quebec, of the river of St. Lawrence, and as far up as Montreal, of a curious way of fishing eels, and of the cities of Trois-Rivières and Montreal, together with an account of the conduct of the forest rangers or peddlers.
Sir, before my departure from Quebec, I visited the adjacent villages inhabited by the savages. The village of Lorette is peopled by 200 families of Hurons, who were converted to Christianity by the Jesuits, though with a great deal of reluctancy. The villages of Sillery and of Saut de la Chaudière are composed of 300 families of Abenakis, who are likewise Christians, and among whom the Jesuits have settled missionaries. I returned to Quebec time enough, and embarked under the conduct of a master that would rather have had a ladening of goods than of soldiers.
The northeast winds wafted us in 5 or 6 days to Trois-Rivières, which is the name of a small city, seated at the distance of 30 leagues from hence.
That city derives its name from 3 rivers that spring from one channel, and after continuing their division for some space, reunite into a joint stream that falls into the river of St. Lawrence, about half a quarter of a league below the town. Had we sailed all night, the tides would have carried us thither in 2 days' time, but in regard that that river is full of rocks and shelves, we durst not venture upon it in the dark, so we came to an anchor every night, which did not at all displease me, for in the course of 30 leagues Notwithstanding the darkness of the night, it gave me an opportunity of viewing an infinite number of habitations on each side of the river,
which are not above a musket shot distant one from another.
The inhabitants that are settled between Quebec and 15 leagues higher diverted me very agreeably with the fishing of eels. At low water they stretch out hurdles to the lowest watermark, and that space of ground being then dry by the retreat of the water is covered over and shut up by the hurdles. Between the hurdles they place at certain distances instruments called ruches, from their resemblance they bear to a beehive, besides baskets and little nets belagged upon a pole,
which they call bouteaux,
and bout de cuivre. Then they let all stand in this fashion for 3 months in the spring and 2 in the autumn. Now as often as the tide comes in, the eels looking out for shallow places and making towards the shore, crowd in among the hurdles, which hinder them after to retire with the ebb water. Upon that they are forced to bury themselves in the above-mentioned engines, which are sometimes so overcrammed that they break. When 'tis low water, the inhabitants take out these eels, which are certainly the biggest and the longest in the world. They salt them up in barrels, while they'll keep a whole year without spoiling, and indeed they give an admirable relish in all sauces. Nay, there's nothing that the Council of Quebec desires more than that this fishery should be equally plentiful in all years. Trois-Rivières is a little paltry town, seated in the latitude of 40 degrees. 'Tis not fortified neither with stone nor pales. The river to which it owes its name takes its rise 100 leagues to the northwest from the greatest ridge of mountains in the universe. The Algonkins, who are at present an erratic sort of savages, and, like the Arabs, have no settled abode, that people, I say, seldom straggle far from the banks of this river, upon which they have excellent beaver hunting.
In former times, the Iroquois cut off 3/4 of that nation, but they have not dared to renew their incursions, since the French have peopled the countries that lie higher up upon the river of St. Lawrence.
I called Trois-Rivières a little town, with reference to the paucity of the inhabitants, though at the same time they are very rich and live in stately houses. The king has made it the residence of a governor, who would die for hunger if he did not trade with the natives for beavers when his small allowance is out. Besides, a man that would live there must be of the like temper with a dog, or at least he must take pleasure in scratching his skin, for the fleas are there more numerous than the grains of sand. I am informed that the natives of this place make the best soldiers in the country. 3 leagues higher, we entered St. Peter's Lake, which is 6 leagues long, and had difficulty enough in crossing it,
for the frequent calms obliged us to cast anchor several times. It receives 3 or 4 rivers that abound with fish, upon the mouth of which I descried with my telescope very fine houses.
Towards the evening we sailed out of that lake with the fresh easterly gale, and though we hoisted up all our sails, the current run so strong against us that 'twas 3 hours before we could make Sorel, which was 2 small leagues off. Sorel is a canton of 4 leagues in front, in the neighborhood of which a certain river conveys the water of Champlain Lake
to the river of St. Lawrence,
after having formed a waterfall of 2 leagues at Chambly.
Though we reckoned but 8 leagues from Sorel to Montreal, yet we spent 3 days in sailing between them, by reason partly of slack winds and partly of the strength of the currents.
In this course we saw nothing but islands, and both sides of the river all along from Quebec to this place are so replenished with inhabitants that one may justly call them 2 continued villages of 60 leagues in length. This place, which goes by the name of Ville-Marie or Montreal, lies in the latitude of 45 degrees and some minutes, being seated in an island of the same name, which is about 5 leagues broad and 14 leagues long.
The directors of the seminary of Saint Sulpicius at Paris are the proprietors of the island and have the nomination of a bailiff and several other magistrates. Nay, in former times they had the privilege of nominating a governor. This little town lies all open without any fortification either of stone or wood, but its situation is so advantageous, notwithstanding that it stands upon an uneven and sandy ground, that it might easily be made an impregnable post. The river of St. Lawrence, which runs just by the houses on one side of this town, is not navigable further by reason of its rapidity. For about a quarter of a league higher, 'tis full of rapid falls, eddies, etc. Mr. Perrot, the governor of the town, who has but 1,000 crowns a year salary, has made shift to get 50,000 in a few years, by trading with the savages in skins and furs. The bailiff of the town gets but little by this place, no more than his officers. So that the merchants are the only persons that make money here, for the savages that frequent the Great Lakes of Canada come down hither almost every year with a prodigious quantity of beaver skins, to be given in exchange for arms, kettles, axes, knives, and 1,000 such things, upon which the merchants clear 200%. Commonly the Governor-General comes hither about the time of their coming down, in order to share the profit and receive presents from that people. The peddlers, called coureurs de bois, export from hence every year several canoes full of merchandise, which they dispose of among all the savage nations of the continent, by way of exchange for beaver skins. 7 or 8 days ago, I saw 25 or 30 of these canoes return with heavy cargoes. Each canoe was managed by 2 or 3 men, and carried 20 hundredweight, i.e. 40 packs of beaver skins, which are worth 100 crowns apiece. These canoes had been a year and 18 months out. You would be amazed if you saw how lewd these peddlers are when they return, how they feast and game, and how prodigal they are, not only in their clothes, but upon women. Such of them as are married have the wisdom to retire to their own houses, but the bachelors act just as our East Indiamen and pirates are wont to do, for they lavish, eat, drink, and play all away as long as the goods hold out. And when these are gone, they even sell their embroidery, their lace, and their clothes. This done, they are forced to go upon a new voyage for subsistence. The directors of the seminary of Saint Sulpicius take care to send missionaries hither from time to time, who live under the direction of a superior that is very much respected in the country. They have apartments allotted for them in a stately, great, and pleasant house built of freestone. This house is built after the model of that of Saint Sulpice at Paris, and the altar stands by itself, just like that at Paris. Their seigneuries or cantons that lie on the south side of the island produce a considerable revenue, for the plantations are good and the inhabitants are rich in corn, cattle, fowl, and 1,000 other commodities, for which they find a mercat in the city. But the north part of the island lies waste. These directors would never suffer the Jesuits or collects to display their banners here, though 'tis conjectured that at the long run they'll be forced to consent to it. At the distance of a league from the town, I saw at the foot of a mountain a plantation of Iroquois Christians who are instructed by 2 priests of the order of Sulpicius, and I am informed of a larger and more populous plantation on the other side of the river, at the distance of 2 leagues from hence, which is took care of by Father Bruyas the Jesuit. I hope to set out from hence as soon as Mr. de la Barre receives advice from France, for he designs to leave Quebec upon the arrival of the first ship. I resolve to go to Fort Frontenac upon the lake that goes by the same name. If I may credit those who have been formerly in action against the Iroquois, I shall be able upon my return from this campaign to inform you of some things that will seem as strange to you as they will be disagreeable to myself. I am, sir, yours, etc. Letter 5, dated at Montreal, June 18, 1684, in which is contained a short account of the Iroquois, with a view of the war and peace they made with the French, and of the means by which it was brought about. Sir, I wrote to you but 4 days ago and did not think to have heard from you so soon. But this morning I met with a very agreeable surprisal in receiving a packet addressed to me by your brother. You may be sure I was infinitely well pleased in being given to understand what has passed in Europe since I left it. The knowledge of the affairs of Europe is comfortable to one that's doomed to another world, such as this is, and I cannot but acknowledge myself infinitely indebted to you for the exactness of your intelligence. Inasmuch as you require of me an account of the Iroquois, and would have me to present you with a just view of their temper and government, I would willingly satisfy and oblige you in that, or any other point. But in regard that I am obliged to set out for Fort Frontenac the day after tomorrow, I have not time to inform myself of things, or to consult those who have been in the country before, so that all I can do at present is only to acquaint you with what I have learned this winter from persons that have sojourned 20 years among them. As soon as I have an opportunity of enlarging my knowledge upon that head, by a more immediate conversation with themselves, you may assure yourself that I'll impart it to you. In the meantime, be pleased to accept of what follows. These barbarians are drawn up in 5 cantons, not unlike those of the Swiss. Though these cantons are all of one nation, and united in one joint interest, yet they go by different names. The Tsonontuans, the Goyogoans, the Onotags, the Onoyotes, and the Agnier. Their language is almost the same, and the 5 villages or plantations in which they live lie at the distance of 30 leagues one from another, being all seated near the south side of the Lake of Ontario or of Frontenac. Every year, the 5 cantons send deputies to assist at the Union Feast and to smoke in the great calumet, or pipe of the 5 nations. Each village or canton contains about 14,000 souls, i.e., 1,500 that bear arms, 2,000 superannuated men, 4,000 women, 2,000 maids, and 4,000 children, though indeed some will tell you that each village has not above 10,000 or 11,000 souls. There has been an alliance of long standing between these nations and the English, and by trading in furs to New York, they are supplied by the English with arms, ammunition, and all other necessaries, at a cheaper rate than the French can afford them at. They have no other consideration for England or France than what depends upon the occasion they have for the commodities of these 2 nations, though after all they give an over-purchase, for they pay for them 4 times more than they are worth. They laugh at the menaces of our kings and governors, for they have no notion of dependence. Nay, the very word is to them insupportable. They look upon themselves as sovereigns, accountable to none but God alone, whom they call the Great Spirit. They waged war with us almost always, from the first settlement of our colonies in Canada to the first years of the Count of Frontenac's government. Monsieur de Courcelles and de Tracy, both of them governors general, made head against the Agnier upon the Champlain Lake, in winter as well as in summer, but they could not boast of any great success. They only burnt their villages and carried off some 100 of their children, of whom the above-mentioned Iroquois Christians are sprung. 'Tis true, they cut off 90 or 100 warriors, but in compensation for that, several Canadians and several soldiers of the regiment of Carignan, being unprovided against the unsufferable cold of the climate, lost their limbs, and even their life itself. Count Frontenac, who succeeded Mr. Courcelle, perceiving that the barbarians had the advantage of the Europeans as to the waging of war in that country, upon this apprehension, I say, he declined such fruitless expeditions, which were very chargeable to the king, and used all his efforts to dispose the savages to a sincere and lasting peace. This judicious governor had 3 things in view. The first was to encourage the greatest part of the French inhabitants, who would have abdicated the colony and returned to France if the war had continued. His second topic was that the conclusion of a peace would dispose an infinity of people to marry and to grow up the trees, upon which the colony would be better peopled and enlarged. The third argument that dissuaded him from carrying on the war was a design of pursuing the discovery of the lakes and of the savages that live upon their banks, in order to settle a commerce with them, and at the same time to engage them in our interests, by good alliances, in case of a rupture with the Iroquois. Upon the consideration of these reasons, he sent some Canadians by way of a formal embassy to the Iroquois villages, in order to acquaint them that the king, being informed that a groundless war was carried on against them, had sent him from France to make peace with them. At the same time, the ambassadors had orders to stipulate all the advantages they could obtain with reference to the commerce. The Iroquois heard this proposal with a great deal of satisfaction, for Charles II, King of England, had ordered his governor in New York to represent to them that if they continued to wage war with the French, they were ruined, and that they would find themselves crushed by the numerous forces that were ready to sail from France. In effect, they promised to the ambassadors that 400 of their number should meet Count Frontenac, attended by an equal number of his men, at the place where Fort Frontenac now stands. Accordingly, some months after, both the one and the other met at the place appointed, and so a peace was concluded. Mr. de la Salle was very serviceable to his governor in giving him good and seasonable advices, which I cannot now enter upon, being obliged to make some preparations for my voyage. When the campaign is over, you may expect to hear from me. In the meantime, I am, Sir, yours, etc. Letter 6, dated at Montreal, June 20, 1684. Being an ample description of the canoes made of birch bark, with an account of the manner in which they are made all their voyages.
Sir, I thought to have set out this day, but in regard that our complement of great canoes is not yet brought up, our voyage is put off for 2 days. Having so much leisure time upon my hands, I have a mind to employ it in presenting you with a short view of these slender contrivances, in which the Canadians perform all their voyages, and this will furnish you with an idea of the voiture of this country. I saw but now above 100 canoes, some great and some little, but considering that the former are only proper for martial expeditions and long voyages, I shall confine my description to that sort. Even the great ones are of different sizes, for they run from 10 to 28 foot long. Indeed, the least of all hold but 2 persons set upon their breech, as in a coffin, and are apt to overset if the passengers move to one side or the other. But those of a larger size will easily afford stowage for 14 persons.
though they are commonly manned only with 3 men when they are employed in transporting provisions and merchandise, and even then they'll carry 20 hundredweight. The largest sort are safe and steady when they are made of the bark of the birch tree, which comes off with hot water in the wintertime. The greatest trees afford the best barks for canoes, but oftentimes the bark of one tree is not sufficient. The bottom of the boat is all of one piece, to which the sides are so artfully sewed by the savages that the whole boat appears as one continued bark. They are trimmed and strengthened with wicker wreaths and ribs of cedar wood, which are almost as light as cork. The wreaths are as thick as a crown piece, but the bark has the thickness of 2 crowns, and the ribs are as thick as 3. On the 2 sides of the boat, there runs from one end to the other 2 principal head bars, in which the ends of the ribs are encased, and in which the spars are made fast that run across the boat and keep it compact. These boats have 20 inches in depth, that is, from the upper edge to the platform of the ribs. Their length extends to 28 foot, and the width of the middle rib is computed to be 4.5 feet. They are very convenient upon the account of their extreme lightness and the drawing of very little water, but at the same time their brittle and tender fabric is an argument of an equivalent inconveniency. For if they do but touch or grate upon stone or sand, the cracks of the bark fly open, upon which the water gets in and spoils the provisions and merchandise. Every day there is some new chink or seam to be gummed over. At night they are always unloaded and carried on shore, where they are made fast with pegs, lest the wind should blow them away, for they are so light that 2 men carry them upon their shoulders with ease. This conveniency of lightness and easy carriage renders them very serviceable in the rivers of Canada, which are full of cataracts, waterfalls, and currents. For in these rivers we are obliged either to transport them over land where such obstructions happen, or else to tow them along where the current is not over rapid and the shore is accessible. These boats are of no use for the navigation of lakes, for the waves would swallow them up if they could not reach the shore when a wind arises. 'Tis true the inhabitants venture in them for 4 or 5 leagues from one island to another, but then 'tis always in calm weather, and nothing is made use of but oars, for besides the risk of being overset, the goods are in danger of being damaged by the water, especially the furs, which are the most valuable part of the cargo. When the season serves, they carry little sails, but if the wind be but a little brisk, though they run right afore it, 'tis impossible to make any use of it without running the risk of shipwreck. If their course lies directly south, they cannot put up sail without the wind stands at one of the 8 points, between northwest and northeast, and if a wind happens to spring anywhere else, unless it comes from the land which they coast along, they are obliged to put in to the shore with all possible expedition and unload the boat out of hand, till such time as a calm returns. As for the working of these boats, the canoe men ply sometimes on their knees, namely when they run down the small waterfalls, sometimes standing, when they stem a current by setting the boat along with poles, and sometimes sitting, in smooth and stagnating water. The oars they make use of are made of maple wood, and their form is represented in the annexed cut. The blade of the oar is 20 inches long, 6 inches broad, and 4 lines thick. The handle is about 3 foot long and as big as a pigeon's egg. When they have occasion to run up against rapid currents, they make use of poles made of pine wood, and the setting of the boat along with these is what they call piquet de fond. The canoes have neither stern nor prow, for they run to a point at both ends. Neither have they keels, nails, or pegs in the whole structure. The steersman, or he who cons the boat, rows without interruption as well as the rest. The common purchase of such a boat is 80 crowns, but it does not last above 5 or 6 years. This day I have received advice that Mr. de la Barre has raised the militia in the neighborhood of Quebec, and that the governor of this island has received orders to have that of the adjacent cantons in readiness to march. I am, sir, yours, etc. Letter 7. Dated at Montreal, November 2, 1684. Describing the course of the river of St. Lawrence from Montreal to the first great lake of Canada, with the waterfalls, cataracts, and navigation of that river, as also Fort Frontenac and the advantages that accrue from it, together with a circumstantial account of the expedition of Mr. de la Barre, the Governor General, against the Iroquois, the speeches he made, the replies he received, and the final accommodation of the difference. Sir, thank God I have finished this campaign, and am now returned in safety to this place, to present you with the history of our campaign. Be pleased to know that in 2 or 3 days after the date of my last, I embarked on board of a canoe that was worked by 3 expert canoemen. Every canoe contained 2 soldiers, and we all rowed up against the current of the river till we arrived at Sault de St. Louis, about 3 leagues above this town, which is a little waterfall, but so rapid that our watermen were forced to stand in the water up to their middle in order to drag the canoes against the stream for half a quarter of a league. We re-embarked above this pass and rowed about 12 leagues up the river and through the lake of St. Louis till we arrived at a place called the Cascades, where we were forced to turn out and carry our boats and baggage overland, about half a quarter of a league. 'Tis true, we might have towed our boats against the stream in this place with some labor, but there was a cataract a little above it, which they call Le Cataract du Trou. I had taken up a notion that the only difficulty of sailing up the river consisted in the trouble of land carriage, but when I came to be a spectator of the matter, I found that the stemming of the currents, whether in towing of the canoes or in setting them along with poles, was equally laborious. About 5 or 6 leagues higher, we came to the waterfalls called Saut de Cèdre and Du Buisson, where we were forced to transport our boats 500 paces overland. Some leagues above that, we entered the lake of St. Francis, which is said to be 20 leagues in circumference, and having crossed it, met with as strong currents as before, particularly at a fall called Long Sault, where we had recourse to land carriage for half a league. Then we were forced to drag up the boats against the rapid stream, and after a great deal of fatigue, came at last to a pass called La Galette, from whence we had but 20 leagues sailing to Fort Frontenac. This pass was the last difficulty we had to surmount, for above it the water was as still as that of a pool, and then our watermen plied with their oars instead of poles. The maringouins, which we call midges, are insufferably troublesome in all the countries of Canada. We were haunted with such clouds of them that we thought to be eat up, and smoking being the only artifice that could keep them off, the remedy was worse than the disease. In the night time, the people shelter themselves from them in bowers or arbors made after the following manner. They drive into the ground stakes or little branches of trees at a certain distance one from another, so as to form a semicircular figure in which they put a quilt and bedclothes, covering it above with a large sheet that falls down to the ground on all sides, and so hinders the insects to enter. We landed at Fort Frontenac after 20 days sailing, and immediately upon our arrival Mr. Duta, our commander-in-chief, viewed the fortifications of the place and 3 large barks that lay at anchor in the port. We repaired the fortifications in a very little time and fitted up the 3 barks. This fort was a square consisting of large curtains flanked with 4 little bastions. These flanks had but 2 battlements, and the walls were so low that one might easily climb upon them without a ladder. After Mr. de la Salle concluded the peace with the Iroquois, the king bestowed upon him and his heirs the property of this place, but he was so negligent that instead of enriching himself by the commerce it might have afforded, he was considerably out of pocket upon it. To my mind, this fort is situated very advantageously for a trade with the 5 Iroquois nations, for their villages lie in the neighborhood of the lake, upon which they may transport their furs in canoes with more ease than they can carry them over land to New York. In time of war, I take it to be indefensible, for the cataracts and currents of the river are such that 50 Iroquois may there stop 500 French without any other arms but stones. Do but consider, sir, that for 20 leagues together the river is so rapid that we dare not set the canoe 4 paces off the shore. Besides, Canada being nothing but a forest, as I intimated above, 'tis impossible to travel there without falling every foot into ambuscades, especially upon the banks of this river, which are lined with thick woods that render them inaccessible. None but the savages can skip from rock to rock and score through the thickets as if it were an open field. If we were capable of such adventures, we might march 500 or 600 men by land to guard the canoes that carry the provisions, but at the same time, 'tis to be considered that before they arrived at the fort, they would consume more provisions than the canoes can carry, not to mention that the Iroquois would still outnumber them. As to the particulars relating to the fort, I shall take notice of them when I come to give a general description of New France. While we continued at Fort Frontenac, the Iroquois who live at Ganius and Quente, at the distance of 7 or 8 leagues from thence, threw in upon us hearts, roebucks, turkeys, and fish, in exchange for needles, knives, powder, and ball. Towards the end of August, Mr. de la Barre joined us, but he was dangerously ill of a fever, which raged in like manner among most of his militia, so that only our 3 companies were free from sickness. This fever was of the intermitting kind, and the convulsive motions, tremblings, and frequency of the pulse that attended the cold fit were so violent that most of our sick men died in the 2nd or 3rd fit. Their blood was of a blackish brown color, and tainted with a sort of yellowish serum, not unlike pus or corrupt matter. Mr. de la Barre's physician, who in my opinion knew as little of the true causes of fevers as Hippocrates or Galen, and 100,000 besides. This mighty physician, I say, pretending to trace the cause of the fever I now speak of, imputed it to the unfavorable qualities of the air and the aliment. His plea was that the excessive heat of the season put the vapors or exhalations into an over-rapid motion, that the air was so over-ratified that we did not suck in a sufficient quantity of it, that the small quantity we did receive was loaded with insects and impure corpusculums, which the fatal necessity of respiration obliged us to swallow, and that by this means nature was put into disorder. He added that the use of brandy and salt meat soured the blood, that this sourness occasioned a sort of coagulation of the chyle and blood, that the coagulation hindered it to circulate through the heart with a due degree of celerity, and that thereupon there ensued an extraordinary fermentation, which is nothing else but a fever. But after all, to my mind this gentleman's system was too much upon the Iroquois strain, for at that rate The distemper must have seized all without distinction, whereas neither our soldiers nor the seasoned Canadians were troubled with it, for it raged only among the militia, who being unacquainted with the way of setting the boats with poles, were forced at every turn to get into the water and drag him up against the rapid stream. Now, the waters of that country being naturally cold, and the heat being excessive, the blood might thereupon freeze by way of antiperistasis, and so occasion the fever I speak of, pursuant to the common maxim, omnis repentina mutatio est periculosa, i.e., all sudden changes are of dangerous consequence. As soon as Mr. de la Barre recovered, he embarked in order to continue his march, though he might have easily known that after halting 14 or 15 days at that fort, when the season was so far advanced, he could not pretend to compass the end of his expedition. We rode night and day, the weather being very calm, and in 5 or 6 days came before the river of Famine, where we were forced to put in upon the apprehension of a storm. Here we met with a canoe that Mr. Dolhut had sent from Missilimakinac, with advice that pursuant to orders he had engaged the Hurons, Outaouas, and some other people. This joined his army, in which he had above 200 brave forest rangers. These news were very acceptable to Mr. de la Barre, but at the same time he was very much perplexed, for unpersuaded he repented oftener than once of his entering upon an expedition that he foresaw would prove successless, and to aggravate the danger of his enterprise, the Iroquois had at the time an opportunity to fall upon us. In fine, after a mature consideration of the consequences and of the difficulties that stood in the way, he sent back the canoe to Mr. Dolhut, with orders to dismiss the forest rangers and savages immediately, wherever he was, and by all means to avoid the approaching to his troops. By good luck, Mr. Dolhut had not yet reached Niagara when he received these orders, with which the savages that accompanied him were so dissatisfied that they threw out all manner of invectives against the French nation. As soon as Mr. de la Barre had dispatched this canoe, he sent Mr. Le Moyne to the village of the Onontague, which lay about 18 leagues up the river. This Mr. Le Moyne was a gentleman of Normandy, and highly esteemed by the Iroquois, who'd call him a Cueslon, i.e., the partridge. His orders were to endeavor by all means to bring along with him some of the old standards of that nation, and accordingly he returned in a few days, accompanied with one of their most considerable grandees, who had a train of 30 young warriors, and was distinguished by the title of the Grangula. As soon as he debarked, Mr. de la Barre sent him a present of bread and wine, and of 30 salmon trouts, which they fished in that place in such plenty that they brought up 100 at one cast of a net. At the same time, he gave the grandee to understand that he congratulated his arrival, and would be glad to have an interview with him, after he had rested himself for some days. You must know that he had used the precaution of sending the sick back to the colony, that the Iroquois might not perceive the weakness of his forces, and to favor the stratagem, Mr. Le Moyne represented to the Grangula that the body of the army was left behind at Fort Frontenac, and that the troops he saw in our camp were the general's guards. But unhappily, one of the Iroquois that had a smattering of the French tongue, having strolled in the night time towards our tents, overheard what we said, and so revealed the secret. 2 days after their arrival, the Grangula gave notice to Mr. de la Barre that he was ready for an interview, and accordingly, an hour being appointed, the whole company appeared as the figure represents it. The Grangula sat on the east side, being placed at the head of his men, with his pipe in his mouth and the great calumet of peace before him. He was very attentive to the following harangue pronounced by our interpreters, which you cannot well understand without a previous explication of the calumet and the colliers that it mentions. The calumet of peace is made of certain stones, or of marble, whether red, black, or white. The pipe or stalk is 4 or 5 foot long. The body of the calumet is 8 inches long, and the mouth or head in which the tobacco is lodged is 3 inches in length. Its figure approaches to that of a hammer. The red calumets are most esteemed. The savages make use of them for negotiations and state affairs, and especially in voyages, for when they have a calumet in their hand, they go where they will in safety. The calumet is trimmed with yellow, white, and green feathers, and has the same effect among the savages that the flag of friendship has amongst us. For to violate the rights of this venerable pipe is among them a flaming crime that will draw down mischief upon their nations. As for the collier, they are certain swaths of 2 or 3 foot in length and 6 inches in breadth, being decked with little beads made of a certain sort of shells that they find upon the seashore, between New York and Virginia. These beads are round and as thick as a little pea, but they are twice as long as a grain of corn. Their color is either blue or white, and they are bordered through just like pearl, being run after the same manner upon strings that lie sideways one to another. Without the intervention of this collier, there is no business to be negotiated with the savages, for being altogether unacquainted with writing, they make use of them for contracts and obligations. Sometimes they keep for an age the collier that they have received from their neighbors, and in regard that every collier has its peculiar mark, they learn from the old persons the circumstances of the time and place in which they were delivered. But after that age is over, they are made use of for new treaties. Mr. de la Barre's harangue was to this purpose. The king, my master, being informed that the 5 Iroquois nations have for a long time made infractions upon the measures of peace, ordered me to come hither with a guard and to send acquiescence to the canton of the Onontague, in order to an interview with their principal leaders, in the neighborhood of my camp. This great monarch means that you and I should smoke together in the great calumet of peace, with the proviso that you engage in the name of the Stonontuans, Gogogwans, Onontagues, Onoyotes, and Agnies, to make reparations to his subjects, and to be guilty of nothing for the future that may occasion a fatal rupture. The Stonontuans, Gogogwans, Onontagues, Onoyotes, and Agniae have stripped, robbed, and abused all the forest rangers that traveled in the way of trade to the country of the Illinois, of the Umamis, and of several other nations who are my master's children. Now this usage being in high violation of the treaties of peace concluded with my predecessor, I am commanded to demand reparation, and at the same time to declare that in case of their refusal to comply with my demands, or of relapsing into the like robberies, war is positively proclaimed. This collier makes my words good. The warriors of these 5 nations have introduced the English to the lakes, belonging to the king my master, and into the country of those nations to whom my master is a father. This they have done with a design to ruin the commerce of his subjects, and to oblige these nations to depart from their due allegiance, notwithstanding the remonstrances of the late governor of New York, who saw through the danger that both they and the English exposed themselves to. At present I am willing to forget those actions, but if ever you be guilty of the like for the future, I have express orders to declare war. This collier warrants my words. The same warriors that have made several barbarous incursions upon the country of the Illines and the Omami, they have massacred men, women, and children. They have took, bound, and carried off an infinite number of the natives of those countries, who, though themselves secure in their villages in a time of peace, these people are my master's children, and therefore must hereafter cease to be your slaves. I charge you to restore them to their liberty, and to send them home without delay, for if the 5 nations refuse to comply with this demand, I have express orders to declare war. This collier makes my words good. This is all I had to say to the Grangula, whom I desired to report to the 5 nations this declaration, that my master commanded me to make. He wishes they had not obliged him to send a potent army to the fort of Catracui, in order to carry on a war that will prove fatal to them, and he will be very much troubled if it so falls out that this fort, which is a work of peace, must be employed for a prison to your militia. These mischiefs ought to be prevented by mutual endeavors. The French, who are the brethren and friends of the 5 nations, will never disturb their repose, provided they make the satisfaction I now demand, and prove religious observers of their treaties. I, with my words, may produce the desired effect, for if they do not, I am obliged to join the governor of New York, who has orders from the king his master to assist me to burn the 5 villages and cut you off. This collier confirms my word, while Mr. de la Barre's interpreter pronounced this harangue. The Grangula did nothing but looked upon the end of his pipe. After the speech was finished, he rose, and having took 5 or 6 turns in the ring that the French and the savages made, he returned to his place, and standing upright, spoke after the following manner to the general who sat in his chair of state. Onontio, I honor you, and all the warriors that accompany me do the same. Your interpreter has made an end of his discourse, and now I come to begin mine. My voice glides to your ear. Pray, listen to my words. Onontio, in setting out from Quebec, you must needs have fancied that the scorching beams of the sun had burned down the forests which render our country inaccessible to the French, or else that the inundations of the lake had surrounded our cottages and confined us as prisoners. This certainly was your thought, and it could be nothing else but the curiosity of seeing a burnt or drowned country that moved you to undertake a journey hither. But now you have an opportunity of being undeceived, for I and my warlike retinue come to assure you that the Tsonontuans, Gogogwans, Ononteg, Onoyotes, and Agnie are not yet destroyed. I return you thanks in their name, for bringing into their country the calumet of peace that your predecessor received from their hands. At the same time, I congratulate your happiness in having left underground the bloody axe that has been so often dyed with the blood of the French. I must tell you, Onontio, I am not asleep. My eyes are open, and the sun that vultures the light gives me a clear view of a great captain at the head of a troop of soldiers who speaks as if he were asleep. He pretends that he does not approach to this lake with any other view than to smoke with the Onontag in the great calumet. But the Grangula knows better things. He sees plainly that the Onontio meaned to knock him on the head if the French arms had not been so much weakened. I perceive that the Onontio raves in a camp of sick people, whose lives the Great Spirit has saved by visiting them with infirmities. Do you hear, Onontio? Our women had took up their clubs, and the children and the old men
had visited your camp with their bows and arrows, if our warlike men had not stopped and disarmed them. When Akwesen, your ambassador, appeared before my village. But I have done, I'll talk no more of that. You must know, Onontio, we have robbed no Frenchmen, but those who supplied the Illines and the Omamis, our enemies, with fuses, with powder, and with ball. These indeed we took care of, because such arms might have cost us our life. Our conduct in that point is of a piece with that of the Jesuits, who stave all the barrels of brandy that are brought to our cantons, lest the people getting drunk should knock them in the head. Our warriors have no beavers to give in exchange for all the arms they take from the French. And as for the old superannuated people, they do not think of bearing arms. This collier comprehends my word. We have conducted the English to our lakes in order to traffic with the Ottawas and the Hurons, just as the Algonquins conducted the French to our 5 cantons, in order to carry on a commerce that the English lay claim to as their right. We are born freemen, and have no dependence either upon the Onontio or the Corlar. We have a power to go where we please, to conduct who we will to the places we resort to, and to buy and sell where we think fit. If your allies are your slaves or children, you may even treat them as such and rob them of the liberty of entertaining any other nation but your own. This collier contains my word. We fell upon the Illines and the Umamis because they cut down the trees of peace that served for limits or boundaries to our frontiers. They came to hunt beavers upon our lands, and contrary to the custom of all the savages, have carried off whole stocks, both male and female. They have engaged the Choanons in their interests, and entertained them in their country. They supply them with firearms, after the concerting of ill design against us. We have done less than the English and the French, who without any right have usurped the grounds they are now possessed of, and of which they have dislodged several nations, in order to make way for their building of cities, villages, and forts. This collier contains my word. I give you to know, Onontio, that my voice is the voice of the 5 Iroquois cantons. This is their answer. Pray incline your ear and listen to what they represent. The Tsonontuans, Gogogwans, Onontags, Onoyotes, and Agniae declare that they interred the axe at Karakui in the presence of your predecessor, in the very center of the fort, and planted the tree of peace in the same place, that it might be carefully preserved. That was then stipulated, that the fort should be used as a place of retreat for merchants, and not a refuge for soldiers, and that instead of arms and ammunition, it should be made a receptacle of only beaver skins and merchandise goods. Be it known to you, Onontio, that for the future you ought to take care that so great a number of martial men as I now see, being shut up in so small a fort, do not stifle and choke the tree of peace. Since it took root so easily, it must needs be of pernicious consequence to stop its growth, and hinder it to shade both your country and ours with its leaves. I do assure you, in the name of the 5 nations, that our warriors shall dance the Calumet dance under its branches, that they shall rest in tranquility upon their mats, and will never dig up the axe to cut down the tree of peace, till such time as the Onontio and the Corlar do either jointly or separately offer to invade the country that the Great Spirit has disposed of in the favor of our ancestors. This collier contains my word, and the other comprehends the power granted to me by the 5 nations. Then the Grangula addressed himself to Mr. Lemoyne, and spoke to this purpose.
Acquiescen. Take heart. You are a man of sense. Speak and explain my meaning. Be sure you forget nothing, but declare all that thy brethren and thy friends represent to thy chief Onontio, by the voice of the Grangula, who pays you all honor and respect, and invites you to accept of this present of beavers, and to assist at his feast immediately. This other present of beavers is sent by the 5 nations to the Onontio. As soon as the Grangula had done, Mr. Lemoyne and the Jesuits that were present explained his answer to Mr. de la Barre, who thereupon retired to his tent, and stormed and blustered, till somebody came and represented to him that Iroca progenies nesit avere modos, i.e., the Iroquois are always upon extremes. The Grangula danced after the Iroquois manner, by the way of prelude to his entertainment, after which he regaled several of the French. 2 days after, he and his martial retinue returned to their own country, and our army set out for Montreal. As soon as the general was on board, together with the few healthy men that remained, the canoes were dispersed, for the militia straggled here and there, and every one made the best of his way home. Our 3 companies indeed kept together, because all of us, both officers and soldiers, were carried in flat-bottomed boats, made of deal on purpose for our use. However, I could have wished to have run down the falls and cataracts in the same canoe that brought me up, for everybody thought we should have been cast away at these passes, which are full of eddies and rocks, and 'twas never heard before that such precipices were passed with deal boats, either upwards or downwards. But we were forced to run all hazards, and had certainly been swallowed up in those mountains of water if we had not obliged several canoes to shoot the cataracts at the head of our boats in order to show us the way. At the same time, we had prepared our soldiers for rowing and sheaving upon occasion. Do but consider, sir, that the currents run as fast as a cannonball, and that one false stroke of the oar would have run us unavoidably upon the rocks, for we are obliged to steer a zigzag course pursuant to the thread of the stream, which has 50 windings. The boats which are loaded are sometimes lost in those places, but after all, though the risk we run be very great, yet by way of compensation one has the satisfaction of running a great way in a little time. For we run from Galette to this town in 2 days' time, notwithstanding that we crossed the 2 stagnating lakes I took notice of before. As soon as we landed, we received advice that the Chevalier de Callière was come to supply the room of Mr. Perrault, the governor of this place. Mr. Perrault has had several scuffles with Mr. de Frontenac and Mr. de la Barre, of which you may expect a farther account when I am better informed. All the world blames our general for his bad success. 'Tis talked publicly that his only design was to cover the sending of several canoes to traffic with the savages in those lakes for beaver skins. The people here are very busy in wasting over to court 1,000 calumnies against him. Both the clergy and the gentlemen of the long robe write to his disadvantage, though after all, the whole charge is false, for the poor man could do no more than he did. Just now I was informed that Mr. Hainaut, Mr. Montortier, and Mr. Durivan, 3 captains of ships, are arrived at Quebec with a design to pass the winter there and to assist him as counselors, and that the last of these 3 has brought with him an independent company to be commanded by himself. I shall have no opportunity of writing again before the next spring, for the last ships that are to return for France this year are now ready to sail. I am, sir, yours, etc. Letter 8, dated at Montreal, June 28, 1685, representing the fortifications of Montreal and the indiscreet zeal of the priests who are lords of that town, with a description of Chambly and of the commerce of the savages upon the Great Lakes. Sir, I have just received yours, by a small vessel of Bordeaux loaded with wine, which is the first that came to Quebec this year. I am mightily pleased to hear that the King has granted to Mr. de la Salle 4 ships to go upon the discovery of the mouth of the Mississippi, and cannot but admire your curiosity in desiring to know the occurrences of this place and how I spent my time in the winter. Mr. de Calier was no sooner possessed of his government that he ordered all the inhabitants of this town and of the adjacent country to cut down and bring in great stakes of 15 foot in length to fortify the town. During the winter, these orders were pursued with so much application that all things are now ready for making the enclosure, in which 500 or 600 men are to be employed. I spent part of the winter in hunting with the Algonkins, in order to a more perfect knowledge of their language, and the rest I spent in this place, with a great deal of uneasiness, for here we cannot enjoy ourselves, either at play or in visiting the ladies, but is presently carried to the curate's ears, who takes public notice of it in the pulpit. His zeal goes so far as even to name the persons, and since he refuses the sacrament of the Holy Supper to ladies of quality upon the most slender pretenses, you may easily guess at the other steps of his indiscretion. You cannot imagine to what a pitch these ecclesiastical lords have screwed their authority. They excommunicate all the masks, and wherever they spy 'em, they run after 'em to uncover their faces, and abuse 'em in a reproachful manner. In fine, they have a more watchful eye over the conduct of the girls and married women than their fathers and husbands have. They cry out against those that do not receive the sacrament once a month, and at Easter they oblige all sorts of persons to give in bills to their confessors. They prohibit and burn all the books that treat of any other subject but devotion. When I think of this tyranny, I cannot but be enraged at the impertinent zeal of the curate of this city. This inhumane fellow came one day to my lodging, and finding the romance of the adventures of Petronius upon my table, he fell upon it with an unimaginable fury, and tore out almost all the leaves. This book I valued more than my life, because 'twas not castrated, and indeed I was so provoked when I saw it all in rack, that if my landlord had not held me, I had gone immediately to that turbulent pastor's house, and would have plucked out the hairs of his beard with as little mercy as he did the leaves of my book. These animals cannot content themselves with the studying of men's actions, but they must likewise dive into their thoughts. By this sketch, sir, you may judge what a pleasant life we lead here. The 30th of the last March, the ice melted, and the river being then open, I was sent with a small detachment to Chambly, for commonly the sun resumes its vigor here much about that time. Chambly stands on the brink of a basin, about 5 or 6 leagues off this place. That basin is 2 leagues in circumference, and receives the lake of Champlain, by a waterfall that is 1.5 leagues in length, out of which there arises a river that disembourges at Sorel into the river of St. Lawrence, as I intimated above in my 4th letter. In former time, this place had a great trade in beaver skins, which is now decayed, for the Sokokis, the Mahingans, and the Openangus used formerly to resort thither in shoals, to exchange their furs for other goods, but at present they are retired to the English colonies, to avoid the pursuit of the Iroquois. The Champlain Lake, which lies above that waterfall, is 80 leagues in circumference. At the end of this lake we met with another, called S. Sacrament, by which one may go very easily to New York, there being but a land carriage of 2 leagues from thence to the river du Fer, which falls into the Manasseh. While I was at Chambly, I saw 2 canoes loaded with beaver skins pass privately by that way, and 'twas thought that they were sent thither by Mr. de la Barre, This smuggling way of trade is expressly prohibited, for they are obliged to carry these skins before the office of the company, where they are rated at 160%, less than the English buy them at their colonies. But the little fort that stands at the bottom of the waterfall, upon the brink of the basin of Chambly, being only single palisades, it cannot hinder people to pass that way, especially considering that the prospect of so great a profit renders the passengers the more daring. The inhabitants of the adjacent villages are very much exposed to the incursions of the Iroquois in time of war. Notwithstanding the weakness of the fort, I continued in that place a month and a half, and then I returned hither, where Mr. de la Barre arrived some days after, being accompanied with Mr. Henaut, Mr. Mortourtier, and Mr. du Riveau. Much about the same day, there arrived 25 or 30 canoes, belonging to the coureurs de bois, being homeward bound from the Great Lakes and laden with beaver skins. The cargo of each canoe amounted to 40 packs, each of which weighs 50 pounds and will fetch 50 crowns at the farmer's office. These canoes were followed by 50 more of the Ottawas and Hurons, who come down every year to the colony, in order to make a better market than they can do in their own country of Missilimakinac, which lies on the bank of the Lake of Hurons, at the mouth of the Lake of the Illinois. Their way of trading is as follows. Upon their first arrival, they encamp at the distance of 500 or 600 paces from the town. The next day is spent in ranging their canoes, unloading their goods, and pitching their tents, which are made of birch bark. The next day after, they demand audience of the Governor General, which is granted them that same day in a public place. Upon this occasion, each nation makes a ring for itself. The savages sit upon the ground with their pipes in their mouths, and the governor is seated in an armed chair, after which there starts up an orator or speaker from one of these nations, who makes an harangue, importing that his brethren are come to visit the Governor General, and to renew with him their wonted friendship, that their chief view is to promote the interest of the French, some of whom, being unacquainted with the way of traffic, and being too weak for the transporting of goods from the lakes, would be unable to deal in beaver skins, if his brethren did not come in person to deal with them in their own colonies, that they know very well how acceptable their arrival is to the inhabitants of Montreal, in regard of the advantage they reap by it, that in regard the beaver skins are much valued in France, and the French goods given in exchange are of an inconsiderable value. They mean to give the French sufficient proof of their readiness to furnish them with what they desire so earnestly, that by way of preparation for another year's cargo, they are come to take in exchange fuses, powder, and ball, in order to hunt great numbers of beavers, or to gall the Iroquois, in case they offer to disturb the French settlements. And, in fine, that in confirmation of their words, they throw a porcelain collier with some beaver skins to the Kichi Okima, so they call the Governor General, whose protection they lay claim to in case of any robbery or abuse committed upon them in the town. The spokesman, having made an end of his speech, returns to his place and takes up his pipe, and then the interpreter explains the substance of the harangue to the governor, who commonly gives a very civil answer, especially if the present be valuable, in consideration of which he likewise makes them a present of some trifling things. This done, the savages rise up and return to their huts to make suitable preparations for the ensuing truck. The next day, the savages make their slaves carry the skins to the houses of the merchants, who bargain with them for such clothes as they want. All the inhabitants of Montreal are allowed to traffic with them in any commodity but wine and brandy, these two being accepted upon the account that when the savages have got what they wanted and have any skins left, they drink to excess and they kill their slaves. For when they are in drink, they quarrel and fight, and if they were not held by those who are sober, would certainly make havoc one of another. However, you must observe that none of them will touch either gold or silver, 'Tis a comical sight to see 'em running from shop to shop, stark naked, with their bow and arrow. The nicer sort of women are wont to hold their fans before their eyes, to prevent their being frightened with the view of their ugly parts. But these merry companions, who know the brisk she-merchants as well as we, are not wanting in making an offer, which is sometimes accepted of, when the present is of good metal. If we may credit the common report, there are more than one or two of the ladies of this country whose constancy and virtue has held out against the attacks of several officers, and at the same time vouchsafed a free access to these nasty lechers. 'Tis presumed their compliance was the effect of curiosity rather than of any nice relish, for, in a word, the savages are neither brisk nor constant. But whatever is in the matter, the women are the most excusable upon this head, that such opportunities are very unfrequent. As soon as the savages have made an end of their truck, they take leave of the governor, and so return home by the river of Ottawas. To conclude, they did a great deal of good both to the poor and rich, for you will readily apprehend that everybody turns merchant upon such occasions. I am, sir, yours, etc. Letter 9. Dated at Boucherville, October 2, 1685. Being an account of the commerce and trade of Montreal, of the arrival of the Marquis of Denonville with some troops, and of the recalling of Mr. de la Barre, with a curious description of certain licenses for trading in beaver skins in the remote countries. Sir, I received your second letter 3 weeks ago, but could not send a speedier answer, by reason that none of our ships have yet set sail for France. Since you want to know the nature of the trade of Montreal, be pleased to take the following account. Almost all the merchants of that city act only on the behalf of the Quebec merchants whose factors they are. The barks which carry thither dry commodities as well as wine and brandy are but few in number, but then they make several voyages in 1 year from the one city to the other. The inhabitants of the island of Montreal and the adjacent cantons repair twice a year to the city of Montreal, where they buy commodities 50% dearer than at Quebec. The savages of the neighboring countries, whether settled or erratic, carry thither the skins of beavers, elks, caribou, foxes, and wildcats, all which they truck for fuses, powder, lead, and other necessaries. There everyone is allowed to trade, and indeed 'tis the best place for the getting of an estate in a short time. All the merchants have such a perfect good understanding one with another, that they all sell at the same price. But when the inhabitants of the country find their prices exorbitant, they raise their commodities in proportion. The gentlemen that have a charge of children, especially daughters, are obliged to be good husbands, in order to bear the expense of the magnificent clothes with which they are set off. For pride, vanity, and luxury reign as much in New France as in Old France. In my opinion, 'twould do well if the king would order commodities to be rated at a reasonable price, and prohibit the selling of gold and silver brocados, fringes, and ribbons, as well as points and rich laces. The Marquis of Denonville is come to succeed Mr. de la Barre in the quality of Governor General, for the king has recalled Mr. de la Barre upon the accusation laid against him by his enemies. To be sure, you who are in France know better than I that Mr. Denonville was maitre de camp to the Queen's regiment of dragoons, which place he sold to Mr. Mercy, when the king bestowed this government upon him, and that he brought with him some companies of marines, besides his lady and his children, for it seems the danger and inconveniencies that attend such a long and troublesome voyage made no impression upon her. This governor stayed at first some weeks at Quebec, after which he came to Montreal, with 500 or 600 men of regular troops, and sent back the captains Hainaut, Montortier, and Duriveau, with several other officers. His army is now in winter quarters, all round Montreal. My quarters are at a place called Boucherville, which lies at the distance of 3 leagues from Montreal. I have been here 15 days, and in all appearance shall live more happily than in the town, abating for the solitude, for at least I shall have no other opposition to encounter in the case of balls, gaming, and feasting, but the zealous freaks of a silly priest. I am informed that the governor has given orders to complete the fortifications of Montreal, and is now ready to embark for Quebec, where our governors commonly pass the winter. The savages I spoke of in my last met the Iroquois upon the great river of the Ottawas, who informed them that the English were making preparations to transport to their villages in Missilimakinac better and cheaper commodities than those they had from the French. This piece of news did equally alarm the gentlemen, the peddlers called coureurs de bois, and the merchants, who, at that rate, would be considerable losers. For you must know that Canada subsists only upon the trade of skins or furs, 3/4 of which come from the people that live round the Great Lakes, so that if the English should put such a design in execution, the whole country would suffer by it, especially considering that would sink certain licenses, an account of which will be proper in this place. These licenses are granted in writing by the governors general to poor gentlemen and old officers who have a charge of children. They are disposed of by the king's orders, and the design of them is to enable such persons to send commodities to these lakes. The number of the persons thus empowered ought not to exceed 25 in 1 year, but God knows how many more have private licenses. All other persons, of what quality or condition soever, are prohibited to go or send to these lakes without such licenses, under the pain of death. Each license extends to the lading of 2 great canoes, and whoever procures a whole or half license for himself may either make use of it himself or sell it to the highest bidder. Commonly they are bought at 600 crowns apiece. Those who purchase them are at no trouble in finding peddlers or forest rangers to undertake the long voyages, which fetch the most considerable gains, and commonly extend to a year, and sometimes more. The merchants put into the 2 canoes stipulated in the license 6 men with 1,000 crowns worth of goods, which are rated to the peddlers at 15%, more than what they are sold for in ready money in the colony. When the voyage is performed, this sum of 1,000 crowns commonly brings in 700% clear profit, and sometimes more, sometimes less, for these sparks, called coureurs de bois, bite the savages most dexterously, and the lading of 2 canoes, computed at 1,000 crowns, is a purchase for as many beaver skin as will load 4 canoes. Now, 4 canoes will carry 160 packs of skins, that is, 40 apiece, and reckoning each pack to be worth 50 crowns, the value of the whole amounts to 8,000 crowns. As to the repartition of this extravagant profit, 'tis made after the following manner. In the first place, the merchant takes out of the whole bulk 600 crowns for the purchase of his license, then 1,000 crowns for the prime cost of the exported commodities. After this, there remains 6,400 crowns of surplusage, out of which the merchant takes 40% for bottomry, which amounts to 5,560 crowns, and the remainder is divided equally among the 6 coureurs de bois, who get little more than 600 crowns apiece, and indeed I must say 'tis fairly earned, for their fatigue is inconceivable. In the meantime, you must remark that over and above the foregoing profit, the merchant gets 25% upon his beaver skins by carrying them to the office of the farmers general, where the price of 4 sorts of beaver skins is fixed. If the merchant sells these skins to any private man in the country for ready money, he is paid in the current money of the country, which is of less value than the bills of exchange that the director of that office draws upon Rochelle or Paris, for there they are paid in French livres, which are 20 sols, whereas a Canada livre is but 15 sols. This advantage of 25% is called le bénéfice, but take notice that 'tis only to be had upon beaver skins. For if you pay to a Quebec merchant 400 Canada livres in silver, and take from him a bill of exchange upon his correspondent in France, his correspondent will pay no more than 300 French livres, which is a just equivalent. This is the last intelligence I shall give you for this year, which has already brought in a very cold autumn. The Quebec ships must set sail in the middle of November, pursuant to the wonted custom. I am, Sir, yours, etc. Letter 10. Dated at Boucherville, July 8, 1686. Relating the arrival of Mr. de Champigny in the room of Mr. de Mol, who is recalled to France, the arrival of the troops that came along with him, the curiosity of the rackets, and the way of hunting elks, with a description of that animal. Sir, though I have not heard from you this year, yet I will not slight this opportunity of writing to you. Some ships from France are arrived at Quebec, and have brought over Mr. de Champigny Nourou, with some companies of marines. He comes to supply the place of Mr. de Mol, whom the king recalls upon the unjust complaints that are made of him. He is charged with preferring his private interest to the public good, but the charge is false, and he will easily clear himself. I am apt to believe he may have carried on some underhand commerce, but in so doing he injured nobody. Nay, on the contrary, he has procured bread for 1,000 poor creatures that without his assistance would have starved for hunger. This new intendant is descended of one of the most illustrious families of the robe in France. He is said to be a man of honor, and fame entitles his lady to a distinguished merit. I understand he and Mr. Denonville are bound speedily for Montreal, where they mean to take a review of the inhabitants of this island and of the neighboring cantons. Probably they take such precautions in order to some new effort against the Iroquois. Last winter we had no new occurrences in the colony. I spent the whole winter at the hunting of orignals or elks along with the savages, whose language I am learning, as I have intimated to you several times. The hunting of elks is performed upon the snow with such rackets as you see designed in the annexed cut. These rackets are 2.5 feet long and 14 inches broad. Their ledges are made of a very hard wood, about an inch thick, that fastens the net just like a tennis racket, from which they differ only in this, that those for the tennis are made of gut strings, whereas the other are made of little thongs of the skins of harts or elks. In the cut, you may perceive 2 little spars of wood, which run across to render the net firmer and stiffer. The hole that appears by the 2 latchets is the place in which they put the toes and forepart of the foot, so that it's tied fast by the 2 latchets, which run twice around about the heel, and every step they make upon the snow, the forepart of the foot sinks into that hole as often as they raise their heel. By the help of this contrivance, they walk faster upon the snow than one can do with shoes upon a beaten path. And indeed 'tis so necessary for them that 'twould be otherwise impossible not only to hunt and range the woods, but even to go to church, notwithstanding they are so near. For commonly the snow is 3 or 4 foot deep in that country during the winter. Being obliged to march 30 or 40 leagues in the woods in pursuit of the above-mentioned animals, I found that the fatigue of the journey equaled the pleasure of it. The orignal is a sort of elk, not much different from that we find in Muscovy. 'Tis as big as an Auvergne moil, and much of the same shape, abating for its muzzle, its tail, and its great flat horns, which weigh sometimes 300 and sometimes 400 weight, if we may credit those who pretend to have weighed them. This animal usually resorts to planted countries. Its hair is long and brown, and the skin is strong and hard, but not thick. The flesh of the orignal, especially that of the female sort, eats deliciously, and 'tis said that the far hind foot of the female kind is a cure for the falling sickness, It neither runs nor skips, but its trot will almost keep up with the running of a hart. The savages assure us that in summer 'twill trot 3 days and 3 nights without intermission. This sort of animals commonly gather into a body towards the latter end of autumn, and the herds are largest in the beginning of the spring, at which time the she ones are in rutting, but after their heat is over, they all disperse themselves. We hunted them in the following manner. First of all, we went 40 leagues to the northward of the river of St. Lawrence, where we found a little lake of 3 or 4 leagues in circumference, and upon the banks of that lake we made huts for ourselves of the bark of trees, having first cleared the ground of the snow that covered it. In our journey thither, we killed as many hares and wood hens as we could eat. When we had fitted up our huts, the savages went out upon the discovery of the elks, some to the northward and some to the south, to the distance of 2 or 3 leagues from the huts. As soon as they discovered any fresh footsteps, they detached one of their number to give us notice, to the end that the whole company might have the pleasure of seeing the chase. We traced these footsteps, sometimes for 1 and sometimes for 2 leagues, and then fell in with 5, 10, 15 or 20 elks in a body, which presently betook themselves to flight, whether apart or in a body, and sunk into the snow up to their breast. Where the snow was hard and condensated, or where the frost following wet weather had glazed it above, we came up with them after the chase of a quarter of a league. But when the snow was soft or just fallen, we were forced to pursue them 3 or 4 leagues before we could catch them, unless the dogs happened to stop them where the snow was very deep. When we came up with them, the savages fired upon them with fuses. If the elks be much enraged, they'll sometimes turn upon the savages, who cover themselves with boughs in order to keep off their feet, with which they would crush them to pieces. As soon as they are killed, the savages make new huts upon the spot, with great fires in the middle, while the slaves are employed in slaying them, and stretching out the skins in the open air. One of the soldiers that accompanied me told me one day that to withstand the violence of the cold, one ought to have his blood composed of brandy, his body of brass, and his eyes of glass. And I must say, he had some ground for what he spoke, for we were forced to keep a fire all round us all the night long. As the flesh of these animals lasts, the savages seldom think of steering, but when 'tis all consumed, they then look out for a new discovery. Thus they continue to hunt till the snow and the ice are melted. As soon as the great thaw commences, 'tis impossible for them to travel far, so that they content themselves with the killing of hares and partridges, which are very numerous in the woods. When the rivers are clear of the ice, they make canoes of the elk skins, which they sew together very easily, covering the seams with a fat sort of earth instead of pitch. This work is over in 4 or 5 days' time, after which they return home in the canoes with all their baggage. This, sir, was our diversion for 3 months in the woods. We took 66 elks, and might have killed twice as many if we had hunted for the benefit of the skins. In the summer season, the savages have 2 ways of killing them, both of which are equally troublesome. One consists in hanging a rope gin between 2 trees, upon a pass surrounded with thorns. The other is compassed by crawling like snakes among the trees and thickets, and approaching to them upon the leeward side, so that they may be shot with a fuse. Harts and caribous are killed both in summer and winter, after the same manner with the elks, excepting that the caribons, which are a kind of wild asses, make an easy escape when the snow is hard, by virtue of their broad feet, whereas the elk sinks as fast as he rises. In fine, I am so well pleased with the hunting of this country that I have resolved to employ all my leisure time upon that exercise. The savages have promised that in 3 months' time I shall see other sorts of chases, which will prove less fatiguing and more agreeable. I am, sir, yours, etc. Letter 11, dated at Boucherville, May 28, 1687. Being a curious description of the hunting of diverse animals. Sir, You complain that the last year you received but one of my letters, dated July 8, and with the same breath assure me that you writ two to me, neither of which is come to hand. I received a letter from you this day, which is so much the more acceptable, that I thought you had been dead, and that I find you continue to give proof of your remembrance of me. I find by your letter that you have an agreeable relish for the curious elk hunting in this country, and that a further account of our other hunting adventures would meet with a welcome reception. This curiosity indeed is worthy of so great a huntsman as yourself, but at present I must beg your excuse as to the beaver hunting, for I know nothing of it yet but by hearsay. In the beginning of September, I set out in a canoe upon several rivers, marshes and pools that disembarge in the Champlain Lake, being accompanied with 30 or 40 of the savages that are very expert in shooting and hunting, and perfectly well acquainted with the proper places for finding waterfowl, deer, and other fallow beasts. The first post we took up was upon the side of a marsh, or fen, 4 or 5 leagues in circumference, and after we had fitted up our huts, the savages made huts upon the water in several places. These water huts are made of the branches and leaves of trees, and contain 3 or 4 men. For a decoy they have the skins of geese, bustards, and ducks, dried and stuffed with hay, the 2 feet being made fast with 2 nails to a small piece of a light plank, which floats round the hut. This place being frequented by wonderful numbers of geese, ducks, bustards, teals, and an infinity of other fowl unknown to the Europeans. When these fowls see the stuffed skins swimming with the heads erected, as if they were alive, they repair to the same place, and so give the savages an opportunity of shooting them, either flying or upon the water, after which the savages get into their canoes and gather them up. They have likewise a way of catching them with nets, stretched upon the surface of the water at the entries of the rivers. In a word, we eat nothing but waterfowl for 15 days, after which we resolved to declare war against the turtle doves, which are so numerous in Canada that the bishop has been forced to excommunicate them oftener than once upon the account of the damage they do to the product of the earth. With that view, we embarked and made towards a meadow, in the neighborhood of which the trees were covered with that sort of fowl, more than with leaves. For just then 'twas the season in which they retire from the northern countries and repair to the southern climates, and one would have thought that all the turtle doves upon earth had chose to pass through this place. For the 18 or 20 days that we stayed there, I firmly believe that 1,000 men might have fed upon them heartily, without putting themselves to any trouble. You must know that through the middle of this meadow there runs a brook, upon which I and 2 young savages shot several snipes, rails, and a certain sort of fowl called bateur de faux, which is as big as a quail, and eats very deliciously. In the same place we killed some muskrats, or a sort of animals that resemble a rat in their shape, and are as big as a rabbit. The skins of these rats are very much valued, as differing but little from those of beavers. Their testicles smell so strong of musk that no civet or antelope that Asia affords can boast of such a strong and sweet smell. We spied them in the mornings and evenings, at which time they usually appear upon the water with the nose to the windward, and betray themselves to the huntsman by the curling of the water. The futero, which are an amphibious sort of little polecats, are catched after the same manner. I was likewise entertained upon this occasion with the killing of certain little beasts called sifflers or whistlers, with allusion to the wonted way of whistling or whizzing at the mouth of their holes in fair weather. They are as big as hares, but somewhat shorter. Their flesh is good for nothing, but their skins are recommended by their rarity. The savages gave me an opportunity of hearing one of these creatures whistle for an hour together, after which they shot it, to gratify the curiosity I had to see such diversity of animals. They made a diligent search for the holes or dents of the carcajou, and having found some, At the distance of 2 or 3 leagues from the fen upon which we were posted, they conducted me to the place. At the break of day, we planted ourselves round the holes, with our bellies upon the ground, and left some slaves to hold the dogs a musket shot behind us. As soon as these animals perceived daylight, they came out of their holes, which were immediately stopped up by the savages, and upon that the dogs fetched them up with ease. We saw but 2 of them, which made a vigorous defense against the dogs, but were strangled after a dispute of half an hour. These animals are not unlike a badger, only they are bigger and more mischievous. Though our dogs showed a great deal of courage in attacking the caribou, they betrayed their cowardice the next day in our encounter with a porcupine, which we spied upon a little tree. To obtain the pleasure of seeing the porcupine fall, we cut down the tree, but neither the dogs nor we durst go near it. The dogs only barked and jumped round it, for it darted its long and hard hair like so many bodkins, 3 or 4 paces off. At last we pelted it to death, and put it upon the fire to burn off its darts, after which we scalded it like a pig, took out the entrails, and roasted it. But though 'twas very fat, I could not relish it so well as to comply with the assertion of the natives, who allege that it eats as well as a capon or a partridge. After the turtle doves had all passed over the place, in quest of their southern retreats, the savages offered to send some of their number with canoes to conduct me home, before the rivers and lakes were frozen over. For themselves were to tarry out for the elk hunting, and they imagined that the cold and hardship attending that exercise had made me sick of it the year before. However, we had then a month good before the commencement of the frost, and in that interval of time, they preferred to entertain me with more diverting game than any I had seen before. They proposed to go 15 or 16 leagues further up the country, assuring me that they knew of a certain place that had the most advantageous situation in the world, both for pleasure and profit, and that afforded great plenty of otters, of the skins of which they meant to make a great cargo. Accordingly, we pulled down our huts, and having embarked in our canoes, sailed up the river, till we came to a little lake of 2 leagues in circumference, at the end of which we saw another greater lake, divided from this by an isthmus of 150 paces in length. We pitched our huts at the distance of a league from that isthmus, and some of the savages fished for trouts, while the rest were employed in laying traps for the otters upon the brinks of the lake. These traps are made of 5 stakes placed in the form of an oblong quadrangle, so as to make a little chamber, the door of which is kept up and supported by a stake. To the middle of this stake they tie a string which passes through a little fork, and has a trout well fastened to the end of it. Now, when the otter comes on shore and sees this bait, he puts above half his body into that fatal cage in order to swallow the fish. But he no sooner touches that the string to which 'tis made fast pulls away the stake that supports the door, upon which an heavy and loaded door falls upon his reins and quashes him. During our pilgrimage in that part of the country, the savages took above 250 Canada otters, the skins of which are infinitely prettier than those of Muscovy or Sweden. The best of them, which are not worth 2 crowns in this place, are sold in France for 4 or 5, and sometimes for 10, if they are black and very rough. As soon as the savages had set their traps, they gave orders to their slaves to go round the lake every morning, in order to take out the amphibious animals. After that, they conducted me to the above-mentioned isthmus, where I was surprised to see a sort of a park or fence made of trees, felled one upon another, and interlaced with thorns and branches, with a quadrangular enclosure of stakes at the end of it, the entry of which was very narrow. They gave me to know that they used to hunt harts in that place, and promised to divert me with the shoe as soon as the enclosures were a little mended. In effect, they carried me 2 or 3 leagues off, upon such roads as had nothing on either side but fens and marshes, and after they had dispersed themselves, some on one hand and some on the other, with a dog for every man, I saw a great many harts running to and again in quest of places of safety, and the savage that I kept company with assured me that he and I had no occasion to walk very fast, because he had took the straightest and the nearest road. Before us we saw above 10 hearts, which were forced to turn back rather than throw themselves into the marsh, of which they could never get clear. At last, after walking a great pace and running now and then, we arrived at the park, and found the savages lying flat upon the ground all round it. In order to shut up the entry of the stake enclosure as soon as the hearts entered, we find 35 hearts in the place, and if the park had been better fenced, we might have had above 60, for the nimblest and lightest of them skipped over before they came to enter the enclosure. We killed a great many of them, but spared the dams, because they were great with young. I asked of the savages the tongues and the marrow of the hearts, which they gave me very readily. The flesh was very fat, but not delicious, excepting some few bits about the ribs. But after all, this was not our only game. For 2 days after, we went a bear hunting, and the savages who spend 3 parts of 4 of their life in hunting in the woods are very dexterous at that exercise, especially in singling out the trunks of the trees upon which the bears nestle. I could not but admire their knowledge in that point, when, as we were walking up and down in a forest, at the distance of 100 paces one from another, I heard one savage call to another, "Here's a bear." I asked him how he knew that there was a bear upon the tree which he knocked with his axe, and they all replied that 'twas as easily distinguished as the print of an elk's foot in the snow. For 5 or 6 times they never missed, for after they had knocked 2 or 3 times upon the trunk of the tree, the bear came out of its hole, and was presently shot. The Canada bears are extreme black, but not mischievous, for they never attack one, unless they be wounded or fired upon. They are so fat, especially in the autumn, that they can scarce walk. Those which we killed were extreme fat, but their fat is good for nothing but to be burnt, whereas their flesh, and above all their feet, are very nice victuals. The savages affirm that no flesh is so delicious as that of bears, and indeed I think they are in the right of it. While we ranged up and down in quest of bears, we had the pleasure of spying some martins and wildcats upon the branches of the trees, which the savages shot in the head to preserve their skin. But the most comical thing I saw was the stupidity of the woodhens, which sit upon the trees in whole flocks, and are killed one after another, without ever offering to stir. Commonly the savages shoot at them with arrows, for they say they are not worth a shot of powder, which is able to kill an elk or an hart. I have plied this sort of fowling in the neighborhood of our cantons or habitations in the winter time, with the help of a dog who found out the trees by scent, and then barked, upon which I approached to the tree, and found the fowls upon the branches. When the thaw came, I went 2 or 3 leagues further up the lake, in company with some Canadese, on purpose to see that fowl flap with its wings. Believe me, sir, this sight is one of the greatest curiosities in the world, for their flapping makes a noise much like that of a drummel about, for the space of a minute or thereabouts. Then the noise ceases for half a quarter of an hour, after which it begins again. By this noise we were directed to the place where the unfortunate moorhens sat, and found them upon rotten mossy trees. By flapping one wing against the other, they mean to call their mates, and the humming noise that ensues thereupon may be heard half a quarter of a league off. This they do only in the months of April, May, September, and October, and, which is very remarkable, a moorhen never flaps in this manner but upon one tree. It begins at the break of day, and gives over at 9 o'clock in the morning, till about an hour before sunset, that it flutters again, and continues so to do till night. I protest to you that I have frequently contented myself with seeing and admiring the flapping of their wings without offering to shoot at them. Besides the pleasure of so many different sorts of diversion, I was likewise entertained in the woods with the company of the honest old gentleman that lived in former ages. Honest Omer, the amiable Anacreon, and my dear Lucian were my inseparable companions. Aristotle too desired passionately to go along with us, but my canoe was too little to hold his bulky equipage of peripatetic syllogisms, so that he was even fain to trudge back to the Jesuits, who vouchsafed him a very honorable reception. I had a great deal of reason to rid myself of that great philosopher's company, for his ridiculous jargon and his senseless terms would have frightened the savages out of their wits. Farewell, sir. I am now arrived at once at the end of my game and my letter. I have heard no news from Quebec, where they continue to make mighty preparations for some considerable enterprise. Time will discover a great many things, an account of which I mean to transmit to you by the ships that are to leave this harbor in the end of autumn. I conclude with my usual compliment. Yours, etc. Letter 12. Dated at St. Helens over against Montreal, June 8, 1687. The Chevalier de Vaudreuil arrives in Canada with some troops. Both the regular troops and the militia are posted at St. Helens,
in a readiness to march against the Iroquois.
Sir, I have such a budget full of news that I know not where to begin. I received letters, but now from Mr. Senelay's office, by which I have advised that orders are sent to Mr. Denonville to allow me to go for France upon my private concerns. No longer since than yesterday he told me I should have leave to go after the campaign is over. My relations write that the procuring of this letter cost them a great deal of pains,
and that the sooner I come to Paris, 'twould be the better for me.
The governor arrived at Montreal 3 or 4 days ago, with all the militia of the country, who lie now encamped along with our troops in that island. Mr. Diablemont has been at Quebec this month, with 5 or 6 second-rate ships, having sailed from Rochelle thither in 28 days.
He brought over with him 10 or 12 companies of Marines, who are to guard the colony while we invade the Iroquois country.
'Tis said that last year Mr. Denonville sent several Canadese that were known and esteemed by the savages, our allies, who live upon the banks of the lakes and the adjacent countries,
with orders to engage them to favor our design of extirpating the Iroquois.
In the winter, he made magazines of ammunition and provisions, and now he has sent several canoes laden with provisions to Fort Frontenac, and given orders for the building of an infinite number of such boats as I described in my 4th letter for the transporting of our 20 companies of Marines. The militia, who are encamped in this island along with our troops, make 1,500 men and are joined by 500 of the converted savages that live in the neighborhood of Quebec and the island of Montreal. The Chevalier Vaudreuil, who is come from France to command our troops, is resolved to appear in the field, notwithstanding the fatigue of his passage to Canada, and the governor of Montreal is of the same mind. Mr. de Champigny, the intendant of this country, went from hence to Fort Frontenac 2 days ago. The day after tomorrow, Mr. de Denonville means to march at the head of his little army,
being accompanied with an ancient Iroquois that is very much respected by the 5 cantons.
The history and various adventures of this old gentleman are too tedious to bear a relation in this place. Everybody is apprehensive that this expedition will prove as successless as that of Mr. de la Barre, and if their apprehensions are not disappointed, the king lays out his money to no purpose. For my part, when I reflect upon the attempt we made 3 years ago, I can't but think it impossible for us to succeed. Time will discover the consequences of this expedition, and perhaps we may come to repent, though too late, of our complying with the advice of some disturbers of the public peace, who project to enlarge their private fortunes in a general commotion.
I lay this down for an uncontested truth, that we are not able to destroy the Iroquois by ourselves.
Besides, what occasion have we to trouble them, since they give us no provocation? However, let the event be what it will, I shall not fail upon my return to transmit you a journal of our actions, unless it be that I embark for Rochelle and deliver it myself. In the meantime, believe me to be, Sir, yours, etc.
Letter 13. Dated at Niagara, August 2, 1687.
representing the unfavorable issue of the campaign made in the Iroquois country, the discovery of an ambuscade, and the issuing of orders for the author to march with a detachment to the Great Lakes. Sir, it has been a maxim in all ages that the events of things are not always answerable to men's expectations. When men form to themselves a promising prospect of compassing their ends, they frequently meet with the mortification of seeing themselves disappointed. This I speak by way of application to myself, for instead of going for France, pursuant to the contents of the letter I writ to you 2 months ago, I am now obliged to struggle to one end of the world, as you'll find by the following journal of our expedition. We broke up from St. Helens, much about the time I spoke of in my last. Mr. de Champigny went before us with a strong guard, and arrived in a canoe at Fort Frontenac 8 or 10 days before we came up. As soon as he arrived, he sent 200 or 300 Canadais to surprise the villages of Kente and Ganus, which lie at the distance of 7 or 8 leagues from the fort, and are inhabited by a sort of Iroquois that deserved no other usage than what they met with. Our Canadais had no great difficulty in mastering them, for they surprised them when they least thought of any alarm, and brought them prisoners to Fort Frontenac, where they were tied to posts with cords round their necks, hands, and feet. We arrived at the fort on the 1st of July after the encountering of several difficulties among the waterfalls, cataracts, and currents that I formerly described to you in my account of Mr. de la Barre's expedition. We were more perplexed in this voyage than the former, for our boats were so heavy that we could not transport them over land as we did the canoes, but were obliged to drag them up through the impracticable passes with the force of men and ropes. Immediately upon our debarking, I went straight to the fort, where I saw the miserable prisoners in the above-mentioned posture. The sight of this piece of tyranny filled me at once with compassion and horror, but in the meantime the poor wretches sung night and day, that being the customary practice of the people of Canada when they fall into the hands of their enemies. They complained that they were betrayed without any ground, that in compensation for the care they had took ever since the peace to furnish the garrison with fish and venison, they were bound and tied to posts and whipped in such a manner that they could neither sleep nor guard off the flies, that the only requital they met with for procuring to the French a commerce in the skins of beavers and other animals was to be doomed to slavery, and to see their fathers and the ancient men of their country murdered before their eyes. "Are these the French," said they, "that the Jesuits cried up so much for men of probity and honor?" Even the cruelest sort of death that imagination itself can reach would be nothing to us in comparison with the odious and horrible spectacle of the blood of our ancestors that is shed so inhumanely before our eyes. Assuredly, the 5 villages will revenge our quarrel, and entertain an everlasting and just resentment of the tyrannical usage we now meet with. I made up to one of these wretches, that was about 25 years old, and had frequently regaled me in his hut, not far from the fort, during my 6 weeks' service in that place in the year of Mr. de la Barre's expedition. This poor man, being master of the Algonquin language, I gave him to know that I was heartily grieved to see him in that dismal posture, that I would take care to have victuals and drink conveyed to him twice a day, and would give him letters for my friends at Montreal, in order to his being used more favorably than his companions. He replied that he saw and was very well acquainted with the horror that most of the French were affected with, upon the view of the cruelty they underwent, and that he scorned to be fed, or used more civilly than his fellow prisoners. He gave me an account of the manner in which they were surprised, and how their ancestors were massacred, and truly, I do not believe that anyone can be touched with more cutting and bitter reflections than this poor man was, when he recounted the many services he had done the French during the whole course of his life. At last, after many sighs and groans, he bowed down his head, and wrapped himself up in silence. Quaque protest narrat, restavant ultima flevit. But this was not the only thing that affected me. When I beheld the misery of these innocent creatures, I saw some young savages of our side burn their fingers with fire in their lighted pipes, which provoked me to thresh them soundly. But I was severely reprimanded for my pains, and confined to my tent for 5 or 6 days, where I only repented that I had not dealt my blows in a double measure. These savages resented the matter so highly that they ran presently to their huts and flew to their fuses in order to kill me. Nay, all that could be done was scarce sufficient to appease them, for the dispute came to that height that they would have left us if it had not been that our men assured them I was drunk, that all the French were prohibited to give me either wine or brandy, and that I should certainly be imprisoned as soon as the campaign were over. However, the poor wretches, the prisoners, were carried to Quebec, from whence they are to be sent to the French galleys. Much about that time, the Sieur de la Forest, one of the Mr. de la Salle's officers, arrived at the fort in a great canoe, being conducted thither by 8 or 10 coureurs de bois. He gave Mr. Denonville to understand that a party of the Illinois and the Omamis waited for the Hurons and the Ottawas at the lake of St. Clair in order to join them and to march with joint forces to the river of the Tsonnontouans, that being the place of their general rendezvous. He added that in the lake of the Hurons, near Missilimakinac, Mr. de la Durante, assisted by the savages, our allies, had taken an English company conducted by some Iroquois, who had 50,000 crowns worth of goods in their canoes, to be disposed of in exchange with the nations that dwell upon these lakes, as also that Mr. Dolhut had taken another English convoy, being assisted by the coureurs de bois and the savages who had shared the former capture, and that he had kept the English and Iroquois as prisoners, as well as their commander, who was called Major Gregory. In fine, he represented to Mr. de Denonville that 'twas high time for him to set out from Fort Frontenac, if he meant to appear at the general rendezvous where the auxiliary troops sent from the lakes would arrive very speedily. The next day, being the 3rd of July, the Sieur de la Forest embarked again for Niagara, and steered to the north side of the lake. At the same time we embarked and stood to the opposite side of the lake, being favored by the calms which in that month are very common. By good luck, our whole body arrived almost at one and the same time in the river of the Tsonnontouans, and upon that occasion the savages, our allies, who draw predictions from the most trifling accident, showed their wonted superstition in taking this for an infallible presage of the utter destruction of the Iroquois. Though after all they proved false prophets, as you will find by the sequel of this letter. The same night that we landed, we hauled our canoes and boats out of the water and set a strong guard upon them. This done, we built a fort of stakes or pales, where we left the Sieur d'Orviller with 400 men to guard our shipping and baggage. The next day, a young Canadese called Fontaine Marion was unjustly shot to death. His case stood thus. Having traveled frequently all over this continent, he was perfectly well acquainted with the country and with the savages of Canada, and after the doing of several good services to the king, desired leave from the governor-general to continue his travels in order to carry on some little trade, but his request was never granted. Upon that he resolved to remove to New England, the 2 crowns being then in peace. The planters of New England gave him a very welcome reception, for he was an active fellow, and one that understood almost all the languages of the savages. Upon this consideration, he was employed to conduct the 2 English convoys I spoke of but now, and had the misfortune to be taken along with them. Now, to my mind, the usage he met with from us was extreme hard, for we are in peace with England, and besides, that crown lays claim to the property of the lakes of Canada. The next day, we began our march towards the great village of the Tonontuans, without any other provisions than 10 biscuits a man, which everyone carried for himself. We had but 7 leagues to march, in a great wood of tall trees, upon a smooth, even ground. The coureur du bois, with a party of the savages, led the van, and the rest of the savages brought up the rear, our regular troops and our militia being posted in the middle. The first day the army marched 4 leagues, and the advanced guards made no discovery. The second day our advanced parties marched up to the very fields of the village without perceiving anything, though they passed within a pistol shot of 500 Sonontuans who lay flat upon the ground, and suffered them to pass and repass without molestation. Upon their intelligence we marched up with equal precipitation and confusion, being buoyed up with the apprehension that the Iroquois had fled, and then at least their women, children, and superannuated persons would fall into our hands. When we arrived at the bottom of the hill, upon which the ambuscade was placed at the distance of a quarter of a league from the village, they began to raise their wonted cry, which was followed by the firing of some muskets. Had you but seen, sir, what disorder our troops and militia were in amidst the thick trees, you would have joined with me in thinking that several thousands of Europeans are no more than a sufficient number to make head against 500 barbarians. Our battalions were divided into straggling parties, who fell into the right and left without knowing where they went.
Instead of firing upon the Iroquois,
we fired upon one another. 'Twas to no purpose to call in the soldiers of such and such a battalion, for we could not see 30 paces off. In fine, we were so disordered that the enemy were going to close in upon us with their clubs in their hands, when the savages on our side, having rallied, repulsed the enemy, and pursued them to their villages with so much fury that they brought off the heads of 80 and wounded a great many. In this action we lost 10 savages and 100 French. We had 20 or 22 wounded, in which number was the good Father Angeleran, the Jesuit, who received a musket shot in those parts with Origen chose to lop off, in order to qualify himself for instructing the fair sex without the disturbance of passion or the danger of scandal. When the savages brought in the heads of their enemies to Mr. de Denonville, they asked him why he halted and did not march up. He made answer that he could not leave his wounded men behind, and that he thought it proper to encamp,
that the surgeons might have time to dress their wounds.
To obviate this pretense, the savages offered to make litters for the transporting of them to the village that lay but a little way off. But our general did not approve of their advice, upon which, notwithstanding his remonstrances, they drew up into a body, and though they consisted of 10 different nations,
agreed in a joint resolution of pursuing their enemy,
in hope of taking at least their women, their old men, and their children. Our general, being acquainted with their resolution, gave them to know that he earnestly desired they would rest for one day, and not depart from his camp, and that the next day he would burn their villages, and starve them to death by spoiling their crops. But they took this compliment so ill that most of them returned to their own country, remonstrating that the French came out to fetch a walk rather than to wage war, since they would not take the advantage of the best opportunity in the world, that their ardor, like a flash of fire, was extinguished as soon as kindled, that 'twas a fruitless adventure to draw together so many warriors from all parts to burn some huts of bark that the enemy could rebuild in 4 days, that the Tonontuans did not matter the spoiling of their corn,
for that the other Iroquois nations were able to supply him,
and in fine, that since they had joined the French twice together to no purpose, they would never trust them for the future, in spite of all the remonstrances they could make. Some are of the opinion that Mr. de Denonville ought to have gone farther, and others affirm that 'twas impossible for him to do more than he did. For my part, I shall not venture upon any decision of the matter, Those who sit at the helm are most liable to be perplexed. To pursue the bare matter of fact, we marched next day to the great village and carried our wounded men upon litters, but we found nothing there but ashes,
for the Iroquois had burnt the village themselves by way of precaution.
Then we spent 5 or 6 days in cutting down the Indian corn with our swords. From thence we marched to the 2 little villages of the Thegarombis and the Danoncaritawi, which lay about 2 or 3 leagues off. Having done the like exploits there, we returned to the lakeside. In all these villages we found plenty of horses, black cattle, fowl and hogs. All the country round afforded us a very charming, pleasant and even prospect. The forests through which we marched were replenished with oak, walnut and wild chestnut trees. 2 days after we embarked for Niagara, which lay 30 leagues off, and arrived there in 4 days. As soon as the troops had debarked, we employed them in making a fort of pales with 4 bastions, which was finished in 3 days. Here we mean to leave 120 soldiers under the command of Mr. de Berger, with ammunitions and provisions for 8 months. The fort stands on the south side of the Strait of Herrier Lake, upon a hill at the foot of which the lake falls into the Lake of Frontenac. Yesterday, the savages, our allies, took leave of Mr. de Denonville and made a speech after their usual manner, in which, among other things, they insinuated that they were pleased to see a fort so conveniently placed, which might favor their retreat upon any expedition against the Iroquois, that they depend upon his promise of continuing the war till the 5 nations should be either destroyed or dispossessed of their country, that they earnestly desired that part of the army should take the field out of hand and continue in it both winter and summer, for that they would certainly do the same on their part, and in fine, that for as much as their alliance with France was chiefly grounded upon the promises the French made of listening to no proposals of peace till the 5 nations should be quite extirpated, they therefore hoped they would be as good as their word, especially considering that a cessation of arms would sully the honor of the French and infallibly disengage their allies. Mr. de Denonville gave them fresh assurances of his intention to carry on the war, in spite of all the efforts of the Iroquois, and, in a word, protested that he would prosecute this design so vigorously that in the end these barbarians should be either quite cut off or obliged to shift their seats. The general called for me that very day and acquainted me that in regard I understood the language of the savages, I was to go with a detachment to cover their country pursuant to their request. At the same time, he assured me he would inform the court of the reasons that moved him to detain me in Canada, notwithstanding that he had orders to give me leave to go home. You may easily guess, sir, that I was thunderstruck with these news, when I had set myself all along with the hopes of returning to France and promoting my interest, which is now so much thwarted. However, I was forced to be contented, for the greater power bears the sway all the world over. Pursuant to my orders, I made all suitable preparations for my voyage without loss of time. I took leave of my friends, who singled out the best soldiers for me, and made me presents of clothes, tobacco, books, and an infinity of other things, that they could spare without any inconveniency, because they were then upon their return to the colony, which affords everything that one can desire. By good luck, I brought my astrolabe with me from Montreal, which will enable me to take the latitudes of this lake and to make several other useful observations, for in all appearance I shall be out 2 years or such a matter. The men of my detachment are brisk, proper fellows, and my canoes are both new and large. I am to go along with Mr. Dolhut, a Lyons gentleman, who is a person of great merit, and has done his king and his country very considerable services. Mr. de Tonty makes another of our company, and the company of savages is to follow us. Mr. de Denonville will set out for the colony by the north side of the Lake of Frontenac in 2 or 3 days. He designs to leave at Fort Frontenac a number of men and ammunition equal to what he leaves here. I herewith transmit some letters for my relations, which I beg you would convey to their hands. If I meet with any opportunity, I'll send you a journal of my voyage the next year. In the meantime, I am, sir, yours, etc. Letter 14. Dated at Missilimakinac, May 26, 1688. The author leaves Niagara and has an encounter with the Iroquois at the end of the land carriage. The after part of his voyage, a description of the country. He arrives at Fort St. Joseph in the mouth of the Lake of Hurons. A detachment of the Hurons arrive at the same place. After an engagement, they set out for Missilimakinac, a strange adventure of Mr. de La Salle's brother. Missilimakinac described. Sir, I am at a loss to determine whether 'tis owing to stupidity or greatness of mind that the loss of my estate, which I infallibly foresee, does not at all affect me. Your letter is but too shrewd a confirmation of my prophecy. However, I cannot but pursue your seasonable advice in writing to court. In the meantime, suffer me to satisfy my promise in presenting you with a relation of my voyages. I embarked at Niagara August 3rd, on board a canoe manned with 8 soldiers of my detachment, and after running 3 leagues against the current of the strait, came that same day to the place where the navigation stops. There I met with the Sire Grisolon de la Tourette, brother to Mr. Dolhut, who had ventured to come from Missilimakinac with a single canoe to join the army. The 4th, we commenced our great land carriage to the southward, being obliged to transport our canoes from 1.5 leagues below the great fall of Niagara to 1/2 league above it. Before we got at any beaten or level path, we were forced to climb up 3 mountains, upon which 100 Iroquois might have knocked us all on the head with stones. While we were employed in this transport service, we were alarmed twice or thrice, which cautioned us to keep a strict guard and to transport our baggage with all possible expedition. Nay, after all our precautions, we were forced to leave 1/2 of our baggage about halfway, upon the discovery of 1,000 Iroquois that marched toward us. Do you judge, sir, if we had not some reason to be alarmed, and whether we would stand to sacrifice all to the natural principle of self-preservation, though indeed we were in danger of losing our lives as well as our baggage? For we had not embarked above the fall 1/4 of an hour when the enemy appeared upon the straight side. I assure you, I escaped very narrowly, for about 1/4 of an hour before, I and 3 or 4 savages had gone 500 paces out of our road to look upon that fearful cataract, and 'twas as much as I could do to get at the canoes before they put off. To be taken by such cruel fellows was to me no trifling thing. Il morir è niente, ma il vivere bruciando en troppo. To die is nothing, but to live in the midst of fire is too much. As for the waterfall of Niagara, 'tis 700 or 800 foot high and 1/2 league broad. Towards the middle of it we descry an island that leans towards the precipice, as if it were ready to fall. All the beasts that cross the water within 1/4 of a league above this unfortunate island are sucked in by the force of the stream, and the beasts and fish that are thus killed by the prodigious fall serve for food to 50 Iroquois, who are settled about 2 leagues off, and take them out of the water with their canoes. Between the surface of the water that shelves off prodigiously and the foot of the precipice, 3 men may cross in a breast without any other damage than a sprinkling of some few drops of water. To return to the story of the 1,000 Iroquois, I must tell you that we crossed the strait with all the vigor we were masters of, and after rowing all night, arrived next morning at the mouth of the lake, which appeared to be indifferent rapid. Then we were secure from all danger, for the Iroquois canoes are so dull and large that they cannot sail near so quick as those made of birch bark. The former are made of elm bark, which is very heavy, and their form is very awkward, for they are so long and broad that 30 men row in them, 2 abreast, whether sitting or standing, and the sides are so low that they dare not venture him upon the lakes, though the wind be very slack. We coasted along the north coast of the Lake of Erie, being favored by the calms, which are in a manner constant in that season, especially in the southern countries. Upon the brink of this lake, we frequently saw flocks of 50 or 60 turkeys, which run incredibly fast upon the sands, and the savages of our company killed great numbers of them, which they gave us in exchange for the fish that we catched. The 25th, we arrived at a long point of land which shoots out 14 or 15 leagues into the lake, and the heat being excessive, we chose to transport our boats and baggage 200 paces over land, rather than coast about for 35 leagues. September 6, we entered the strait of the Lake of Huron, where we met with a slack current of a half a league in breadth, that continued till we arrived in the Lake of St. Clair, which is 12 leagues in circumference. The 8th of the same month, we steered on to the other end, from whence we had but 6 leagues to run against the stream, till we arrived in the mouth of the Lake of Hurons, where we landed on the 14th. You cannot imagine the pleasant prospect of this strait, and of the little lake, for their banks are covered with all sorts of wild fruit trees. 'Tis true, the want of agriculture sinks the agreeableness of the fruit, but their plenty is very surprising. We spied no other animals upon the shore but herds of harts and roebucks, and when we came to the little islands, we scoured them in order to oblige these beasts to cross over to the continent, upon which they, offering to swim over, were knocked on the head by our canoemen that were planted all round the islands. After our arrival at the fort, of which I was ordered to take possession, Mr. Dolhut and Mr. de Tonty had a mind to rest themselves for some days, as well as the savages that accompanied us. This fort, which was built by Mr. Dolhut, was garrisoned upon his own charges by the Coureur de Bois, who had taken care to sow in it some bushels of turkey wheat, which afforded a plentiful crop that proved of great use to me. The garrison surrendered their post very cheerfully to my detachment, and then pursued their commerce with our savages, for every one had leave to go where he pleased. This gave me an opportunity of sending 2 canoes under a guard of soldiers to dispose of a great roll of tobacco of 200 weight that Mr. Dolhut had kindly presented me with. For that honest gentleman informed me that my soldiers might easily purchase corn in exchange for tobacco sooner than for any other commodities. I am obliged to him as long as I live, but I am much afraid the treasurer of the navy will make him no better compensation for this piece of service than for 1,000 other disbursements upon the king's account. The soldiers I sent with the tobacco returned in the latter end of November, and brought with them the Reverend Father Avenel, the Jesuit, who found no occasion to trouble himself with preaching up abstinence from meat in the time of Lent. They brought advice that a party of the Hurons, being prepared to march out of their villages to attack the Iroquois beaver hunters, would speedily repair to the fort to rest themselves. In the meantime, I waited with impatience for the arrival of one Turcotte and 4 more of the Coureur de Bois, who were to come to me in the beginning of December, along with some other huntsmen that Mr. de Denonville had promised to send me. But hearing nothing of them, and our commons being at that time very short, I should have been very much pinched if 4 young Canadas, who were expert huntsmen, had not tarried with me all winter. The above-mentioned party of the Hurons arrived December 2, being headed by one Saint-Suan, who left me his canoe and his baggage to keep till he returned, for he could not possibly continue his navigation longer upon the account that the surface of the water began then to be covered with ice. These savages chose to march overland to the fort of Niagara, where they expected to receive intelligence before they entered the country of the Iroquois. They marched 10 days, i.e. 50 leagues, without seeing one soul. But at last their scouts perceived the footsteps of some huntsmen, which they traced at a great pace for a whole night, the snow being then a foot deep. Towards the break of day they returned, and gave notice to their fellow adventurers that they had discovered 6 huts, with 10 men lodged in each of them. Upon this intelligence, the whole party made a halt in order to paint their faces, to prepare their arms, and to concert proper measures. The attack was so formed that 2 men made softly up to the 2 doors of the huts with their clubs in their hands, to knock down any one that offered to come out, while the rest were employed in firing their pieces. And the action was crowned with wonderful success, for the Iroquois being surprised and shut up in their bark prisons, there was but 2 out of 64 that made their escape, and these 2 being naked and destitute of firearms, could not but perish in the woods. 3 of the Hurons indeed were killed upon the spot, but to atone for that loss, the aggressors carried off 14 prisoners and 4 women. This done, they marched back to my fort with all possible expedition. Among the captive slaves, there were 3 who had made part of the number of the 1,000 Iroquois that thought to have surprised us the year before, when we were employed in the great land carriage at Niagara. They gave us to understand that the fort of Niagara was blocked up by 800 Iroquois, who meaned to appear before my posts without any delay. This troublesome piece of news galled me to the last degree, for fear of being reduced to extremities. And with that view, I was a very nice husband of what corn I had left. I was not apprehensive of being attacked by him, for the savages never fight fairly, neither do they ever attempt to pull up pelicidos. But I was afraid that they would starve us by cramping out huntsmen in their due range. However, the Hurons continuing 15 days in my fort to refresh themselves, I used the precaution of engaging them to assist my huntsmen in providing meat. But as soon as they took leave of me in order to return home, our hunting was at an end, and the gates were kept shut. At last, finding that my provisions were almost out, I resolved to go to Missilimakinac to buy up corn from the Hurons and the Ottawans. Accordingly, having left some soldiers to guide the fort in my absence, I embarked with the rest of my detachment on the 1st of April, with a gentle southeast gale, by the help of which we insensibly crossed the Bay of Sanguinon. That little gulf is 6 hours over, and in the middle of it there are 2 little islands which afford a very seasonable shelter when a wind arises in the crossing over. Before you have crossed this bay, the coast is all along full of rocks and shelves, one of which that I saw was 6 leagues broad, but above it the coast is clean and low, especially towards the Sand River, which lies halfway between that bay and a place called L'Anse du Tonnerre. Now this last place is reckoned 30 leagues off the bay. Having passed that, we had but 30 leagues more to sail, which we did without any danger, by the help of an east-southeast gale that swelled the waves prodigiously. In the mouth of the Ilenest Lake, we met the party of the Hurons that I mentioned before, and 400 or 500 Ottawas, who were bound home, after having spent the winter in hunting of beavers upon the river of Saguenay. Both they and we were forced to lie by in that place for 3 or 4 days, by reason of the ice, after which the lake was cleared, and we crossed it together. When the Hurons came ashore, they consulted amongst themselves how to dispose of their slaves, after which they made a present of one of them to Mr. de Juquero, who commanded in that place, but the poor wretch was presently shot to death. Another of them was presented to the Ottawas, who granted him his life, for such reasons as you would easily apprehend if you were better acquainted with the policy and cunning of that sort of men, whom you now take for beasts. I arrived in this place on the 18th of April, and my uneasiness and trouble took date from the day of my arrival. For I found the Indian corn so scarce, by reason of the preceding bad harvests, that I despaired in finding half so much as I wanted. But after all, I am hopeful that 2 villages will furnish me with almost as much as I have occasion for. Mr. Cavalier arrived here May 6, being accompanied with his nephew, Father Anastas, the Recollet, a pilot, one of the savages, and some few Frenchmen, which made a sort of a party-color retinue. These Frenchmen were some of those that Mr. de la Salle had conducted upon the discovery of Mississippi. They give out that they are sent to Canada, in order to go to France with some dispatches from Mr. de la Salle to the king, but we suspect that he is dead, because he does not return along with them. I shall not spend time in taking notice of their great journey over land, which by the account they give cannot be less than 800 leagues. Missilimakinac, the place I am now in, is certainly a place of great importance. It lies in the latitude of 45 degrees and 30 minutes, but as for its longitude, I have nothing to say of it, for reasons mentioned in my second letter. 'Tis not above half a league distant from the Illinois Lake, an account of which, and indeed of all the other lakes, you may expect elsewhere. Here the Hurons and Ottawas have, each of them, a village, the one being severed from the other by a single palisado. But the Ottawas are beginning to build a fort up on a hill that stands but 1,000 or 1,200 paces off. This precaution they were prompted to by the murder of a certain Huron called Sandoir, who was assassinated in the Saginaw River by 4 young Ottawas. In this place the Jesuits have a little house or college adjoining to a sort of a church and enclosed with pales that separated from the village of the Hurons. These good fathers lavish away all their divinity and patience to no purpose in converting such ignorant infidels. For all the length they can bring them to is that oftentimes they'll desire baptism for their dying children, and some few superannuated persons consent to receive the sacrament of baptism when they find themselves at the point of death. The Coureurs de Bois have but a very small settlement here, though at the same time 'tis not inconsiderable, as being the staple of all the goods that they truck with the south and west savages. For they cannot avoid passing this way when they go to the seats of the Illinois and the Oumami, or to the Bay de Pointe and to the river of Mississippi. The skins which they import from these different places must lie here some time before they are transported to the colony. Missilimakinac is situated very advantageously, for the Iroquois dare not venture with their sorry canoes to cross the strait of the Illinois Lake, which is 2 leagues over. Besides that, the lake of the Hurons is too rough for such slender boats, and as they cannot come to it by water, so they cannot approach to it by land, by reason of the marshes, fens, and little rivers, which would be very difficult to cross, not to mention that the strait of the Illinois Lake lies still in their way. You can scarce believe, sir, what vast shoals of white fish are catched about the middle of the channel, between the continent and the Isle of Missilimakinac. The Ottawas and the Hurons could never subsist here without that fishery, for they are obliged to travel above 20 leagues in the woods before they can kill any harts or elks, and 'twould be an infinite fatigue to carry their carcasses so far overland. This sort of white fish, in my opinion, is the only one in all these lakes that can be called good, and indeed it goes beyond all other sorts of river fish. Above all, it has one singular property, namely that all sorts of sauces spoil it, so that 'tis always eat either boiled or broiled without any manner of seasoning. In the channel I now speak of, the currents are so strong that they sometimes suck in the nets, though they are 2 or 3 leagues off. In some seasons, it so falls out that the currents run 3 days eastward, 2 days to the west, 1 to the south, and 4 northward, sometimes more and sometimes less. The cause of this diversity of currents could never be fathomed, for in a calm they'll run in the space of 1 day to all the points of the compass, i.e., sometimes one way, sometimes another, without any limitation of time, so that the decision of this matter must be left to the disciples of Copernicus. Here the savages catch trouts as big as one's thigh, with a sort of fishing hook made in the form of an awl, and made fast to a piece of brass wire, which is joined to the line that reaches to the bottom of the lake. This sort of fishery is carried on not only with hooks, but with nets, and that in winter as well as in summer. For they make holes in the ice at a certain distance one from another, through which they conduct the nets with poles. The Ottawas and the Hurons have very pleasant fields, in which they sow Indian corn, peas, and beans, besides a sort of citrals and melons, which differ much from ours, and of which I shall take occasion to speak in another place. Sometimes these savages sell their corn very dear, especially when the beaver hunting happens not to take well, upon which occasion they make sufficient reprisals upon us for the extravagant price of our commodities. As soon as I have brought up 60 sacks of corn, each of which may weigh 50 pounds, I am to march with my detachment alone to St. Mary's Fort, in order to engage the Sauteur, or the inhabitants of Sault Ste. Marie, to join the Ottawas, after which we mean to march with joint forces to the country of the Iroquois. Besides these, there's a party of 100 Hurons ready to march, under the command of the great leader Adario, whom the French call the Rat, but they do not march our way. I shall write to you with the first opportunity after my return from this expedition. Perhaps the Jesuits will send your letters for me along with Mr. Denonville's to Fort St. Joseph, where I am to reside. I shall expect their arrival with the utmost impatience. In the meantime, I send you a letter directed to Mr. de Seignelay, the purport of which I have here subjoined. 'Twill be a very sensible obligation laid upon me, if you vouchsafe to believe that I always am, Sir, yours, etc. The letter directed to Mr. de Seignelay. Honored Sir, I am the son of a gentleman that spent 300,000 crowns in deepening the water of the two gaves of Bern. He had the good luck to compass his end by conveying a great many brooks to these two rivers, and the current of the Adour was by that means so far strengthened as to render the bar of Bayonne passable by a 50-gun ship, whereas in former times a frigate of 10 guns durst not venture over it. 'Twas in consideration of this great and successful attempt that His Majesty granted to my father and his heir forever certain duties and taxes, amounting to the sum of 3,000 livres a year. This grant was confirmed by an act of the Council of State dated January 9, 1658, signed Bossuet, collated, etc. Another advantage accruing to the king and the province from my father's services consists in the bringing down of masts and yards from the Pyrenean mountains, which could never have been effected if he had not by his care, and by the disbursing of immense sums, enlarged the quantity of water in the Gave of Oleron to a double proportion. These duties and taxes, which have been justly entailed upon him and his heirs, ceased to be ours when he died, and to inflame the disgrace, I lost his places, viz., that of being a honorary judge of the Parliament of Pau and Chief Justice in Eyre for the province of Bern, all which were mine by inheritance. These losses are now followed by an unjust seizure that some pretended creditors have made of the barony of La Hontan, of a piece of ground that lies contiguous to it, and of 100,000 livres that lay in the hands of the Chamber of Bayonne. These faithless creditors have no other reason to sue me, but that I am now in the fag end of the world, and that they are rich and supported by the credit and protection of the Parliament of Paris, where they hope to make good their unjust pretensions in my absence. Last year I obtained leave to return to France in order to take care of this matter, but now Mr. de Denonville has sent me with a detachment to these lakes, from whence I humbly petition that your honor would vouchsafe me leave to come home the next year, and at the same time honor me with your protection. I am, with all possible respect, your honors, etc. Letter 15. Dated at Missilimakinac, September 18, 1688, describing the fall called Sault Ste. Marie, where the author persuades the inhabitants to join the Ottawas and march against the Iroquois, and containing an account of the occurrences of the voyage between that place and Missilimakinac. Sir, I am now returned from the Iroquois country, and have quitted the fort of St. Joseph against my will. I cannot allow myself to doubt but that you took care of the letter directed to Mr. de Seignelay, which I transmitted to you 3 months ago. I set out from hence in my canoe, June 2nd, and after my arrival at the waterfall called Sault Ste. Marie, I persuaded 40 young warlike fellows to join the party of the Ottawas that I mentioned in my last. This Sault Ste. Marie is a cataract, or rather a waterfall of 2 leagues in length, which gives vent to the waters of the upper lake, and at the bottom of which, not far from the Jesuit's house, there's a village of the Ojibwas, alias Sauteur. This place is a great thoroughfare for the coureurs de bois that trade with the northern people, who usually repair to the brinks of that lake in the summer. The continual fog that rises from the upper lake and spreads over the adjacent country renders the ground so barren that it bears no corn. The 13th of the same month, I set out from the above-mentioned village, being accompanied by the 40 young sauteurs who embarked in 5 canoes, each of which held 8 men. The 16th, we arrived at the Isle of the Tour, where my soldiers and the party of the Ottawas had tarried for me 2 days. The first day was spent by the Ottawas and the Sauteurs in warlike feasts, dancing and singing, pursuant to their wonted custom. The next day we all embarked, and traversing from isle to isle, made the island of Manitoulin in 4 days. This island is 25 leagues long, and 7 or 8 broad. In former times 'twas possessed by the Ottawas of Talon, called the Ottantagans, who were dislodged by the progress of the Iroquois, that has ruined so many nations. We coasted upon that isle a whole day, and being favored by a calm, crossed from isle to isle till we made the east side of the lake. In this passage we crossed between 2 islands that were 6 leagues distant the one from the other, and upon that occasion our watermen, who were not used to venture so far out in their slender boats, were fain to tug hard at their oars. The savages stood out at first, and refused to venture so far from land, for they would rather have gone 50 leagues about. But at last I overpersuaded them, by representing that I would have been loth to venture my own person, if I had not been sufficiently provided against all danger by an exact knowledge of the winds and the storms. The calm continuing, we made the river of Tionontati on the 25th. The next day, there sprung up a gale from the west-southwest, which kept us back for 4 or 5 days. But our stop was of no great advantage to us, for it rained so heavily that we could not hunt. This country is the ancient seat of the Hurons, as it appears from the name they give to their nations in their own language, the Tionontanteronons, i.e., the inhabitants of Tionontate. But after the Iroquois had, upon diverse occasions, taken and defeated great numbers of them, the rest quitted the country to avoid the like fate. We re-embarked on the 29th, and on the 1st of July arrived at Fort St. Joseph, where the soldiers I had left waited for us with great impatience. Having landed some sacks corn at the fort, we set out again on the 3rd of July and pursued our course with all diligence in order to an early appearance in the Iroquois country. We sailed through the strait or neck and stood to the south side of the Lake Erie, and being favored by the weather, arrived on the 17th in the river of Conde, which I shall have occasion to take notice of in describing the lakes of Canada. Immediately upon our landing, the savages fell to work in cutting down trees and making a redoubt of stakes or pales for the security of our canoes and baggage, and for a safe retreat to ourselves in case of necessity. The 20th they marched, each man being provided with a light covering, a bow and some arrows, or else a fuse, and a little bag containing 10-pound weight of the flour of the Indian corn. They thought it most convenient to keep to the banks of the river, upon which the Goyogoans are wont to fish for sturgeon, for that fish, which is 6 foot in length, comes out of the lakes in hot weather and swims up the rivers. They had resolved, likewise, if they found the country clear, to march up and surprise the villages of the Goyogoans. But they were soon eased of that trouble,
for they had not marched 2 days when their scouts descried 300 Iroquois. And on the other hand, the Iroquois spied them to such purpose that the scouts escaped very narrowly, and had much ado to return to the body of the party, which immediately betook themselves to flight. I was mightily surprised when I heard the sentinel of our redoubt cry out, "O arm! Our men are beaten and pursued." But I was yet more surprised when I saw the fugitives run at full speed when there was nobody behind them. When they came up, they were all silent for half an hour, pursuant to their use and wont, after which their leader recounted to me the particulars of the adventure. I thought at first that their advanced guards had mistook the number of the enemies, for I knew that the Ottawas had not the reputation of too much courage. But the next day, a party of the Iroquois appeared in sight of our redoubt, which gave me occasion to believe that they were in the right of it. Nay, this truth was afterwards confirmed by a certain slave called Chawanon, who made his escape to the redoubt, and assured me that the Iroquois were not less than 400, to which he added that they expected to be joined by 60 more that had marched some months before to the country of the Umamis. He informed us farther that while the Marquis de Denonville was concerting measures for a peace with the Five Nations, an Englishman of the name of Aria, accompanied with some others, endeavored to dissuade them from peace by orders from the governor of New York. In the meantime, the savages having pressed me to assist at a council of war, they proposed to lie by for a fair wind, and then to embark. They represented that they designed to sail to the end of the lake, where they would infallibly light upon the 60 Iroquois that I mentioned above, but withal that they could not agree to set out in a calm, because that after their quitting the redoubt and launching out, a contrary wind might force them ashore, where their throats might be cut if the enemy pursued them. I replied that 'twas then such fine weather that we had nothing to expect but calms, that if we tarried longer in this place, our enemies would thereby gain time to make canoes in order to a pursuit, that since the favorableness of the wind was so uncertain, we ought to embark without loss of time, that we might sail in the night, and skulk in the daytime behind rocks and points of land, and that by this means the enemy would be at a loss to know whether we stood to the south or to the north side of the lake. The savages made answer that 'twas true that their tarrying might be every way prejudicial, but 'twas equally true that my expedient was dangerous. However, they consented to embark along with us, and for that end gummed their canoes. We embarked on the 24th at night, and the weather being fair, clear, and calm, made a great deal of way that night and the succeeding day. The next evening we came to an anchor, designing to sleep for 3 or 4 hours, but not to steer out of the canoes. About midnight we weighed our little wooden anchors, and one half of the men rowed while the other was at rest. Thus did we continue to steer with a great deal of precaution and care, rowing all night and lying by all day. July 28. When we were lying almost all asleep in a creek of a little island, the watch descrying some canoes that made towards us waked some savages that had gone ashore to sleep the more conveniently. The noise having alarmed us all, we presently made ourselves ready to get in head of these canoes, but at the same time, though we were but half a league off, we could not distinguish who they were, by reason that the sunbeams, falling perpendicularly, made the surface of the water look like a looking-glass. Indeed, there being but 2 of them, we reckoned they were manned with Iroquois, and that each of them contained at least 20 men. Upon which suspicion, the leader of the satyrs offered to go ashore with his men, and post himself at the entry of a wood, from whence he would softly follow the canoes without being discovered, till such time as we forced them ashore. At the same time he proposed that the Ottawas in my detachment
should suffer him to be within a musket shot of the island before we discovered ourselves, or offered to give him chase, upon the apprehension that if we followed them closer, they would be so far from getting on shore that they would fight as desperate and choose rather to be killed or drowned than to be taken. This proposal was light, and everything was managed accordingly. As soon as our unknown enemy perceived us, they made the shore with all imaginable precipitation, and just when they were going to knock their prisoners on the head, the satyr fell upon them, but missed of their aim in taking them all alive, for they fought to the last gasp, like men that knew no medium betwixt conquest and death. Una salus victis nullam sperare salutem. This engagement happened while we landed. However, the satyr came off with honor, for they lost only 4 men, and of 20 Iroquois they killed 3, wounded 5, and took the rest prisoners, so that not one of them escaped. The Iroquois had along with them 18 slaves of the Umamis, who were all wounded, and 7 big-bellied women, from whom we had intelligence that the rest of their party were then upon their return by land upon the banks of the lake, having 34 prisoners of both sexes, and that they could not then be far off. When this intelligence was laid before us, the Ottawas were of the opinion that we should rest satisfied with the feats we had done, upon the plea that the above-mentioned 400 Iroquois would certainly get before us. On the other hand, the satyrs maintained that they had rather perished than failed to attempt the rescue of these prisoners, and the defeat of the whole party, and that if nobody would second them, they would make the attempt by themselves. The bravery of this resolution obliged me to encourage and egg on the Ottawas. I remonstrated to them that in regard the satyrs engrossed the glory of the former action. They had more reason than we to decline the risk of a second engagement, that if we refused to back him, our cowardice would cover us with everlasting infamy, and that in order to render the attack more secure, we ought to use a speedy precaution in finding out some point or elbow of land where our canoes, our baggage, and our prisoners might be lodged safe. The Ottawas had a great deal of reluctancy to the matter. However, after consulting among themselves, they complied with the proposal, more for shame than out of true courage. Having laid down that joint resolution, we made up a little sort of offense in 7 or 8 hours, and then sent out scouts on all hands while the main body was kept in readiness to march upon the first alarm. August 4. 2 of our spies returned upon full speed to acquaint us that the Iroquois were not above 3 leagues off, and that they advanced towards us, and withal, that upon the road there was a little brook, upon which an ambuscado might be conveniently laid. This advice animated our savages so much that they run immediately to take possession of that advantageous post, but they knew not how to make the right use of it. The Ottawas were too hasty in firing, and by shooting at too great a distance, gave all the enemies an opportunity of making their escape, abating for 10 or 12 whose heads were brought into the little fort where I stayed. The slaves indeed were all retaken, and so rescued from the cruelty of these tigers, which encouraged us to rest satisfied. When the expedition was over, we stowed these poor wretches in our canoes, and steered with all expedition to the strait or neck of the Lake of Huron, which we made on the 13th. We enjoyed a great deal of pleasure in stemming the current of that strait, the islands of which, that I mentioned above, were covered with roebucks. This opportunity we did not slight, nor did we grudge our stopping upon these islands for 8 days, during which time we were busied in hunting, and refreshed ourselves with plenty of excellent fruit that was fully ripe. Here the wounded and retaken prisoners had an opportunity of resting, and of drinking the broth of several sorts of meat, and we had time to broil as much meat as we could stow in our canoes, not to mention the great numbers of turkeys that we were obliged to eat upon the spot, for fear that the heat of the season would spoil them.
In that space of time, the poor wounded savages were carefully purged with such roots as the Americans are well versed in, which I mean to explain to you in its proper time and place, and they wanted not good restoratives of jelly broth. The 24th, we re-embarked and arrived at night at Fort St. Joseph, where I found a party of 80 Omamis commanded by one Michitonka, who being lately returned from Niagara, expected my arrival with the utmost impatience. When I landed, I was surprised to see the fort crammed with savages, but on the other hand, they were equally astonished to find in our company their countrymen, to whose hard fortune they had been altogether strangers. The joyful meeting filled the air with acclamations, and panegyrics rung all about to an extravagant degree. I wish, sir, you had been there to partake of the pleasure of so fine a show. Had you been present, you would have joined with me in owning that all our French rhetoric cannot reach such pithy and significant figures, especially upon the score of hyperboles, as made up the bulk of the harangues and songs that these poor people uttered with rapture and transport. Michitonka acquainted me that after he went to the fort of Niagara with a design to make some expedition into the country of the Tsonontuans, he found that the scurvy had made such a terrible havoc in that fort that it had swept off the commander and all the soldiers, bating 12, who had the good luck to get over it, as well as Mr. de Bergers, who by the advantage of a hale constitution had stemmed the raging violence of that distemper. He informed me farther that Mr. Bergers, having resolved to set out with his 12 men for the fort of Frontenac, had desired of him a reinforcement of some young Omamis, which was granted him, that after Mr. Bergers had embarked, himself marched overland to the country of the Onontagues, where he rejoined the reinforcement he had granted to Mr. de Bergers, and understood from him that during the winter the scurvy had carried off as many soldiers at Fort Frontenac as at Niagara, and that Mr. de Denonville was negotiating a peace with the Iroquois. The governor of Fort Frontenac had requested Michitonka to engage in no enterprise, and to return home with his men, upon which that leader, being in full march homeward, was attacked by 300 Onontagues, whom he durst not engage otherwise than in a running fight, by which he lost 4 men. Being informed of all these circumstances, I consulted with the 3 different nations that were then posted in my fort. After a mature reflection upon the intelligence that was laid before him, they came to this resolution, that since the Marquis de Denonville had a mind to clap up a peace, and the fort of Niagara was abdicated, the fort I then commanded would be of no use, that since I had neither provisions nor ammunition for above 2 months, I should be obliged at the end of these 2 months to retreat to the place from whence I now write, that at that time of the year our navigation would be uneasy and dangerous, that in regard I lay under an indispensable necessity of making my retreat, 'twas of no great moment whether I marched off 2 months sooner or later, and, in fine, that since I had received no fresh orders, nor no succors, 'twas my business to go off along with them. This resolution, which was a sufficient argument to sway me, afforded matter of joy to the soldiers, who were afraid of being obliged to a more rigorous course of abstinence in that post than they had formerly undergone, for the measures of a critical abstinence do not sit well upon a soldier's stomach. In fine, pursuant to our joint resolution, we set fire to the fort on the 27th, and embarked that same day, and keeping close to the south shore of the lake that I took notice of in my last, arrived here on the 10th of September. The Omamis marched overland to their own country and carried with them the wounded, who were then in a condition to march. Upon my arrival in this place, I found here Mr. de la Durante, whom Mr. Denonville has invested with the commission of commander of the Coureur de Bois, that trade upon the lakes, and in the southern countries of Canada. The governor has sent me orders to return to the colony if the season and other circumstances permit, or to tarry here till the spring if I foresee unsurmountable difficulties in the passage. In the meantime, he has sent me effects to answer the pay of my detachment, and to subsist them in the winter. These orders would be extreme acceptable to me, if I could but contrive how to return to the colony, but that seems to be absolutely impossible, and both the French and the savages agree that it is so. There are in that passage so many waterfalls, cataracts, and places where there's a necessity of tedious land carriages, that I dare not run such hazards with my soldiers, who cannot work the boats but upon stagnating water. Upon that consideration, I have thought it more proper to halt here till the next year, at which time I design to take the advantage of the company of some Frenchmen and savages that promise to take into each of their canoes one of my men. In the meantime, I am upon the point of undertaking another voyage, for I cannot mew myself up here all this winter. I design to make the best use of my time and to travel through the southern countries that I have so often heard of, having engaged 4 or 5 good huntsmen of the Ottawas to go along with me. The party of the Hurons that I mentioned in the beginning of my letter returned hither 2 months ago, and brought with them an Iroquois slave, whom their leader presented to Mr. de Yucaro, the late colonel of the Coureur de Bois, and whom that colonel ordered to be immediately shot. The crafty leader acted upon that occasion a very cunning and malicious part, the fatal consequences of which I easily foresee. He instructed nobody with the secret but myself, for he is my true friend, and he knows that I am his. However, I must go no farther upon this matter, lest my letter should be intercepted. Though after all, if the blow were not already given, or if it were possible to remedy it, my friendship should not hinder me from acquainting Mr. de Denonville with the intrigue, that he might get clear of it as well as he could. If it pleases God to allow me a safe return to France, I shall tell you the story by word of mouth. I understand by your last that the king has preferred his almoner, the abbot of Saint Valier's, to the bishopric of Quebec, and that this bishop was consecrated in Saint Sulpice's church. This piece of news would be very welcome to me, if I thought he would be less rigid than Mr. de Laval, his predecessor. But what likelihood is there that the new bishop will be of a tractable temper? If 'tis true that he has refused other good bishoprics, he must be as scrupulous as the monk Dracontius, that Saint Athanasius censures for not accepting of a presentation to a bishopric that was offered him. In fine, if he is of that scrupulous temper, his critical strictness will scarce go down in this country, for the people are already tired out with his predecessor's excommunications. I am, sir, yours, etc. Letter 16, dated at Missilimakinac, May 28, 1689, containing an account of the author's departure from and return to Missilimakinac, a description of the Bay of Puants and its villages, an ample description of the beavers, followed by the journal of a remarkable voyage upon the Long River and a map of the adjacent country. Sir, thank God, I am now returned from my voyage upon the Long River, which falls into the river of Mississippi. I would willingly have traced it up to its source, if several obstacles had not stood in my way. I set out from hence the 24th of September, accompanied with my own detachment, and the 5 huntsmen I mentioned in my last, who indeed did me a great deal of service. All the soldiers were provided with new canoes, loaded with provisions and ammunition, and such commodities as are proper for the savages. The wind, which stood then in the north, wafted me in 3 days to the bay of Potawatomis, that lay 40 leagues off. The mouth of that bay is in a manner choked with isles, and the bay itself is 10 leagues broad and 25 leagues long. The 29th, we came to a little deep sort of a river, which disembarges at the place where the water of the lake swells 3 foot high in 12 hours and decreases as much in the same compass of time. Our tarrying there 3 or 4 days gave me an opportunity of making this remark. The villages of the Sakis, the Potawatamis, and some Malominis are seated on the side of that river, and the Jesuits have a house or college built upon it. This is a place of great trade for skins and Indian corn, which these savages sell to the coureurs de bois as they come and go, it being the nearest and most convenient passage to the river of Mississippi. The soil of this country is so fertile that it produces, in a manner without agriculture, our European corn, peas, beans, and several other fruits that are not known in France. As soon as I landed, the warriors of these 3 nations came by turns to my apartment to regale me with the calumet dance and with the captain's dance, the former being a signification of peace and friendship, and the latter of respect and esteem. I returned the compliment with a present of some rolls of Brazil tobacco, which they value mightily, and some strings of Venice beads, with which they embroider their coats. Next morning I was invited to a feast with one of the 3 nations, and after having sent to them some dishes and plates, pursuant to the custom of the country, I went accordingly about noon. They began with congratulating my arrival, and after I had returned them thanks, fell a singing and dancing one after another, in a particular manner, of which you may expect a circumstantial account when I have more leisure. The singing and dancing lasted for 2 hours, being seasoned with acclamations of joy and jests, which make up part of their ridiculous music. After that, the slaves came to serve, and all the company sat down after the Eastern fashion, every one being provided with his mess, just as our monks are in the monastery halls. First off, all 4 platters were set down before me, in the first of which there were 2 white fish only boiled in water, in the second the tongue and breast of a roebuck boiled, in the third 2 wood hens, the hind feet or trotters of a bear, and the tail of a beaver, all roasted, and the fourth contained a large quantity of broth made of several sorts of meat. For drink they gave me a very pleasant liquor, which was nothing but a syrup of maple beat up with water, but of this more elsewhere. The feast lasted 2 hours, after which I entreated one of the grandees to sing for me, for in all the ceremonies made use of amongst the savages, 'tis customary to employ another to act for him. I made this grandee a present of some pieces of tobacco in order to oblige him to act my part till night. Next day and the day after I was obliged to go to the feasts of the other 2 nations, who observed the same formalities. The most curious thing I saw in the villages was 10 or 12 tame beavers that went and came like dogs from the rivers to the cottages, without straggling out of the road. I asked the savages if these animals could live out of the water, and received this answer, that they could live ashore as well as dogs, and that they had kept some of them above a year without suffering them to go near the rivers, from whence I conclude that the casuists are out in not ranging ducks, geese, and teals in the number of amphibious animals, as the naturalists are wont to do. I had heard the same story from several Americans before, but being apprehensive that there were different species of beavers, I had a mind to be better informed. And indeed there is a particular kind of them, which the savages call the terrestrial or land beaver. But at the same time they tell you these are of a different species from the amphibious sort, for they make holes or dens in the earth, like rabbits or foxes, and never go near the water unless it be to drink. They are likewise called by the savages the lazy or idle kind, as being expelled by the other beavers from the canals in which these animals are lodged, to the number of 80. These canals I mean to describe afterwards.
In the meantime, I only take occasion to acquaint you that the idle sort, being unwilling to work, are expelled by the others, just as wasps are by bees, and are so teased by them that they are forced to quit the canals, which the better and more industrious race hurdles up to themselves in the fence. This supine beaver resembles the other sort in its figure, excepting that the hair is rubbed off the back and the belly, which is occasioned by their rubbing against the earth when they return to or steer out from their holes. The writers of natural history are very much out in fancying that the beavers cut off their own testicles when pursued by the huntsmen, for that which the physicians call castoreum is not lodged in the testicles, but in a certain bag that nature seems to have formed on purpose for these animals, and this bag they may use of to clear their teeth after the biting of some gummy shrub. But supposing the testicles to be the proper receptacle of the castor, we must still conceive that 'tis impossible for a beaver to pull out his testicles without rendering the nerves of the groin, in which they are seated just by the share bone. 'Tis manifest that Elian and several other naturalists were scarce acquainted with beaver hunting, for had they known anything of the matter, they would never have talked of the pursuing of these animals, which never go from the side of the pond where their canals are built, and which dive under water upon the least noise, and return to their dens when the danger is over. If these creatures were but sensible of the reason for which war is declared against them, they would flee themselves alive, for 'tis their skin only that the huntsmen want, the value of the castor being nothing in comparison with that. A great beaver is 26 inches long, from the hind head to the root of the tail. 'Tis about 3 foot and 8 inches round. Its head is 7 inches long and 6 broad. Its tail is 14 inches long and 6 broad, and about the middle of it has the thickness of an inch and 2 lines. The figure of the tail is oval, the scale with which 'tis covered and which performs the office of what the physicians call the epidermis or scarf skin, is an irregular hexagon. The beaver carries upon its tail the clay, the earth, and other materials of which they make their banks and canals or huts by a wonderful instinct. Its ears are short, round, and hollow. Its legs are 5 inches long, its feet 6 inches and 8 lines, and its paws are 3 inches and a half from the heel to the end of the great toe. Its paws are formed much like a man's hand, and they make use of them in feeding, as apes do. The 5 toes are joined like those of a duck, with a membrane of a slate color. Its eyes are of the lesser size, in proportion to the bulk of its body, and bear the figure of a rat's eyes. Before its muzzle, there are 4 foreteeth, or cutters, 2 in each jaw, as in a rabbit, besides which it has 16 grinders, that is, 8 in the upper and as many in the lower mandible. The cutters are above an inch long and 1/4 of an inch broad, being very strong and sharp, like a cutlass. For a beaver assisted by its associates, if I may so call its fellow beavers, cuts down trees as big as a hogshead, which I could never have believed if I had not observed with my own eyes above 20 trunks of trees cut down in that fashion. A beaver has 2 lays of hair. One is long and of a shining black color, with a grain as big as that of man's hair. The other is fine and smooth, and in winter 15 lines long. In a word, the last is the finest down in the world. The skin of such a beaver, as I have now described, will be 2 pound weight, but the price varies according to their goodness. In winter and autumn, the flesh of a beaver eats very well if it be roasted. Thus, sir, I have presented you with an exact description of these reputed amphibious animals, which make such structures that all the art of man can scarce equal. Upon another occasion, perhaps, I may give you a circumstantial account of their wonderful structure,
which I decline at present because the digression would be too tedious. To return to my voyage. After our arrival in the Bay of Pontewatamis, we bid adieu to the navigation upon the lakes of Canada, and setting out September 30, arrived October 2 at the foot of the fall of Kakalin, after stemming some little currents in the river of Puants. The next day we accomplished the small land carriage, and on the 5th arrived before the village of Kikapus, in the neighborhood of which I encamped the next day in order to receive intelligence. That village stands upon the brink of a little lake, in which the savages fish great quantities of pikes and gudgeons. I found only 30 or 40 men fit for war in the place, for the rest were gone a beaver hunting some days before. The 7th I embarked, and rowing hard made in the evening the little lake of Malominius, where we killed bucks and bustards, enough for supper. We went ashore that night, and built huts for ourselves upon a point of land that shoots out. By break of day I went in a canoe to the village, and after an hour's conference with some of the savages, presented them with 2 rolls of tobacco, and they, by way of acknowledgement, made me a present of 2 or 3 sacks of oatmeal, for the sides of the lake are covered with a sort of oats, which grow in tufts, with a tall stalk, and of which the savages reap plentiful crops. The 9th I arrived at the foot of Outagami's fort, where I found but few people. However, they gave me a very kind reception, for after dancing the calumet before the door of my hut, they made me a present of venison and fish. Next day they conveyed me up the river, to the place where their folks were hunting the beavers. The 11th we embarked and landed the 13th upon the shore of a little lake, where the head of that nation resided. After we had reared up our huts, the general gave me a visit, and inquired which way I intended to move. I made answer that I was so far from designing to march towards the Nadeuesius, his enemies, that I should not come near them by 100 leagues, and to confirm the innocence of my intentions, I prayed him to send 6 warriors to accompany me to the long river, which I designed to trace up to its source. He replied that he was extreme glad to find that I carried neither arms nor clothes to the Nadeuesius, that he saw I had not the equipage of a coureur de bois, but that on the contrary, I had some discovery in my view. At the same time, he cautioned me not to venture too far up that noble river, by reason of the multitudes of people that I would find there, though they have no stomach for war. He meaned that some numerous party might surprise me in the night time. In the meantime, instead of the 6 warriors that I desired, he gave me 10, who understood the lingua, and knew the country of the Ocoros, with whom his nation had maintained a peace of 20 years standing. I stayed 2 days with this general, during which time he regaled me nobly, and walked about with me to give me the satisfaction of observing the disposure of the cottages of the beaver hunters, a description of which you may expect in another place. I presented him with a fuse, 12 flintstones, 2 pounds of powder, 4 pounds of ball, and a little axe, and I gave each of his 2 sons a great coat and a roll of Brazil tobacco. 2 of the 10 warriors that he gave me could speak the language of the Ottawas, which I was well pleased with. Not that I was a stranger to their own language, for between that and the Algonquin there is no great difference, but in regard that there were several words that puzzled me. My 4 Ottawas were transported with this little reinforcement, and were then so encouraged that they told me above 4 times that we might venture safely so far as the plantation of the Sun. I embarked with this small guard the 16th about noon, and arrived that night at the land carriage of Wisconsin, which we finished in 2 days. That is, we left the river of Puants and transported our canoes and baggage to the river Wisconsin, which is not above 3/4 of a league distant or thereabouts. I shall say nothing of the river we left, but that was muddy, full of shelves, and enclosed with a steep coast, marshes, and frightful rocks.
The 19th we embarked upon the river Wisconsin, and being favored by a slack current, arrived in 4 days at the place, where it empties itself into the river Mississippi, which is about half a league broad in that part. The force of the current and the breadth of that river is much the same as that of the Loire. It lies northeast and southwest, and its sides are adorned with meadows, lofty trees and firs. I observed but 2 islands upon it, though there may be more, which the darkness of the night hid from us as we came down. The 23rd we landed upon an island in the river Mississippi, over against the river I spoke of but now, and were in hopes to find some wild goats there, but had the ill fortune to find none. The day after we crossed to the other side of the river, sounding it everywhere, as we had done the day before, and found 9-foot water in the shallowest place. The 2nd of November we made the mouth of the long river, having first stemmed several rapid currents of that river, though 'twas then at lowest ebb. In this little passage we killed several wild beeves, which we broiled, and catched several large dabs. On the 3rd we entered the mouth of the long river, which looks like a lake full of bulrushes. We found in the middle of it a narrow channel, upon which we steered till night, and then lay by to sleep in our canoes. In the morning I inquired of my 10 Outagamis if we had far to sail before we were clear of the rushes, and received this answer, that they had never been in the mouth of that river before, though at the same time they assured me that about 20 leagues higher, the banks of it were clad with woods and meadows. But after all, we did not sail so far, for about 10 o'clock next morning the river came pretty narrow, and the shore was covered with lofty trees, and after continuing our course the rest of that day, we had a prospect of meadows now and then. That same night we landed at a point of land with a design to dress our broiled meat, for at that time we had none fresh. The next day we stopped at the first island we saw, in which we found neither man nor beast, and the evening drawing near, I was unwilling to venture far into it, so we even contented ourselves with the catching of some sorry fish. The 6th a gentle gale sprung up, which wafted us to another island about 12 leagues higher, where we landed. Our passage to this place was very quick, notwithstanding the great calm that always prevails upon this river, which I take to be the least rapid river in the world. But the quickness of the passage was not the only surprisal, for I was amazed that I saw no harts, nor bucks, nor turkeys, having met with them all along in the other parts of my discovery. The 7th, the same wind drove us to a 3rd island, that lay 10 or 12 leagues off the former, which we quitted in the morning. In this 3rd island our savages killed 30 or 40 pheasants, which I was not ill pleased with. The 8th, the wind proving unserviceable to us, by reason that 'twas intercepted by hills covered with firs, we plied our oars, and about 2 in the afternoon descried on the left hand large meadows, and some huts at the distance of 1/4 of a league from the river. Upon this discovery, our savages and 10 of the soldiers jumped upon the shore, and directed their course to the houses, where they found 50 or 60 huntsmen prepared to receive them with their bows and arrows. As soon as the huntsmen heard the voice of the Outagamis, they threw down their arms, and presented the company with some deer that they had just killed, which they likewise helped to carry to my canoes. The benefactors were some of the Eucoros, who had left their villages and come thither to hunt. I presented them, more out of policy than acknowledgement, with tobacco, knives, and needles, which they could not but admire. Upon this, they repaired with expedition to their villages, and gave their associates to understand what a good sort of people they had met with, which had so much influence, that the next day towards the evening there appeared upon the riverside above 2,000 savages, who fell a-dancing as soon as they descried us. Thereupon our Outagamis went ashore, and after a short conference, some of the principal savages embarked on board of our canoes, and so we all steered to the chief village, which we did not reach till midnight. I ordered our huts to be made up on a point of land near a little river at the distance of 1/4 of a league from the village. Though the savages pressed me extremely to lodge in one of their villages, yet none went with them but the Otogamis and the 4 Ottawas, who at the same time cautioned the savages not to approach to our camp in the night time. Next day I allowed my soldiers to refresh and rest themselves, and went myself to visit the grandees of this nation, to whom I gave presents of knives, scissors, needles, and tobacco. They gave me to understand that they were infinitely well pleased with our arrival in their country, for that they had heard the savages of other nations speak very honorably of the French. I took leave of them on the 12th, and set out with a convoy of 500 or 600 savages, who marched upon the shore, keeping pace with our canoes. We passed by another village that lay to the right hand, and stopped at a third village that was 5 leagues distant from the first, but did not disembark, for all that I designed was to make a present to the leading men of the village, from whom I received more Indian corn and broiled or dried meat than I had occasion for. In fine, I passed from village to village without stopping, unless it were to encamp all night, or to present the savages with some trinkets, and so steered on to the last village, with a design to get some intelligence. As soon as we arrived at the end of this village, the great governor, who indeed was a venerable old gentleman, sent out hunters to bring us good cheer. He informed me that 60 leagues higher I should meet with the nation of the Essenaps, who waged war with him, that if it had not been for their being at war, he would have given me a convoy to their country, that however he meaned to give up to me 6 slaves of that country, which I might carry home and make use of as I saw occasion, and that in sailing up the river I had nothing to fear but the being surprised in the night time. In fine, after he had instructed me in several very useful circumstances, I immediately made everything ready for my departure. The commanders of this people acquainted me that they had 12 villages peopled by 20,000 warriors, that their number was much greater before the war, which they waged at one time with the Nadoneses, the Panimoba, and the Esanaps. The people are very civil, and so far from a wild savage temper that they have an air of humanity and sweetness. Their huts are long and round at the top, not unlike those of our savages, but they are made of reeds and bulrushes, interlaced and cemented with a sort of fat earth. Both the men and the women go naked all over, excepting their privities. The women are not so handsome as those who live upon the lakes of Canada. There seems to be something of government and subordination among these people, and they have their houses fortified with the branches of trees, and fascines strengthened with fat earth. The 21st, we embarked at the break of day, and landed that night in an island covered with stones and gravel, having passed by another at which I would not put in, because I would not slight the opportunity of the wind, which then stood very fair. Next day, the wind standing equally fair, we set out and continued our course all that day and the following night. For the 6th Essenaps informed us that the river was clean and free from rocks and beds of sand. The 23rd we landed early in the morning on the right side of the river, in order to careen one of our boats that sprung a leak. While that was a-doing, we dressed some venison that had been presented me by the commander of the last village of the Eocoros, and the adjacent country being replenished with woods, the savages of our company went a-shooting in the forests, but they saw nothing but small foals, that they did not think fit to shoot at. As soon as we re-embarked, the wind fell all of a sudden, and so we were forced to ply the oars. But most of the crew having slept but little the night before, they rowed but very faintly, which obliged me to put in at a great island 2 leagues higher. The 6 Esanape slaves having informed me that this island afforded great plenty of hares, which I found to be true. These animals had a lucky instinct at taking shelter in this island, for there the woods are so thick that we were forced to set fire to several places before we could dislodge them. Having made an end of our game, my soldiers fed heartily, and thereupon fell so sound asleep that I could scarce get them waked upon a false alarm occasioned by a herd of wolves that made a noise among the thickets upon the continent. We re-embarked next day at 10 o'clock in the morning, and did not run above 12 leagues in 2 days, by reason that the savages of our company would needs walk along the riverside with their guns to shoot geese and ducks, in which they had very good success. After that, we encamped just by the mouth of a little river on the right hand, and the Esanape slaves gave me notice that the first of their villages was not above 16 or 18 leagues off. Upon this information, I sent, by the advice of the savages of our company, 2 of the slaves to give notice of our arrival. The 26th, we rode briskly, in hopes to reach the first village that day. But being retarded by the huge quantities of floating wood that we met in several places, we were forced to continue all night in our canoes. The 27th, about 10 or 11 o'clock, we approached to the village, and after putting up the great calumet of peace upon the prow of our canoes, lay upon our oars. Upon our first appearance, 300 or 400 Esanapes came running to the shore, and after dancing just over against us, invited us ashore. As soon as we came near the shore, they began to jump into our canoes, but I gave them to know by the 4 Esanape slaves that I desired they should retire, which they did immediately. Then I landed, being accompanied with the savages of our company, namely the Autocamis and the Ottawas, and with 20 soldiers. At the same time, I gave orders to my sergeants to land and post sentries. As we stood upon the shore, all the Esanapes prostrated themselves 3 or 4 times before us, with their hands upon their foreheads, after which we were convoyed to the village with such acclamations of joy as perfectly stunned us. Upon our arrival at the gate, our conductors stopped us, till the governor, a man of 50 years of age, marched out with 500 or 600 men armed with bows and arrows. The Otagamis of my company, perceiving this, charged them with insolence in receiving strangers with their arms about them, and called out, in the Okoros language, that they ought to lay down their arms. But the Esanape slaves that I had sent in the day before came up to me and gave me to understand that 'twas their custom to stand to their arms on such occasions, and that there was no danger in the case. However, the obstinate Outagamis obliged us to retire immediately to our canoes, upon which the leading officer and the whole battalion slung their bows and arrows aside all of a sudden. Then I returned, and our whole company entered the village with their fuses in their hands, which the savages admired mightily. The leader of the savages conducted us to a great hut, which looked as if nobody had lived in it before. When I and my 20 soldiers had entered the place, they stopped the Otagamis, affirming that they did not deserve the privilege of entering within the cottage of peace, since they had endeavored to create a difference and occasion a war between us and the Esanapes. In the meantime, I ordered my men to open the door and to call out the Otagamis, that they should offer no manner of injury. But the Outagamis, instead of coming in, pressed me to return with all expedition to the canoes, which accordingly I did, without loss of time, and carried with me the 4 Esanape slaves in order to leave them at the first village we came to. We had no sooner embarked that the 2 other slaves came to acquaint me that the governor would stop me in his river, but the Outagamis made answer that he could not do that without throwing a mountain into it. In fine, we did not stand to dispute the matter, and though 'twas then late, we rode straight to the next village, which lay about 3 leagues off. During the time of this passage, I used the precaution of taking from my 6 slaves an exact information of the constitution of their country, and particularly of the principal village. They having assured me that the capital canton was seated upon a sort of a lake, I took up a resolution of not stopping at the other villages, where I should only lose time and lavish my tobacco, and steering directly to the metropolitan in order to complain to their generalissimo. We arrived at the capital canton on the 3rd of November, and there met with a very honorable reception. The Outagamis of our company complained of the affront they had received, but the head general, being already informed of the matter, made answer that they ought to have carried off the governor or leading officer and brought him along with them. In passing from the first village to this, we run 50 leagues, and were followed by a procession of people that were much more sociable than the governor that offered us that affront. After our men had fitted up our huts at the distance of a cannon shot from the village, we went in a joint body with the Outagamis and the Ottawas to the cacique of that nation, and in the meantime the Asenap slaves were brought before him by 10 of my soldiers. I was actually in the presence of this petty king, when these slaves spent half an hour in prostrating themselves several times before him. I made him a present of tobacco, knives, needles, scissors, 2 firelocks with flints, some hooks, and a very pretty cutlass. He was better satisfied with these trifling things, which he had never seen before, than I could have been with a plentiful fortune. He testified his acknowledgment of the gift by a counter-present that was more solid, though not much more valuable, as consisting of peas, beans, hearts, roebucks, geese, and ducks, of which we sent great plenty to our camp. And indeed, we were extremely well satisfied with such a seasonable present. He gave me to know that since I designed to visit the Nasitares, he would give me a convoy of 200 or 300 men, that the Nasitares were a very honest sort of people, and that both they and his people were linked by a common interest in guarding off the Mozambique, which were a turbulent and warlike nation. He added that the nation last mentioned were very numerous, that they never took the field without 20,000 men at least, that to repress the incursions and insults of that dangerous enemy, the Nasitares and his nation had maintained a confederacy for 26 years, and that his allies, the Nasitares, were forced to take up their habitation in islands where the enemy cannot reach them. I was glad to accept of his convoy and returned him many thanks. I asked 4 pirogues of him, which he granted very frankly, allowing me to pick and choose that number out of 50. Having thus concerted my measures, I was resolved to lose no time, and with that view ordered my carpenters to plane the pirogues, by which they were thinner and lighter by 1/2. The poor innocent people of this country could not conceive how we worked with an axe. Every stroke we gave they cried out, as if they had seen some new prodigy. Nay, the firing of pistols could not divert them from that amazement, though they were equally strangers both to the pistol and the axe. As soon as my pirogues were got ready, I left my canoes with the governor or prince, and begged of him that they might remain untouched by anybody, in which point he was very faithful to me. I cannot but acquaint you in this place, that the higher I went up the river, I met with more discretion from the savages. But in the meantime I must not take leave of the last village, without giving some account of it. 'Tis bigger than all the rest, and is the residence of the great commander, or generalissimo, whose apartment is built by itself towards the side of the lake, and surrounded with 50 other apartments in which all his relations are lodged. When he walks, his way is strewed with the leaves of trees, but commonly he is carried by 6 slaves. His royal robes are of the same magnificence with those of the commander of the Ocoros, for he is naked all over excepting his lower parts, which are covered with a large scarf made of the barks of trees. The large extent of this village might justly entitle it to the name of a city. The houses are built almost like ovens, but they are large and high, and most of them are of reeds cemented with fat earth. The day before I left this place, I was walking about. I saw 30 or 40 women running at full speed, and being surprised with the spectacle, spoke to the otagamis to order my 4 slaves to see what the matter was. For these slaves were my only interpreters in this unknown country. Accordingly, they brought me word that 'twas some new married women who were running to receive the soul of an old fellow that lay a-dying. From thence I concluded that the people were Pythagoreans, and upon that apprehension asked them how they came to eat animals, into which their souls might be transfused. But they made answer that the transmigration of souls is always confined to the respective species, so that the soul of a man cannot enter into a foal, as that of a foal cannot be lodged in a quadruped, and so on. The Okoros of both sexes are fully as handsome and as clever as this people. December the 4th, I took leave of this village, having 10 soldiers on board of my pirogue, besides the 10 Aumamis, the 4 Ottawas, and the 4 Esenap slaves that I have mentioned so often. Here ended the credit and the authority of the Calumet of Peace, for the Nasitares are not acquainted with that symbol of concord. The first day we had enough to do to run 6 or 7 leagues by reason of the bulrushes with which the lake is encumbered. The 2 following days we sailed 20 leagues. The 4th day a west-northwest wind surprised us with such a boisterous violence that we were forced to put ashore and lay 2 days upon a sandy ground, where we were in danger of starving for hunger and cold, for the country was so barren that we could not find a chip of wood wherewith to warm ourselves, or to dress our victuals, and as far as our eye could reach, there was nothing to be seen but fens covered with reeds and clay, and naked fields. Having endured this hardship, we set out again, and rowed to a little island, upon which we encamped, but found nothing there but green fields. However, to make some amends, we fished up great numbers of little trouts, upon which we fed very heartily. At last, after sailing 6 days more, we arrived at the point or land's end of that island which you see marked in my map with a flower de luz. 'Twas then the 19th day of December, and we had not yet felt all the rigorous hardships of the cold. As soon as I had landed and fitted up my tents or huts, I detached my Esenap slaves to the first of the 3 villages that lay before us, for I had avoided stopping at some villages in an island upon which we coasted in the nighttime. And the slaves returned in a great alarm, occasioned by the unfavorable answer they received from the Nasitares, who took us for Spaniards, and were angry with them for conducting us to their country. I shall not be minute in every particular that happened, for fear of tiring your patience. 'Tis sufficient to acquaint you that upon the report of my slaves, I immediately embarked and posted myself in another island that lay in the middle between the great island and the continent. But I did not suffer the Esenaps to be in my camp. In the meantime, the Nasitares sent expeditious couriers to the people that live 80 leagues to the southward of them, to desire they would send some of their number to examine us, for that people were supposed to be well acquainted with the Spaniards of New Mexico. The length of the journey did not discourage them, for they came as cheerfully as if it had been upon a national concern, and after taking a view of our clothes, our swords, our fuses, our air, complexion, and manner of speech, were forced to own that we were not true Spaniards. These considerations, joined to the account I gave them of the reasons upon which I undertook the voyage, of the war we were engaged in against Spain, and of the country to the eastward that we possessed, these, I say, had so much influence as to undeceive them. Then they invited me to encamp in their island, and brought me a sort of grain not unlike our lentils that grows plentifully in that country. I thanked them for their invitation and told them that I would not be obliged to distrust them, nor give them any occasion to distrust me. However, I crossed with my savages and 10 soldiers well armed, and after breaking the ice in certain places, for it had freezed hard for 10 or 12 days, I landed within 2 leagues of one of their villages, to which I walked up by land. 'Tis needless to mention the particulars of the ceremony with which I was received, it being the same with what I described upon other occasions. I shall only take occasion to acquaint you that my presence made a wonderful impression upon the minds of these people, whom I shall call a rascally rabble, though at the same time they are the politest nation I have yet seen in this country. Their governor bears the figure of a king more than any of the other commanders of the savages. He has an absolute dominion over all the villages which are described in my map. In this and the other islands I saw large parks or enclosures stocked with wild beeves for the use of the people. I had an interview for 2 hours together with the governor or the cacique, and almost our whole conference related to the Spaniards of New Mexico, who, as he assured me, were not distant from his country, above 80 tasu, each of which is 3 leagues. I must own, indeed, I was as curious upon this head as he was, and I wanted an account of the Spaniards from him, as much as he did from me. In fine, we reciprocally informed one another of a great many particulars relating to that head. He requested me to accept of a great house that was prepared for me, and his first piece of civility consisted in calling in a great many girls, and pressing me and my retinue to serve ourselves. Had this temptation been thrown in our way at a more seasonable time, it had proved irresistible, but 'twas not an agreeable mess for passengers that were enfeebled by labor and want. Sine serere and bacio friget Venus. After he made us such a civil proffer, the savages, upon my instance, represented to him that my detachment expected me at a certain hour, and that if I stayed longer, they would be in pain for me. This adventure happened on the 7th of January. 2 days after, the cacique came to see me, and brought with him 400 of his own subjects, and 4 Mosimlek savages, whom I took for Spaniards. My mistake was occasioned by the great difference between these 2 American nations, for the Mosimlek savages were clothed, they had a thick bushy beard, and their hair hung down under their ears. Their complexion was swarthy, their address was civil and submissive, their mien grave, and their carriage engaging. Upon these considerations, I could not imagine that they were savages, though after all I found myself mistaken. These 4 slaves gave me a description of their country, which the Nacitares represented by way of a map upon a deer skin, as you see it drawn in this map. Their villages stand upon a river that springs out of a ridge of mountains, from which the long river likewise derives its source, there being a great many brooks there which by a joint confluence form the river. When the Nacitares have a mind to hunt wild beeves, they set out in pirogues, which they make use of till they come to the cross marked thus in the map, at the confluence of 2 little rivers. The hunting of the wild bulls, with which all the valleys are covered in summer, is sometimes the occasion of a cruel war, for the other cross, which you see in the map, is one of the boundaries or limits of the Mosimlek, and if either of these 2 nations advances but a little beyond their limits, it gives rise to a bloody engagement. The mountains I spoke of but now are 6 leagues broad, and so high that one must cast an infinity of windings and turnings before he can cross them. Bears and wild beasts are their only inhabitants. The Mosimlek nation is numerous and puissant. The 4 slaves of that country informed me that at the distance of 150 leagues from the place where I then was, their principal river empties itself into a salt lake of 300 leagues in circumference. the mouth of which is about 2 leagues broad, that the lower part of that river is adorned with 6 noble cities, surrounded with stone cemented with fat earth, that the houses of these cities have no roofs, but are open above like a platform, as you see them drawn in the map, that besides the above-mentioned cities, there were above 100 towns, great and small, round that sort of sea, upon which they navigate with such boats as you see drawn in the map, that the people of that country made stuffs, coppered axes, and several other manufactures, which the Otogamis and my other interpreters could not give me to understand, as being altogether unacquainted with such things, that their government was despotic, and lodged in the hands of one great head, to whom the rest paid a trembling submission, that the people upon that lake call themselves Taguglauk, and are as numerous as the leaves of trees. Such is the expression that the savages use for an hyperbole, that the Mosimlek people supply the cities or town of the Tahuglauk with great numbers of little calves, which they take upon the above-mentioned mountains, and that the Tahuglauk make use of these calves for several ends, for they not only eat their flesh, but bring him up to labor, and make clothes, boots, etc. of their skins. They added that 'twas their misfortune to be took prisoners by the Nasitares in the war, which had lasted for 18 years, but that they hoped a peace would be speedily concluded, upon which the prisoners would be exchanged, pursuant to the usual custom. They gloried in the possession of a greater measure of reason that the Nasitares could pretend to whom they allow no more than the figure of a man, for they look upon them as beasts otherwise. To my mind, their notion upon this head is not so very extravagant, for I observed so much honor and politeness in the conservation of these 4 slaves that I thought I had to do with Europeans. But, after all, I must confess that the Nasitares are the most tractable nation I met with among all the savages. One of the 4 Mosimlek slaves had a reddish sort of a copper medal hanging upon his neck, the figure of which is represented in the map. I had it melted by Mr. de Ponti's gunsmith, who understood something of metals, but it became thereupon heavier and deeper colored, and withal somewhat tractable. I desired the slaves to give me a circumstantial account of these metals, and accordingly they gave me to understand that they are made by the Tahuglauk, who are excellent artisans, and put a great value upon such metals. I could pump nothing farther out of them, with relation to the country, commerce, and customs of that remote nation. All they could say was that the great river of that nation runs all along westward, and that the salt lake into which it falls is 300 leagues in circumference, and 30 in breadth, its mouth stretching a great way to the southward. I would fain have satisfied my curiosity in being an eyewitness of the manners and customs of the Tahuglauk, but that being impractical, I was forced to be instructed at second hand by these Mosimlek slaves, who assured me, upon the faith of a savage, that the Tahuglauk wear their beards 2 fingers' breadth long, that their garments reach down to their knees, that they cover their heads with a sharp pointed cap, that they always wear a long stick or cane in their hands, which is tipped not unlike what we use in Europe, that they wear a sort of boots upon their legs which reach up to the knee, that their women never shoe themselves, which perhaps proceeds from the same principle that prevails in Italy and Spain, and, in fine, that these people are always at war with the puissant nations that are seated in the neighborhood of the lake, but, withal, that they never disquiet the strolling nations that fall in their way by reason of their weakness, an admirable lesson for some princes in the world, who are so much intent upon the making use of the strongest hand. This was all I could gather upon that subject. My curiosity prompted me to desire a more particular account, but unluckily I wanted a good interpreter, and having to do with several persons that did not well understand themselves, I could make nothing of their incoherent fustian. I presented the poor miserable slaves with something in proportion to the custom of that country, and endeavored to persuade them to go with me to Canada, by making them such offers as in their esteem would appear like mountains of gold. But the love they had for their country stifled all persuasion. So true it is that nature reduced to its just limits cares but little for riches. In the meantime it began to thaw, and the wind chopped about to the southwest, upon which I gave notice to the great cacique of the Nacitares that I had a mind to return to Canada. Upon that occasion I repeated my presents, in compensation of which my pirogues were stowed with beef as full as they could hold. This done, I embarked and crossed over from the little island to the continent, where I fixed a great long pole, with the arms of France done upon a player of lead. I set out the 26th of January, and arrived safe on the 5th of February in the country of the Essenaps. We had much more pleasure in sailing down the river than we had in going up, for we had the agreeable diversion of seeing several huntsmen shooting the waterfowl that are plentiful upon that river. You must know that the stream of the long river is all along very slack and easy, abating for about 3 leagues between the 14th and 15th village, for there indeed its current may be called rapid. The channel is so straight that it scarce winds at all from the head to the lake. 'Tis true, 'tis not very pleasant, for most of its banks have a dismal prospect, and the water itself has an ugly taste, but then its usefulness atones for such inconveniencies, for 'tis navigable with the greatest ease, and will bear barks of 50 ton, till you come to that place which is marked with a flower de luce in the map, and where I put up the post that my soldiers christened La Hontau's limit. March 2. I arrived in the Mississippi, which was then much deeper and more rapid than before, by reason of the rains and land floods. To save the labor of rowing, we then left our boats to the current, and arrived on the 10th in the island of Rencontre, which took its name from the defeat of 400 Iroquois, accomplished there by 300 Nadowesses. The story of the encounter is briefly this. A party of 400 Iroquois, having a mind to surprise a certain people in the neighborhood of the Otentas, of whom more anon, marched to the country of the Illinois, where they built canoes, and were furnished with provisions. After that, they embarked upon the river Mississippi, and were discovered by another little fleet that was sailing down the other side of the same river. The Iroquois crossed over immediately to that island, which is since called Aux Rencontres. The Nadowesses, i.e., the other little fleet, being suspicious of some ill design, without knowing what people they were, for they had no knowledge of the Iroquois, but by hearsay. Upon this suspicion, I say, they tugged hard to come up with them. The 2 armies posted themselves upon the point of the island where the 2 crosses are put down in the map, and as soon as the Nadowesses came in sight, the Iroquois cried out in the Illinois language, "Who are ye?" To which the Nadowesses answered, "Somebody," and putting the like question to the Iroquois, received the same answer. Then the Iroquois put this question to him, "Where are you a-going?" "To hunt beevies," replied the Nadowesses. "But pray," says the Nadowesses, "what's your business?" "To hunt men," replied the Iroquois. "'Tis well," says the Nadowesses, "we are men, and so you need go no farther." Upon this challenge the 2 parties disembarked, and the leader of the Nadowesses cut his canoes to pieces, and after representing to his warriors that they behoved either to conquer or die, marched up to the Iroquois, who received them at first unset with a cloud of arrows, but the Nadowesses, having stood their first discharge, which killed them 80 men, fell in upon them with their clubs in their hands, before the others could charge again, and so routed them entirely.
This engagement lasted for 2 hours and was so hot that 260 Iroquois fell upon the spot, and the rest were all taken prisoners. Some of the Iroquois indeed attempted to make their escape after the action was over, but the victorious general sent 10 or 12 of his men to pursue him in one of the canoes that he had taken, and accordingly they were all overtaken and drowned. The Nadewesis, having obtained this victory, cut off the noses and ears of 2 of the cleverest prisoners, and supplying them with fuses, powder, and ball, gave them the liberty of returning to their own country, in order to give their countrymen to understand that they ought not to employ women to hunt after men any longer. The 12th, we arrived at the village of the Otentas, where we took in a plentiful provision of turkey corn, of which these people have great store. They informed us that their river was pretty rapid, and took its rise from the neighboring mountains, and that the upper part of it was adorned with several villages inhabited by the people called Panimaha, Paneasa, and Panetonka. But considering that I was strained for time, and that I saw no probability of learning what I wanted to know with reference to the Spaniards, I took leave of them the next day, which was the 13th, and in 4 days' time, by the help of the current and our oars, made the river of the Missouris. This done, we run up against the stream of that river, which was at least as rapid as the Mississippi was at the time, and arrived on the 18th at the first village of the Missouris, where I only stopped to make the people some presents that procured me 100 turkeys, with which that people are wonderfully well stocked. After that, we rowed hard against the stream, and landed next night near the second village. As soon as I arrived, I detached a sergeant with 10 soldiers to convoy the Orogamis to the village, while the rest of my crew were busied in setting up our huts and unloading our canoes. It happened, unluckily, that neither the soldiers nor the Orogamis could make the savages understand them, and the latter were just ready to fall upon them, when an old fellow cried out that the strangers were not without more company, for that he had discovered our huts and canoes. Upon this, the soldiers and the Orogamis retired in a great consternation, and advised me to keep a strong guard all night. About 2 o'clock in the morning, 2 men approached to our little camp, and called in Ilines that they wanted an interview, upon which the Orogamis, being extremely well satisfied that there was somebody among them who could understand what they said, replied in Ilines that they should be very welcome as soon as the sun appeared in the horizon. Nevertheless, the Orogamis resented the former affront so much that they importuned me all night long to set fire to the village and put all the scoundrel inhabitants to the sword. I made answer to them that 'twas our business to be wiser than they, and to bend our thoughts, not upon a fruitless revenge, but upon the discovery that we were then in quest of. At the break of day, the 2 adventurers of the night came up to us, and after putting interrogatories to us for the space of 2 hours, invited us to come up to their village. The Orogamis replied that the head or governor of their nation ought to have saluted us sooner, and this obliged them to go back to give him notice. After that, we saw nobody for 3 hours, but at last, when our impatience was just beginning to boil, we perceived the governor, who accosted us in a trembling posture. He was accompanied with some of his own men, who were loaded with broiled or dried meat, sacks of turkey, or Indian corn, dried raisins, and some speckled or party-colored buckskins. In consideration of this present, I made them another of less consequence. Then I brought on a conference between the Orogamis of my company and the 2 night messengers, in order to make some discovery of the nature of the country, but they still stopped our mouths with this answer, that they knew nothing of the matter, but that the other nations that lived higher up were able to inform us. Had I been of the same mind with the Orogamis, we had done noble exploits in this place, but I considered that 'twas my business to purchase the knowledge of several things,
which I could not obtain by burning the village. To be short, we re-embarked the same day, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and rowed about 4 leagues up the river, where we made the river of the Osage and encamped by its mouth. That night we had several false alarms from the wild beevies, upon which we made sufficient reprisals afterwards. For the next day we killed many of them, notwithstanding that it rained so heavily that we could scarce stir out of our huts. Towards the evening, when the rain was over, and while we were transporting 2 or 3 of these beevies to our little camp, we spied an army of the savages upon a full march towards us. Upon that, my men began to entrench themselves, and to unload their pieces with worms, in order to charge them afresh. But one of the pieces happening to go off, the whole body of the enemy disappeared, some straggling one way and some another, for these people were upon the same foot with the nations that live upon the long river, forasmuch as neither of them had ever seen or handled firearms. However, this adventure moved the Outagami so much that to satisfy them, I was obliged to re-embark that very night and return the same way that I came. Towards midnight, we came before a village and kept a profound silence till daybreak, at which time we rode up to their fort, and upon our entering there and discharging our pieces in the air, the women, children, and superannuated men were put into such a consternation that they run from place to place calling out for mercy. You must know, all their warriors were abroad, and 'twas a body of them that offered to attack us the day before. The Autogamis, perceiving the consternation of the women and children, called out that they behoved to depart the village, and that the women should have time to take up their children. Upon that, the whole crew turned out, and we set fire to the village on all sides. This done, we pursued our course down the rapid river, and entered the river Mississippi on the 25th, early in the morning. The 26th, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we descried 300 or 400 savages employed in the hunting of beevies, which swarmed in all the meads to the westward. As soon as the hunters spied us, they made a sign that we should make towards them. Being ignorant who or how numerous they were, we made a halt at first, but at last we put in about a musket shot above them, calling out to them that they should not approach to us in a body. Upon that, 4 of their number came up to us with a smiling countenance, and gave us to know, in the Illinois language, that they were Akansas. We could not but credit their report, for they had knives and scissors hanging upon their necks, and little axes about them, which the Illinois presented them with when they meet. In fine, being assured that they were of that nation, which Mr. de la Salle and several other Frenchmen were intimately acquainted with, we landed at the same place, and they entertained us first with dancing and singing, and then with all sorts of meat. The next day they showed us a crocodile that they had knocked in the head 2 days before, by a stratagem that you'll find described in another place. After that they gave us the diversion of a hunting match, for 'tis customary with them, when they mean to divert themselves, to catch the beebies by the different methods laid down in this cut. I put some questions to them relating to the Spaniards, but they could not resolve them. All that I learned from them was that the Missouris and the Osage are numerous and mischievous nations, equally void both of courage and honesty, that their countries were watered with very great rivers, and, in a word, were too good for them. After we had spent 2 days with them, we pursued our voyage to the river Awabash, taking care to watch the crocodiles very narrowly, of which they had told us incredible stories. The next day, we entered the mouth of that river, and founded it to try the truth of what the savages reported of its depth. In effect, we found there 3 fathom and a half water, but the savages of our company alleged that 'twas more swelled than usually. They all agreed that 'twas navigable 100 leagues up, and I wished heartily that my time had allowed me to run up to its source, but that being unseasonable, I sailed up against the stream, till we came to the river of the Illinois, which we made on the 9th of April with some difficulty, for the wind was against us the first 2 days, and the current was very rapid. All I can say of the river Mississippi, now that I am to take leave of it, is that its narrowest part is half a league over, and the shallowest is a fathom and a half deep, and that according to the information of the savages, its stream is pretty gentle for 7 or 8 months of the year. As for shelves or banks of sand, I met with none in it. 'Tis full of isles, which look like groves, by reason of the great plenty of trees, and in the verdant season of the year afford a very agreeable prospect. Its banks are woods, meadows, and hills. I cannot be positive whether it winds much in other places, but as far as I could see, its course is very different from that of our rivers in France. For I must tell you by the way, that all the rivers of America run pretty straight. The river of the Illinois is entitled to riches, by virtue of the benign climate and of the great quantities of deer, roebucks, and turkeys that feed upon its brinks, not to mention several other beasts and fowls, a description of which would require an entire volume. If you saw but my journal, you would be sick of the tedious particulars of our daily adventures, both in hunting and fishing diverse species of animals, and in rencounters with the savages. In short, the last thing I shall mention of this river is that the banks are replenished with an infinity of fruit trees, which we saw in a dismal condition, as being stripped of their verdure, and that among these fruit trees there are many vines, which bear most beautiful clusters of very large grapes. I ate some of these grapes dried in the sun, which had a most delicious taste. The beavers are as unfrequent in this as in the Long River, where I saw nothing but otters, of which the people make furs for the winter. I set out from the Illinois River on the 10th of April, and by the help of a west-southwest wind, arrived in 6 days at the fort of Crevecoeur, where I met Mr. de Tonty, who received me with all imaginable civility, and is justly respected and honored by the Iroquois. I stayed 3 days in this fort, where there were 30 coureurs de bois that traded with the Illinois. The 20th, I arrived at the village of the Illinois, and to lessen the drudgery of a great land carriage of 12 great leagues, engaged 400 men to transport our baggage, which they did in the space of 4 days, being encouraged by a bribe of a great roll of Brazil tobacco, and 100-pound weight of powder, 200 weight of ball, and some arms, which I gave to the most considerable men of their number. The 24th, I arrived at Checaco, where my Autogamis took leave of me in order to return to their own country, being very well satisfied with a present I'd made them of some fuses and some pistols. The 25th, I re-embarked, and by rowing hard in a calm, made the river of the Omamis on the 28th. There I met 400 warriors, upon the very same place where Mr. de la Salle had formerly built a fort. These warriors were then employed in burning 3 Iroquois, who, as they said, deserved the punishment, and invited us to share in the pleasure of the show, for the savages take it very ill if one refuses the diversion of such real tragedies. The tragical spectacle made me shrink, for the poor wretches were put to inconceivable torture, and upon that I resolved to re-embark with all expedition, alleging for an apology that my men had great store of brandy with them, and would certainly make themselves drunk in solemnifying their victory, upon which they would be apt to commit disorders that I could not possibly prevent. Accordingly, I went immediately on board, and after coasting along the lake, crossed the Bay de Lourdes, and landed at Missilimakinac the 22nd. I am informed by the Sieur de S. Pierre de Repentigny, who travelled from Quebec hither upon the ice, that Mr. de Denonville has took up a resolution of making a peace with the Iroquois, in which he means to comprehend the other nations that are his allies, and with that view had given notice to his allies that they should not infest the Iroquois. He acquaints me further that Mr. de Denonville has sent orders to the governor of this place to persuade the Rat, one of the commanders of the Hurons, to go down to the colony with a design to have him hanged, and that the savage general, being aware of the design, has made a public declaration that he will go thither on purpose to defy him. Accordingly, he designs to set out tomorrow with a great body of Ottawas and some coureurs de bois under the command of Mr. Dolhut. As for the soldiers of my detachment, I have dispersed them in several canoes among the savages and the coureurs de bois, but having some business to adjust in this place, I am obliged to tarry myself 7 or 8 days longer. This, sir, is a true account of my little voyage. I have related nothing but the essential circumstances, choosing to overlook the rest, which are so trifling as to be unworthy of your curiosity. As for the Illinois Lake, 'tis 300 leagues in circumference, as you may see by the scale of leagues upon the map. 'Tis seated in an admirable climate. Its banks are clothed with fine and tall trees, and have but few meads. The river of the Mummies is not worth your regard. The Bay de l'Eure Guidort is of an indifferent large extent, and receives the river upon which the Ottawas are wont to hunt beavers every 3rd year. In short, it has neither shelves, rocks, nor banks of sand. The land which bounds it on the south side is replenished with roebucks, deer, and turkeys. Farewell, good sir, and assure yourself that 'twill always be a sensible pleasure to me to amuse you with an account of the greatest curiosities I meet with. But now, sir, I hope you will not take it ill that the relation I here give you is only an abridgment of my voyage. For, in earnest, to be minute upon every particular curiosity would require more time and leisure than I can spare. I have here sent you a view of the substantial part, and shall afterwards hope for an opportunity of recounting to you by word of mouth an infinity of adventures, rencounters, and observations, which may call up the reflecting faculty of thinking men. My own thought is too superficial to philosophize upon the origin, the belief, the manners, and customs of so many savages, or to make any advances with reference to the extent of this continent to the westward. I have contented myself with offering some thoughts upon the causes of the bad success of the discoveries that several experienced men have attempted in America, both by sea and land, and I flatter myself that my thoughts upon that head are just. The fresh instances of Mr. de la Salle and several other unlucky discoverers may afford a sufficient and seasonable caution to those who for the future shall undertake to discover all the unknown countries of this new world. 'Tis not even one that's qualified for such an enterprise. Non licet omnibus adire Corinthum. 'Twere an easy matter to trace the utmost limits of the country that lies to the west of Canada, provided it to be gone about in a proper method. In the first place, instead of canoes, I would have such adventurers to make use of certain sloops of a particular structure, which might draw but little water, and be portable, as being made of light wood, and withal carry 13 men, with 35 or 40 hundredweight of stowage, and be able to bear the shock of the waves in the Great Lakes. Courage, health, and vigilance are not sufficient of themselves to qualify a man for such adventures. He ought to be possessed of other talents, which are rarely met with in one and the same person. The conduct of the 300 men that accompanied me upon this discovery gave me a great deal of trouble. It requires a large stock of industry and patience to keep such a company up to their duty. Sedition, mutinies, quarrels, and an infinity of disorders frequently take place among those who, being in remote and solitary places, think they have a right of using force against their superiors. One must dissemble, and even shut his eyes upon occasion, lest the growing evil should be inflamed. The gentlest methods are the surest, for him that commands in chief, and if any mutiny or seditious plot is in view, 'tis the business of the inferior officers to stifle it, by persuading the mutineers that the discovery of such things to the commanding officer would create a great deal of uneasiness. So, the chief officer must still make as if he were ignorant of what passes, unless it be that the flame breaks out in his presence. Then indeed he lies under an indispensable obligation of inflicting speedy and private punishment, without his prudence directs him to put off the execution upon an apprehension of some pernicious consequences that may ensue thereupon. In such voyages he must overlook 1,000 things, which upon other occasions he has all reason to punish. He must counterfeit a downright ignorance of their intrigues with the she-savages, of their quarrels among themselves, of their negligence in not mounting the guard, and not observing the other points of duty. In a word, he must pretend to know nothing of an infinity of such disorders as have no direct tendency to a revolt. He ought to use the precaution of singling out a spy in his little army and reward him handsomely for a dexterous intelligence as to all that happens, to the end that he may remedy the growing disorders either directly or indirectly. The spy may, by good management and due secrecy, find out the ringleader of a club or cabal, and when the commanding officer has received such satisfaction upon the matter that there's no room left to doubt of the criminal's demerit, 'twill then be very convenient to make away with him, and that with such management that nobody should know what became of him. Farther, he ought to give 'em tobacco and brandy now and then, to ask their advice upon some occasions, to fatigue 'em as little as possible, to call 'em up to dance and make merry, and at the same time to exhort 'em to live in a good understanding with one another. The best topic he can make use of for enforcing their duty is religion, and the honor of their country, and this he ought to descant upon himself, for though I have a great deal of faith in the power of the clergy, yet I know that sort of men does more harm than good in voyages of this nature, and for that reason I choose to be without their company. The person who undertakes to go upon a discovery ought to be very nice and cautious in the choice of his men, for every one is not fit for his business. His men ought to be between 30 and 40 years of age, of a dry constitution, of a peaceable temper, of an active and bold spirit, and inured to the fatigues of voyages. The whole retinue must consist of 300 men, and of that number there must be some ship carpenters, gunsmiths, and sawyers, with all their tools, besides huntsmen and fishermen, with their tackling. You must likewise have surgeons among them, but their chest ought to contain nothing but razors, lancets, external medicines for wounds, or Viaton and senna. All the men of the detachment ought to be provided with buff coats and boots to turn the arrows, for, as I intimated above, the savages of the unknown countries are strangers to firearms. They must be armed with a double-barreled gun, a double-barreled pistol, and a good longsword. The commanding officer must take care to provide a sufficient quantity of the skins of deer, elks, and beeves, in order to be sawed together and hung round his camps upon certain stakes fixed at convenient distances from one another. I had as many as would go round a square of 30 foot every way. For each skin being 5 foot deep and almost 4 foot broad, I made 2 pieces of 8 skins apiece, which were raised and extended in a minute. Besides these, he ought to carry with him some pot guns of 8 foot in length and 6 in breadth, with 2 hand mills for grinding the Indian corn, nails of all sizes, pickaxes, spades, hatchets, hooks, soap, and cotton to make candles of. Above all, he must not forget to take in good store of powder, brandy, Brazil tobacco, and such things as he must present to the savages whose country he discovers. Add to this cargo an astrolabe, a semicircle, several sea compasses, some simple and some of variation, a lodestone, 2 large watches of 3 inches diameter, pencils, colors, and paper for making journals and maps for the designing of land creatures, fowl, fish, trees, plants, grain, and, in a word, whatever seems worthy of his curiosity. I would likewise advise him to carry with him some trumpeters and fiddlers, both for animating his retinue and raising the admiration of the savages. With this equipage, sir, a man of sense, conduct, and action. I mean, a man that's vigilant, prudent, cautious, and above all, patient and moderate, and qualified for contriving expedients upon all occasions. A man, I say, thus qualified and thus fitted out may boldly go to all the countries that lie to the west of Canada, without any apprehension of danger. As for my own part, I seriously declare that if I were possessed of all these qualities, I should esteem in my happiness to be employed upon such an enterprise, both for the glory of His Majesty and my own satisfaction. For the continued diversity of objects did so charm me in my voyages, that I had scarce time to reflect upon the fatigue and trouble that I underwent. I am, sir, yours, etc. Letter 17, dated at Quebec, September 28, 1689. The author sets out from Missilimakinac to the colony, and describes the country, rivers, and passes that he saw by the way. The Iroquois make a fatal incursion into the island of Montreal. Fort Frontenac is abandoned. Count Frontenac is sent to Canada, and the Marquis of Denonville is recalled. Sir, I writ to you from Missilimakinac on the 28th of May. I left that place June the 8th, and set out for Montreal, accompanied with 12 Ottawas, who were divided into 2 canoes and rowed very hard. The 23rd, I overtook the coureurs de bois in the river cruise, who had got the start of me for some days. Mr. Dolhut used his utmost efforts to dissuade me from going further with so weak a retinue. He would have had me to go down along with him, and remonstrated to me that if my 12 conductors perceived either in the land carriage or upon the rivers anything that might call up an apprehension of falling into the hands of the Iroquois, they would desert me and the canoes and fly to the woods to avoid the enemy. I rejected his advice, though I had like to have repented of my resolution not long after, for according to his prediction, my canoemen threatened to run away to the forests at the fall called Long Saut, and indeed if they had done it, I had followed them, upon the reflection that of 2 evils a man ought to choose the least, but this storm blew over. In the great river of the Ottawas, not far from the river of Livre, I met Mr. de Saint Helene, at the head of a party of the Coureurs de Bois, who was bound for Hudson Bay in order to retake some forts that the English had seized upon. He acquainted me with the Prince of Orange's expedition for England, and gave me to understand that upon his arrival King James retired to France, and that the prince was proclaimed king, which seemed to presage a bloody and sharp war in Europe. I assure you, sir, this piece of news surprised me extremely, and notwithstanding that I had it from the mouth of a man whose word I rely very much upon, yet I had all the difficulty in the world to make myself believe that a revolution of such importance could be accomplished in so short a time without the effusion of blood, especially considering what a strict alliance there was between our court and the court of England, and how much 'twas the interest of both these monarchs to give mutual assistance to one another. July the 9th, I arrived at Montreal, after venturing down several fearful cataracts in the river of the Ottawas, and enduring the hardships of 15 or 20 land carriages, some of which are above a league in length. The navigation is pretty sure from Missilimakinac to the River de Francois, for in coasting along the Lake of Hurons we meet with an infinity of islands which serve for a shelter. But in going up that river, there's some difficulty, for it has 5 cataracts, which oblige us to turn out and carry all over land for 30, 50, and 100 paces. Having passed that river, we entered the lake of the Nepicerinis, from whence we are forced to transport our canoes and baggage 2 leagues over land, to another river which has 6 or 7 waterfalls that we commonly shoot. From that river, we have another land carriage to the river Creuse, which falls with rapid currents into the great river of the Ottawas, near a place called Matawan. We continue our course upon this great river, till we come to the point of the island of Montreal, where it is lost in the great river of St. Lawrence. These 2 rivers joined one another with very gentle streams, and quitting their fearful channels, formed the little lake of St. Louis. I thought to have lost my life at the fall, called the Fall of St. Louis, about 3 leagues from Montreal. For our canoe having overset in the eddy, I was carried by the current to the foot of that cataract, from whence the Chevalier de Vaudreuil dragged me out by a great chance. The canoes and the skins belonging to the 6 savages were lost, and one of the savages was drowned. This is the only time I was in danger through the whole course of my voyages. As soon as I landed here, I repaired with diligence to a tavern to refresh myself and to make up the losses I had sustained by unnecessary abstinence. The next day I waited upon Mr. de Denonville and Mr. de Champigny, to whom I gave an account of my voyages, and withal gave in the news that a great company of the Coureurs de Bois and savages would arrive very speedily, which they did accordingly after 15 days. The rat I mentioned above came down hither, and returned home notwithstanding the threats that were levelled against him. By this adventure he showed that he laughed at their intrigues, but now that I have mentioned his name, I cannot forbear mentioning a malicious stratagem that this cunning savage made use of last year to prevent the conclusion of a peace between Mr. de Denonville and the Iroquois. This savage is the general and chief counselor of the Hurons. He is a man of 40 years of age and brave in his way. When he found himself pressed and importuned by Mr. de Denonville to enter into the alliance concluded in the year 1687 that I took notice of before, he at last complied with his desire, with this reserve, that the war should not be put to an end till the Iroquois were totally routed. This clause the governor promised to make good, and gave him assurances to that purpose on the 3rd of September in the same year, which happened about 2 days before I set out from Niagara upon my voyage to the Great Lakes. This savage general, relying upon Mr. de Denonville's promise, marched from Missilimakinac at the head of 100 warriors, as I insinuated in my 14th letter, in order to invade the Iroquois country and achieve some glorious feats among them. In the meantime, to carry on his design the more cautiously, he thought it proper to pass by the way of Fort Frontenac, where he might receive some intelligence. Upon his arrival at this fort, the governor told him that Mr. de Denonville was negotiating a peace with the 5 Iroquois nations, whose ambassadors and hostages he expected in a short time in order to conclude and ratify the peace, he having orders to conduct them to Montreal, and that upon that consideration 'twas most proper for him and his warriors to return home and to pass no further. The savage general was mightily surprised with this unexpected piece of news, especially considering that by the means of that peace he and his nation would be given up as a sacrifice for the welfare of the French. When the governor had made an end of his remonstrances, the rat acknowledged that what he offered was very reasonable, but withal that instead of following his advice, he would go and tarry for the Iroquois ambassadors and hostages at the cataracts, by which they were obliged to pass. He had not tarried there above 5 or 6 days before the unhappy deputies arrived with a train of 40 young men, who were all either killed or taken as they disembarked. The prisoners were no sooner fettered than this crafty general of the Hurons represented to him that the French governor had sent him notice to take up that post, in order to lie in wait for a party of 50 warriors that were to pass that way at a certain set time. The Iroquois, being much surprised with the apprehension of the persidiousness that he charged upon Mr. de Denonville, acquainted the rat with the design upon which they came. Upon that, the rat counterfeited a sort of rage and fury, and to play his cards the better, flew out in invectives against Mr. de Denonville, declaring that some time or other he would be revenged upon that governor for making him the instrument of the most barbarous treachery that ever was acted. Then he fixed his eyes upon all the prisoners, among whom was the chief ambassador called the Ganesorens, and spoke to this purpose: "Go, my brethren, though I am at war with you, yet I release you, and allow you to go home. 'Tis the governor of the French that put me upon this black action, which I shall never be able to digest unless your 5 nations revenge themselves and make their just reprisals." This was sufficient to convince the Iroquois of the sincerity of his words, and they assured him upon the spot that if he had a mind to make a separate peace, the 5 nations would agree to it. However, the rat, having lost 1 man in this adventure, kept an Iroquois slave to supply the place of the man he had lost. And after furnishing the prisoners with guns, powder, and ball, in order to their return homeward, marched to Missilimakinac, where he presented the French governor with the slave that he brought off. The poor wretch was no sooner delivered than he was condemned to be shot, for at that time the French garrison did not know that Mr. de Denonville designed to clap up a peace with the Iroquois. The condemned prisoner gave an account of his adventure and that of the ambassadors, but the French thought that the fear of death made the fellow talk idly, and were confirmed in that thought by hearing the rat and his men say that he was lightheaded, insomuch that the poor fellow was put to death, notwithstanding all the reasons he could offer. The same day that he was shot, the rat called an old Iroquois slave that had served him a long while, and told him he had resolved to allow him the liberty of returning to his own country, and spending the rest of his days among his friends and countrymen. At the same time he gave him to know that since he had been an eyewitness of the barbarous usage that his countrymen had met with from the French, notwithstanding what he offered in his own defense, it behoved him to acquaint his countrymen with the blackness of that action. The manumitted slave obeyed his orders so punctually that soon after the Iroquois made an incursion at a time when the governor did not dream of any such thing, for he had used the precaution of giving the Iroquois to understand that he disavowed of the rat's treachery, insomuch that he had a mind to have him hanged, and upon this prospect expected hourly 10 or 12 deputies to conclude the peace he so much desired. In effect, the deputies did come, but neither their number nor their design was suitable to what the governor had promised to himself. 1,200 warriors landed at the land's end of the island of Montreal and burnt and sacked all the plantations in that quarter. They massacred men, women, and children, and Madame de Denonville, who was then at Montreal with her husband, did not think herself safe in that place. A general consternation was spread all about, for the barbarians were not above 3 leagues from Montreal. They burnt all the adjacent settlements and blocked up 2 forts. Mr. de Denonville sent out a detachment of 100 soldiers and 50 savages to oppose them, being unwilling to spare a greater number out of the city. But all the men of the detachment were either taken or cut in pieces, excepting 12 savages, 1 soldier who commanded the party and was carried off by the 12 savages after his thigh was broke. The other officers, namely the Sieurs de la Robert, Denis, Laplante, and Villedenay, were all taken prisoners. In a word, the barbarians laid almost the whole island waste and lost only 3 men, who, having drank to excess of the wine they found in the plantations, were decoyed into a fort by a Canadese cowkeeper that had been their slave for some years. As soon as the 3 unfortunate Iroquois arrived in the fort, they were thrown into a cellar to sleep themselves sober. And, questionless, as soon as they waked, they repented of their excessive drinking. When they waked, they fell immediately a singing, and when the garrison offered to fetter them and carry them to Montreal, they flew to some clubs that lay in the cellar, and made such a vigorous and brave defense that the garrison was forced to shoot them upon the spot. The cowkeeper being brought before Mr. de Denonville, he told him that the breach made by the rats' contrivance was irreparable, that the 5 Iroquois nations resented that adventure with so much warmth that 'twas impossible to dispose them to a peace in a short time, that they were so far from being angry with that Huron for what he did that they were willing to enter into a treaty with him, owning that he and his party had done nothing but what became a brave man and a good ally. Doubtless, this fatal incursion was a great surprisal to Mr. de Denonville, and afforded him a copious field for reflection. 'Twas already impossible to continue the possession of Fort Frontenac, where they began to want provisions, and which could not be relieved without exposing a great many men to the danger of the passes or cataracts, which I have mentioned so often. There was a downright necessity of calling out the garrison and blowing up the fort, but the difficulty lay in finding a man to carry orders for that effect to the governor, for nobody durst undertake it, till the Sir Peter d'Arpentigny offered to go all alone through the forests, and accordingly he went, and did his business successfully. The orders were extreme welcome to Mr. de Valrennes, the governor of the fort for the time, who, upon the receiving of them, run a mine under the 4 bastions, which, with the powder he put in, was reckoned sufficient to blow it up. This done, he embarked and came down the river through the cataracts to Montreal, where he found Mr. de Denonville, and accompanied him hither. That officer did not only abdicate the fort of Frontenac, but set fire to 3 great barks that they used to ply with upon the lake, both to awe the Iroquois in time of war, and to convey commodities to them in time of peace. Mr. de Denonville acted a prudent part in relinquishing both this fort and that of Niagara, for in earnest these 2 posts are indefensible by reason of the inaccessible cataracts, upon which an ambuscado of 10 Iroquois may repulse 1,000 Frenchmen by the throwing of stones. But after all, I must own that the welfare and preservation of our colonies had an absolute dependence upon these 2 forts, which seemed to ensure the utter destruction of the Iroquois, for they could not stir out of their villages to hunt or to fish without running the risk of having their throats cut by the savages in alliance with us, who, being then assured of a safe retreat, would have made continual incursions into the country of those barbarians. And by this means, the Iroquois, being unprovided with beaver skins to be given in exchange for guns, powder, ball, and nets, would be starved to death, or at least be obliged to depart their country. In the end of September, Mr. de Bonaventure, captain and owner of a merchant ship, arrived in this port, and brought the news of Mr. de Frontenac's reinstallment in the place of Governor General of Canada, and of the recalling of Mr. de Denonville, whom the Duc de Beauvilliers has recommended to the king for the place of sub-governor to the princes, his grandsons. Some people are uneasy at the recalling of this governor, and 'tis said that the reverend fathers, the Jesuits, fall under the number of the malcontents. For, if we may credit the reports of the country, they contributed in a great measure to the recalling of Mr. de Frontenac 7 or 8 years ago, by acting in concert with the intendant of Chevenot and the Supreme Council, and drawing up accusations against him which had the desired effect, though now the king shows that he is undeceived
by reinstating that gentleman once more in this government. In the meantime, the statesmen of the country that are most guilty know not how to dress this kettle of fish, for they make no question but the new governor will retain a just resentment of what's past. But the gentlemen, merchants, and other inhabitants are making preparations for solemnifying his arrival, which they expect with as much impatience as the Jews do the Messiah's. The very savages that live in the skirts of the colony show an uncommon joy upon the hopes of his return, and indeed we need not think it strange, for that governor drew esteem and veneration not only from the French, but from all the nations of this vast continent, who looked upon him as their guardian angel. Mr. de Denonville begins to pack up his baggage, and that, in effect, is all I can say of him. 'Tis none of my business to meddle with an infinity of affairs that relate to the gentleman's private interest. As to the question whether he has managed well or ill during the course of his government, or whether he was loved or hated, I know nothing of the matter. I am at a loss to know whether he kept a good or a sorry table, for indeed I was never at it. Adieu. I make account to set out for Rochelle, when the vessel that brings our new governor returns for France. I am, Sir, yours, etc. Letter 18. Dated at Quebec, November 15, 1689. Giving an account of Mr. de Frontenac's arrival, his reception, his voyage to Montreal, and the repairing of Fort Frontenac. Sir, the intelligence you give me of the adjudging of the lands of La Hontan would have drove me to despair, if you had not assured me at the same time that I might recover it after a century of years, if I had the misfortune to live so long, upon the condition of reimbursing to the possessor the sum that he paid for it, and of proving that I was actually in the king's service in the remote parts of the world when that estate was sold. To speak to the purpose, Mr. de Frontenac has countermanded the leave I had to go for France, and has offered me a free access to his pocket and his table. All the arguments I offered have no influence upon him, and so I am bound to obey. This new governor arrived at Quebec the 15th of October. He came on shore at 8 o'clock at night and was received by the Supreme Council and all the inhabitants in arms, with flambeaux both in the city and upon the harbor, with a triple discharge of the great and small guns, and illuminations in all the windows of the city. That same night he was complimented by all the companies of the town, and above all by the Jesuits, who upon that occasion made a very pathetic speech, though the heart had less hand in it than the mouth. The next day he was visited by all the ladies, whose inward joy appeared in their countenances as much as in their words. Several persons made fireworks, while the governor and his retinue sung Te Deum in the great church. These solemn demonstrations of joy increased from day to day, till the new governor set out for Montreal, and the conduct of the people upon this head afforded signal proofs of the satisfaction they had in his return, and of their resting assured that his wise conduct and noble spirit would preserve the repose and tranquility that he always kept up during his first 10 years' government. All the world adored him and styled him Redemptor Patria, to which title he had a just claim, for all the inhabitants of these colonies agree that when he came first to Canada, he found all things in confusion and distress. At the time, the Iroquois had burned all the plantations and cut the throats of some thousands of the French. The farmer was knocked on the head in his field. The traveler was murdered upon the road, and the merchant ruined for want of commerce. All the planters were pinched with famine. The war rendered the country desolate, and, in a word, New France had infallibly perished, if this governor had not made that peace with the barbarians that I spoke of in my 5th letter. The bringing of that peace to bear was an action of greater importance than you can well imagine, for these barbarians grounded all their wars upon a personal enmity,
whereas the European ruptures depend more upon interest than upon pure revenge. Mr. de Saint-Vallier, the Bishop of Quebec, arrived likewise on the 15th at the same port. He had embarked in the preceding spring on board of a bark that he had hired to transport him to Acadia, to Newfoundland, and to the other countries of his diocese. Mr. de Frontenac, our governor, set out for Montreal in a canoe 4 or 5 days after his arrival, and I had the honor to accompany him. All endeavors were used to dissuade him from undertaking that voyage, when the season was so cold and so far advanced. For, as I informed you before, the ice is thicker and stronger here in October than 'tis at Paris in January, which is very strange. Notwithstanding all the remonstrances drawn from the hardships and inconveniencies of the voyage, he slighted the fatigues of the water and threw himself into a canoe in the 68th year of his age. Nay, he took the abdication of Fort Frontenac so much to heart that he had gone straight thither if the nobility, the priests, and the inhabitants of Montreal had not entreated him with joint supplications not to expose his person to the danger of the falls and cataracts that lie in that passage. In the meantime, some gentlemen of Canada, followed by 100 coureurs de bois, under the command of Mr. Mantet, ventured upon the voyage, with intent to learn the state of the fort. I acquainted you in my last letter that Mr. de Valrennes had blown up the walls of the fort when he made his retreat, but by good luck the damage was not so great as was took to be, for the party commanded by Mr. Mantet have already reared up the ruinous wall to the height of some fathoms, and will continue to work upon the repair of the fort all this winter. This news Mr. de Frontenac received last night, which was the 6th after his return to the city. I had forgot to tell you that he brought with him out of France some of those Iroquois that Mr. de Denonville had sent to the galleys, as I intimated in my 13th letter, the rest having perished in their chains. Of all these unfortunate barbarians that he has brought back, the most considerable is one that goes by the name of Orewaje. He was not used as a galley slave, in regard that he was the leader of the Goyogoans, and the governor has lodged him in the castle in consideration of the esteem he shows, both for Mr. de Frontenac and for the French nation. Some flatter themselves with the hopes that some accommodation with the 5 Iroquois nation may be effected by his mediation. And for that end, proposals of peace are now in agitation. But I have 3 good reasons for predicting that such a design will prove abortive. I have already laid these reasons before Mr. de Frontenac, who gave me to know that after the departure of the ships he would discourse me upon that head. I shall not offer at the particulars of his interview with Monsieur and Madame de Denonville till such time as you and I have an opportunity of talking under the rose. Some officers accompany Mr. Denonville and his lady to France, in hopes of being preferred. In all probability the ships will set sail tomorrow, for we have now a fair and gentle westerly gale. Besides that the season for quitting this post is almost spent. I am, sir, yours, etc. Letter 19. Dated at Montreal, October 2, 1690, relating the attempts upon New England and New York, a fatal embassy sent by the French to the Iroquois, and an ill-concerted enterprise of the English and the Iroquois in marching by land to attack the French colony. Sir, about 15 days since, a ship of Rochelle laden with wine and brandy arrived in this harbor, and the captain took care to convey a letter from you to my hands. As to your desire of having a circumstantial account of the trade of Canada, I cannot satisfy it at present, for I am not as yet so thoroughly acquainted with all its branches. But I assure you that some time or other I shall send you such memoirs, as will give you satisfaction upon that head. In the meantime, I hope you'll be contented with an account of what passed in the country since the day of my last. As soon as Mr. Denonville set out from Quebec, upon his return to France, Mr. de Frontenac took possession of the fort, which is the common residence of our Governor-General, and ordered one of our best architects to make preparations for rebuilding it as soon as he could. In the beginning of this year, Mr. de Iberville attempted to pillage a small village in New York, called by the Iroquois Corlar, which name they likewise give to all the governors of that English colony. This gentleman, who is a Canadese, was attended by 500 coureurs de bois and the like number of savages, and the whole party made the expedition over snow and ice, notwithstanding that they had 300 leagues to march backward and forward, and that the roads were very rugged and troublesome. Mr. d'Iberville met with wonderful success, for after he had pillaged, burned, and sacked that little village with the adjacent cantons, he fell in with a party of 100 Iroquois and defeated them entirely. Much about the same time, Mr. de Portneuf, another Canada gentleman, marched out at the head of 300 men, one half savages and the other half coureurs de bois, with intent to possess himself of a fort belonging to the English called Kennebec, which stands upon the sea coast of New England, towards the frontiers of Acadia. The garrison of this fort made a brave defense, but there being great quantities of granados and other fireworks thrown in upon them, while the savages, contrary to their custom, scaled the palisadoes on all hands, the governor was obliged to surrender upon discretion. 'Tis said that in this action the coureurs de bois did their duty very bravely, but the enterprise had proved successless without the assistance of the savages. As soon as the rivers were navigable, Mr. de Frontenac offered to send me with proposals of peace to the Iroquois, but I made answer that since his pocket and his table had been free to me during the winter, I could not imagine that he had a mind to be rid of me so soon. Being obliged by this reply to unfold my meaning, I remonstrated to him that, the King of England having lost his crown and war being proclaimed, the governors of New England and New York would infallibly use their utmost efforts to excite these banditos to redouble their incursions. That, for that end, they would furnish them with ammunition gratis, and even join them in order to attack our towns, and above all, that the intrigue of the rat had so provoked them, that in my opinion, 'twas impossible to appease them. Upon these considerations, I humbly beseeched him to have some other person in his view, in case he persisted in his design of making a trial of that nature. The Chevalier Du was singled out for this fatal embassy, being attended by one Cullen, as interpreter of the Iroquois language, and 2 young Canadians. They set out in a canoe, and when they came in sight of the village of the Onontagues, were received with the honorable salvo of several good blows, and conducted with the same ceremony to the village. Such a retinue could not but be disagreeable to the gentlemen that came to make offers of a peace. The ancient men, being quickly assembled, thought it most proper to send them back with a favorable answer, and in the meantime to engage some of the Agnias and Onoyotes to lie in wait for him at the cataracts of the river, and there kill 2, sending the 3rd back to Quebec, and carrying the 4th to their village, where there would be found some English that would shoot them, that is, that would give them the same usage as the rat did to their ambassadors. So true it is that that action sticks in their stomachs. This project had actually been put in execution, if it had not been for some of the planters of New York, who were then among the barbarians, having come thither on purpose to animate them against us. These planters knew so well how to influence the barbarians that were already bent upon revenge, that a company of young barbarians burned them all alive, excepting the Chevalier Du, whom they tied hand and foot and sent him bound to Boston, with a design to pump out of him a view of the conditions of our colonies and forces. This piece of news we received 2 months after, by some slaves that made their escape from the Iroquois, and Mr. de Frontenac, when surprised with such dismal news, declared that out of 20 captains that offered to execute that commission and would have taken the employment for an honor, I was the only one that had been capable of foreseeing its bad success. June the 24th, I embarked for this place in a sluggish brigantine that the captain of the governor's guard had caused to be built the foregoing winter. This venerable vessel had the honor to lodge the intendant and his lady, and all of us being in no haste, spent 10 or 12 days by the way, and feasted like kings every night. Mr. de Frontenac marked out a fort in his passage to the city of Trois-Rivières, which I spoke of before. 15 days after our arrival in this place, a certain savage whose name was Plague came and gave us notice that he had discovered a body of 1,000 English and 500 Iroquois that marched up to attack us. Upon this intelligence, all our troops crossed over to the meadow of Madeleine opposite to the city, and there encamped in conjunction with 300 or 400 savages that were our allies, in order to give the enemy a warm reception. Our camp was no sooner formed than Mr. Frontenac detached 2 or 3 small parties of the savages to observe the enemy. These parties came soon back, after having surprised some straggling Iroquois at hunting on the confines of Champlain Lake. The prisoners informed us that the English, being unable to encounter the fatigues of the march, and unprovided with a sufficient stock of provisions, both they and the Iroquois were returned to their own country. This account being confirmed by other savages, our troops decamped and marched back to this place, from whence I was detached some days after to command a party that was to cover the reapers of Fort Roland, which lies in this island. When the harvest was over, I returned to this place, along with the Hurons and the Ottawas, who had come down from their own country in pursuit of their usual trade in skins, an account of which you had in my 8th letter. These traders continued here 15 days, and then marched home. This, sir, is a summary of all our occurrences of moment since the last year. About 15 days hence, I think to set out for Quebec, in Mr. de Frontenac's brigantine. I conclude with my usual compliment. Sir, yours, etc. Letter 20. Dated at Rochelle, January 12, 1691. Being a relation of a second and very important expedition of the English by sea, in which is contained a letter written by the English Admiral to the Count of Frontenac, with this governor's verbal answer, as also an account of the author's departure for France. Sir, I am arrived at last at Rochelle, from whence I now transmit you a relation of all that passed in Canada since the date of my last letter. In the space of a few days after that date, Mr. de Frontenac received advice that a strong fleet of English ships amounting to 34 sail was seen near Tadoussac. Immediately he got on board of his brigantine and ordered all the troops to embark in canoes and boats and to row night and day to prevent the enemy, all which was happily put in execution. At the same time, he gave orders to Mr. de Calieres to bring down as many of the inhabitants as possibly he could. We rowed with such expedition and diligence that we arrived the 3rd day at Quebec. As soon as Mr. de Frontenac debarked, he viewed the weakest posts and ordered them to be fortified without loss of time. He raised the batteries in several places, and though in that capital city we had but 12 great guns and but little ammunition, yet he seemed to be resolutely bent upon an obstinate resistance to the efforts of the enemy's fleet, which in the meantime stood catching of flies at the distance of 2 leagues from Quebec. We took the advantage of their slow approaches and worked incessantly to put ourselves in a posture of defense. Our troops, our militia, and our Confederate savages came up to us on all hands. 'Tis certain that if the English admiral had made his descent before our arrival at Quebec, or even 2 days after, he had carried the place without striking a blow, for at that time there was not 200 French in the city, which lay open and exposed on all hands. But instead of doing that, he cast anchor towards the point of the island of Orleans and lost 3 days in consulting the captains of the ships before they came to a resolution. He took the Sieur Joliet with his lady and his mother-in-laws in a bark in the river of St. Lawrence, 3 merchant men from France, and 1 laden with beaver skins from Hudson Bay entered the river of Sanguenay by the way of Tadoussac, where they skulked, and after hauling their guns ashore, raised very good batteries. To be short, the officers of the enemy's fleet came to a resolution after the loss of 3 or 4 days in useless consultations, during which time we were joined on all hands by great numbers of inhabitants and soldiers. Pursuant to the resolution of the councils of war, the English admiral, namely Sir William Phips, sent out his sloop with a French flag upon its prow, which made up to the city with sound of trumpet. Upon this, Mr. de Frontenac sent out another with a French officer to meet it, who found an English major in the sloop, who gave him to understand that he had the charge of a letter from his general to the Governor of Canada, and hoped he might be allowed to deliver it himself. Upon that, the French officer took him into his sloop, and having blindfolded him, conducted him to the governor's chamber, where his face being uncovered, he delivered him a letter, the substance of which was this: I, Sir William Phips, General of the Forces of New England, by sea and land, to Count Frontenac, Governor General of Quebec, by orders from and in the name of William III, and Mary King and Queen of England, am come to make myself master of this country, but in regard that I have nothing so much in view as the preventing of effusion of blood, I require you to surrender at discretion your cities, castles, forts, towns, as well as your persons, assuring you at the same time that you shall meet with all manner of good usage, civility, and humanity. If you do not accept of this proposal without any restriction, I will endeavor, by the assistance of heaven, on which I rely, and the force of my arms, to make a conquest of them. I expect a positive answer in writing in the space of an hour, and in the meantime give you notice that after the commencement of hostilities I shall not entertain any thoughts of accommodation. Signed, William Phips. After the interpreter had translated the letter to Mr. de Frontenac, who was then surrounded with officers, he ordered the captain of his guards to make a gibbet before the fort, in order to hang the poor major, who in all appearance understood French, for upon the pronouncing of this fatal sentence he was like to swoon away. And indeed I must say the major had some reason to be affected, for he had certainly been hanged if the bishop and the intendant, who to his good luck were then present, had not interceded on his behalf. Mr. de Frontenac pretended that they were a fleet of pirates, or of persons without commission, for that the King of England was then in France. But at last, the governor being appeased, ordered the major to repair forthwith on board of his admiral, against whom he could defend himself the better, for not being attacked. At the same time, he declared that he knew no other king of Great Britain than James II, that his rebellious subjects were pirates, and that he dreaded neither their force nor their threats. This said, he threw Admiral Phips' letter in the major's face, and then turned his back upon him. Upon that, the poor ambassador took fresh courage, and looking upon his watch, took the liberty to ask Mr. de Frontenac if he could not have his answer in writing before the hour elapsed. But the governor made answer, with all the haughtiness and disdain imaginable, that his admiral deserved no other answer than what flew from the mouth of cannons and muskets. These words were no sooner pronounced than the major was forced to take his letter again, and being blindfolded, was reconducted to his sloop, in which he rowed towards the fleet with all expedition. The next day, about 2 in the afternoon, 60 sloops were sent ashore with 10 or 1200 men, who stood upon the sand in very good order. After that, the sloops went back to the ships and brought ashore the like complement of men, which was afterward joined by a third complement of the same number. As soon as these troops were landed, they began to march towards the city, with drums beating and colors flying. This descent was made over against the Isle of Orleans, about a league and a half below Quebec, but 'twas not so expeditious, but that our Confederate savages, with 200 coureurs de bois and 50 officers, had time to post themselves in a copse of thick brambles, which lay half a league off the place of landing. It being impossible for so small a party to come to an open battle with a numerous enemy, they were forced to fight after the manner of the savages, that is, to lay ambuscados from place to place in the copse, which was a quarter of a league broad. This way of waging war proved wonderfully successful to us, for our men being posted in the middle of the copse, we suffered the English to enter and then fired upon them, lying flat upon the ground till they fired their pieces, after which we sprung up, and drawing into knots here and there, repeated our fire with such success that the English militia, perceiving our savages, fell into confusion and disorder, and their battalions were broke, insomuch that they betook themselves to flight, crying out, "Indians, Indians!" and gave our savages the opportunity of making a bloody slaughter among them, for we found 300 men left upon the spot, without any other loss on our side than that of 10 coureurs de bois, 4 officers, and 2 savages. The next day the English landed 4 pieces of brass cannon mounted like field pieces, and fought very bravely, though they were very ill disciplined. 'Tis certain there was no want of courage on their side, and their want of success must be imputed to their unacquaintedness with military discipline, to their being enfeebled by the fatigues of the sea, and to the ill conduct of Sir William Phips, who upon this enterprise could not have done more than he did, if he had been engaged by us to stand still with his hands in his pockets. This day passed over more peaceably than the next, for then the English made a fresh attempt to force their passage through the copse by the help of their artillery, but they lost 300 or 400 more in the attempt, and were forced to retire with all diligence to the landing place. On our side we lost Mr. de Saint Helene, who died of a wound in his leg, and about 40 Frenchmen and savages. This victory animated us so much that we pursued the English to their camp, and lay all night flat upon the ground just by it, with a design to attack it by the break of day. But they saved us the labor, for they embarked about midnight with such confusion that we killed 50 more of them, rather by chance than by dexterity, while they were getting into their boats. When day came, we transported to Quebec their tents and their cannon, which they had left behind them, the savages being in the meantime employed in stripping the dead in the wood. The same day that the descent was made, Sir William Phips weighed and came to an anchor with 4 great ships, at the distance of a musket shot from the lower city, where we had only 1 battery of 6 or 8 pounders. There he cannonadoed for 24 hours so handsomely that the fire of the great guns equaled that of the small arms. The damage they did to the roofs of the houses amounted to 5 or 6 pistols, for as I informed you in my first letter, the walls of the houses are so hard that a ball cannot pierce them. When Sir William Phips had made an end of these glorious exploits, he sent to the man of Mr. de Frontenac some English prisoners, in exchange for the Sieur Joliet, with his wife and his mother and some seamen, which was forthwith put in execution. This done, the fleet weighed anchor and steered homeward. As soon as the 3 merchantmen that lay skulking in the river of Saguenay saw the fleet running below Tadoussac with full sail before a westerly gale, they put their guns aboard, and pursuing their voyage with great satisfaction, arrived at Quebec on the 12th of November. They had scarce put their cargo on shore, when the bitter cold covered the river with ice, which damaged their ship so much that they were forced to run them ashore. This troublesome frost was as uneasy to me as to Mr. de Frontenac, for I then saw that I was obliged to pass another winter in Canada, and Mr. de Frontenac was at a loss to contrive a way of sending the king advice of this enterprise. But by good luck, there came all of a sudden a downfall of rain, which was followed by a thaw, and was equally acceptable to us both. Immediately the governor ordered an unrigged frigate to be rigged and fitted out, which was done accordingly with such dispatch that the ballast sails, ropes, and masts were all in order almost as soon as the orders were given out. When the frigate was ready to sail, the governor told me that the making of France as soon as ever I could would be a piece of important service, and that I ought rather to perish than to suffer myself to be taken by the enemy, or to put in at any port whatsoever by the way. At the same time, he gave me a particular letter to Mr. de Seignelay, the purpose of which was much to my advantage. I put to sea the 20th of November, the like of which was never seen in that place before. At the Isle of Coudres we escaped luckily, for there the northeast wind blew so hard upon us that after we had dropped anchor, we thought to have been split in pieces in the night time. The rest of our passage was good enough, for we encountered but one storm till we arrived at this place. Indeed, we met with contrary winds, about 150 leagues off the coast of France, which obliged us to traverse and lie by for a long time, and 'twas for this reason that our passage was so long. I hear you are now in Provence, and that Mr. de Seignelay is gone upon a voyage to the other world, which is of a quite different nature from that I have just performed. In earnest, sir, his death is a last misfortune to the Navy of France, to the colonies of the two Americas, and to me in particular, since Mr. de Frontenac's recommendatory letter is thereby rendered useless to me. I am, sir, yours, etc. Letter 21, dated at Rochelle, July 26, 1691, containing a description of the courts or offices of the ministers of state, and the view of some services that are ill rewarded at court. Sir, the letter you writ to me 2 months ago came to my hands at Paris, but I could not give you an answer there, because I had not then done my business. Now that I am returned to Rochelle, I have leisured time enough to inform you of all that befell me since my return to France. As soon as I arrived at Versailles, I waited upon Mr. de Pontchartrain, who succeeded Mr. de Seignelay. I represented to him that Mr. de Frontenac had given me a letter to his predecessor, in which he took notice of the services I had done. I remonstrated to him that my estate being seized upon and there being several lawsuits to be adjusted where my presence was necessary, I hoped His Majesty would give me leave to quit his service. He made answer that he had been informed of the state of my affairs, and that I was allowed to pursue the management of them till the departure of the last ships that are bound this year for Quebec, to which place he meaned I should return. Having received this answer, I went from Versailles to Paris, where my relations drew me into a consultation of several councillors, who declared that my affairs were so perplexed that in their opinion I could not have them adjusted in so short a time. In the meantime, the crowns I was forced to lug out for this consultation turned my stomach against the going to law with persons that had so much interest in the Parliament of Paris, insomuch that I was almost in the mind of losing my right rather than to enter upon the lawsuit. However, I did not fail to put in for a provision upon my confiscated estate by virtue of my being actually in the service. But the soliciting of that cost me so much trouble and charges that though my powerful adversaries had not been able to prevent the obtaining of my request, yet the sum adjudged thereupon would not be sufficient to answer the charges I was at. Messieurs de Bragelonne are very honourable gentlemen, as you know very well. 'Tis true, they love pistols better than their relations, and upon that principle contented themselves in doing me the honour of their good advice, for their generosity does not go much further, and if I had no other refuge than theirs, I should be but in a sorry condition. The abbot of Écoutets, who is more liberal, though not so rich as they, made me a present of 100 louis d'or, which I applied to the payment of the fees, for being received into the Order of St. Lazarus. The ceremony of that installment was performed in the Monsieur de Louvois' chamber and did not last so long as the telling of the money. I was in hopes that this generous abbot would have bestowed upon me some simple benefice that he might have thrown in my way, without injuring himself. But it seems a scruple of conscience stood my enemy. Upon the whole, sir, I was even forced at last to go to Versailles to solicit for a place, which is the most cutting and vexatious office in the world. But do consider, sir, that in those royal apartments crowns fly, and nobody knows where they go. One must patiently attend 5 or 6 hours a day in Mr. de Pontchartrain's apartments, only to show himself every time that the minister goes out or comes in. He no sooner appears than everyone crowds in to present memorials clogged with 50 reasons which commonly fly off as light as the wind. As soon as he receives these petitions, he gives them to some secretary or other that follows him, and this secretary carries them to Messieurs de Latouche, de Begon, and de Salubery, whose footmen receive pistols from most of the officers, who without that expedient would be in danger of catching cold at the door of the office of these deputies. 'Tis from that expedient alone that their good or bad destiny must flow. Pray undeceive yourself as to your notion of the protection of great lords. The time is gone in which the ministers granted whatever they asked for their bastards, their footmen, and their vassals. There is but 2 or 3 princes or dukes who, being great favorites, will meddle in protecting those that have no immediate dependence upon them. And if these do it, 'tis very seldom, for you know that the gentry of France is in no great circumstances, and these great lords have oftentimes poor friends of their own, for whom they are obliged to ask places, in order to their subsistence. As the world goes now, the ministers are upon such a foot that they'll refuse anything to persons the highest dignity above court, by replying, "The king will have it so," or "The king will have it otherwise." And as for the topic of merit, that's such a frightful monster that it can have no reception in the ministers' offices. Nay, most of the ministers are struck with horror when they think of it. 'Tis the ministers, in effect, that dispose of all the places, though it appears as if it were the king. They do what they please, without being accountable to him, for he puts all upon the affectionate seal they ought to have for his service. They carry extracts to him, in which the merit of the officers they mean to prefer is either supposed or extolled, but the memorials of those they do not like are far from appearing. I'm sorry I should be obliged to lay this truth before you. However, I mention no particular minister, for they are not all of that kidney. I know some of them that would scorn to do the least injustice to any man whatsoever, and would not suffer their Swisses or their lackeys, or even their deputies or clerks, to intrigue for the preferment of such and such persons by the means of pistols. These dexterous intriguers do by indirect means make more officers than you have hairs on your head, and 'tis for that reason they are saluted a league off, and dignified as seriously with the title of Monsieur as their masters are with that of Monseigneur or Grandeur. These last titles have been acquired by our ministers and secretaries of state with as much glory as by our bishops. We must not think it strange, therefore, that even our general officers have the words Monseigneur and Grandeur so frequently in their mouths, provided it be accompanied with that of Your Excellency. I swear, sir, I could find matter for a book of 300 pages in folio, if I had a mind to be particular upon the intrigues of the officers and ministers of state, upon the means by which the solicitors compass their ends, the notorious knavery of a certain sort of people, and the patience with which the officers must be fortified, upon the contempt that those meet with, who have no other recommendation than merit, and in a word, upon all the instances of injustice that are practiced without the king's knowledge. Let it be as it will, I must acquaint you that after a fruitless solicitation for what I thought I had some title to in consideration of my services, I received this answer, that the king would order Mr. de Frontenac to provide me as handsomely as he could when an occasion offered, so that I was forced to rest satisfied with my answer and resolved to continue a captain forever, for I know very well that the governor of Canada cannot prefer me to a higher post. Having left Versailles, I came hither with all expedition, and then went to receive the commands of the intendant of Roquefort. He acquainted me that the ship called Honoré was fitting up, and that I might sail as soon as 'twas ready. He recommended to me the Chevalier de Maupeou, Madame Pontchartrain's nephew, who is to go along with me. This gentleman, having the curiosity to see Canada, is come hither from Paris, with a handsome retinue. 'Tis in vain to set forth to him the tediousness of the passage, the inconveniencies of the sea, and the disagreeableness of the country, for all these arguments serve only to inflame his curiosity. The Count d'Aunay is to convoy us to the latitude of Cape Finisterre, at which place he is to take leave of us and return to Roquefort. We only stay for a fair wind to put to sea. I am, sir, yours, etc. Letter 22, dated at Quebec, November 10, 1691, which contains an account of the author's departure from Rochelle to Quebec, of his voyage to the mouth of the river St. Lawrence, of a rencounter he had with an English ship which he fought, of the stranding of his ship, of his sailing through the river St. Lawrence, of the news he received that a party of the English and Iroquois had defeated a body of the French troops. Sir, 2 days after I wrote to you, we set sail from the harbor of Rochelle upon our great voyage to Canada. On the 5th of August, we perceived a great ship, which the Count of Aunay gave chase to, who, having a better sailor, came up with her in 3 hours' time, whereupon she, on a sudden, put on Genoese colors. Some guns were fired upon the prow, to oblige her to strike, but the captain was so obstinate that Mr. de Aunay was forced to give her a broadside, which killed 4 or 5 of the seamen, whereupon the rest were obliged to put out their longboat and carry to his ship their passports and bills of lading. On the 10th, after they had taken the latitude, the pilots thinking that they were even with Cape Finisterre, Mr. de Aunay sent out his longboat to acquaint me that he was then upon his return home, upon which I wrote him a letter of thanks. Father Bechefer, a Jesuit, who had been many years superior of the College of Quebec, whither he was now going in the same capacity, was forced to throw himself into this longboat in order to his return into France, having found himself continually indisposed from the first day we put to sea. On the 23rd of August, we had a great storm of wind from the northwest, which lasted about 24 hours, being then 100 leagues off the bank of Newfoundland. This bank takes its name from the island of Newfoundland, a map of which is here annexed. When the storm was over, there succeeded a wind from the northeast, which drove us in 10 or 12 hours to the mouth of the river of St. Lawrence. On the 6th of September, we discovered the ship sailing from the coast of Gaspé, which bore down upon us with a full sail. We thought at first that they were French coming from Quebec, but their way of working the ship discovered to us within an hour after that they were enemies. After we knew them, we prepared to fight them, and they, being about a league to the windward of us, came quickly down upon us with full sail, within musket shot. Presently they put up English colors and gave us a broadside, and we put up our own colors and paid them home in their own coin. The fight lasted 2 hours, and both sides fired continually one upon another, but the sea being tempestuous, we were obliged to sheer off as night came on, without suffering any other loss than the wounding of 2 seamen, and the receiving of 28 or 30 shot in our masts, sails, and rigging. 2 days after, we met Mr. Duta, captain of the Hazardous, who was homeward bound for France, being a convoy to 10 or 12 merchant ships. He gave me some refreshments and told me some news of Canada, which were very acceptable. We pursued our course in spite of the southeast wind, which obliged us to tack about several ways, till we came to Portneuf, near to Tadoussac. In this place we were stranded by the fault of the coasting pilot, who, being obstinate for casting anchor near the land, was like to have been the cause of a shipwreck. At midnight, the ship was so dashed against the sand that I thought she was split in pieces, but the tide ebbing by degrees, she was left lying upon the coast without any apparent damage. I presently caused a kedger to be dropped in the deep water, belagged with several ropes called grelins epices, and the next morning the tide returning set the ship afloat, and then we hauled it in with the capstan. On the 13th, we cast anchor near the Red Island. On the next day, being the 14th, we passed that channel without danger, by the favor of a fresh gale from the northeast. On the 15th, we cast anchor at the Isle of Hares. On the 16th, we passed the Isle of Coudray. On the 17th, we weathered the Cape of Torment, and the next day we anchored in this port. From the mouth of the river to this place, we had the finest sunshine days that ever were seen, during which time I had both leisure and opportunity to view the coast on the right hand and the left, while we tacked about and about as the wind served. When I saw a great many rivers on the south side, I asked the pilots why the ship used to steer their course on the north side, where there is no anchorage to be found, but at Papinache, the Seven Isles, and Portneuf. They answered me that the ordinary breezes of the rough northwest wind, which blows upon this river for 3/4 of a year, were the true cause why they durst not go far from the north side, and that nobody could insure a ship that should steer on the south side, except it were in the months of June, July, and August. If it were not for that, I believe it would be more pleasant, more easy, and less dangerous to sail on the south than on the north side, because one might cast anchor every night at the entrance of those rivers which discharge themselves all along that coast, and would not be obliged to be veering about continually day and night, as he is forced to do when he steers his course on the north side. This, sir, is all I had to say at present about our sailing in this river, which I shall have occasion to mention to you again. After our ship cast anchor before Quebec, I landed with the Chevalier Maupeou, whom I conducted to the house of Mr. Frontenac, whom offered to him as well as to me the use of his table and house. I am informed that 300 English and 200 Iroquois approached about 2 months ago to the Isle of Montreal, that the governor of that isle transported 15 companies from the other side of the river to watch their motions, that a detachment of the enemy, having surprised our outguards, attacked the whole body of them, and our camp at the same time with so much vigor and courage that they killed upon the spot more than 300 soldiers, besides 2 captains, 6 lieutenants, and 5 ensigns, and that after this fatal expedition, Mr. Valren, a captain of the Marines, set out from Montreal with a detachment of French and savages to go to Fort Chambly, for fear the Iroquois should attack that post, who, having met in their passage a party of English and Iroquois, attacked them vigorously and defeated them. All these different adventures give me ground to conjecture that it will be much more difficult than 'tis imagined to make a good peace with the 5 nations of the Iroquois. Mr. Frontenac has given the necessary orders to all the neighboring habitations that they should transport a great quantity of stakes and lime in the winter time to the neighborhood of this city. Farewell, sir. The last ships which are to depart hence for France will sail in 3 or 4 days. I am, sir, yours, etc. Letter 23. dated at Nantes, October 25, 1692, containing an account of the taking of some English vessels, of defeating a party of the Iroquois, of an Iroquois burnt alive at Quebec, of another party of these barbarians who, having surprised some coureurs de bois, were afterwards surprised themselves, of the project of an enterprise proposed by Mr. Frontenac to the author, of the author's departure in a frigate for France, and his stopping at Placentia, which was attacked by an English fleet that came to take that post from us, how the English failed in their design, and the author pursued his voyage. Sir, this letter comes from Brittany, and not from Canada, from whence I parted suddenly to return into France about 2 months after I received your letter, which I could not then answer for want of an opportunity. You tell me that you are satisfied with the description I have sent you of the River St. Lawrence, and that you would be very glad to have as exact an account of the whole country of Canada. I can scarce satisfy your desire at present, because I have not yet had time to sort all my memoirs, and therefore you must not take it amiss that I pray you to suspend your curiosity for some time. In the meantime, here follows the relation of some things that happened in Canada, which may be acceptable to you. Immediately after the ships parted from Quebec the last year, Mr. Frontenac ordered the plan to be drawn of a wall to encompass the city, and having transported thither all the materials necessary for building some redoubts of stone, he took care to fortify it during the summer. Some days ago, a gentleman of New England called Nelson was brought prisoner to Quebec, who was taken in the river of Kennebec upon the coast of Acadia, together with 3 ships belonging to him, and because he was a very gallant man, Mr. Frontenac gave him a lodging at his own house and treated him with all manner of civility. About the beginning of this year, this governor gave the command of a party consisting of 150 soldiers to Chevalier Beaucourt, with whom 50 of the savages that were our friends were joined, in order to march on the ice towards Fort Frontenac. About 30 or 40 leagues from Montreal, they met a company of 60 Iroquois, who were discovered by the footsteps of some of their hunters that had straggled out of their cottages, and the next day they were all surprised, and either had their throats cut or were made prisoners. The Sieur de la Plante, who lived in slavery with these wretches, had the good fortune to be present in their company when they were defeated, and he had certainly been killed with his masters if he had not cried out with all of his might, "Spare me, I am a Frenchman." He was one of the 4 officers who had the misfortune to be taken in that fatal incursion which these tigers made into Montreal, as I told you in my 17th letter. The Chevalier Beaucourt returned again to the colony with his party and brought along with him 12 prisoners of the Iroquois, who were immediately conducted to Quebec. After they arrived, Mr. Frontenac did very judiciously condemn 2 of the wickedest of the company to be burned alive with a slow fire. This sentence extremely terrified the governor's lady and the Jesuits. The lady used all manner of supplication to procure a moderation of the terrible sentence, but the judge was inexorable, and the Jesuits employed all their eloquence in vain upon this occasion. The governor answered them that it was absolutely necessary to make some terrible examples of severity to frighten the Iroquois, that since these barbarians burnt almost all the French who had the misfortune to fall into their hands, they must be treated after the same manner, because the indulgence which had hitherto been shown them seemed to authorize them to invade our plantations, and so much the rather to do it, because they run no other hazard than that of being taken and well kept at their masters' houses. But when they should understand that the French caused them to be burnt, they would have a care for the future, how they advanced with so much boldness to the very gates of our cities, and in fine, that the sentence of death being passed, these 2 wretches must prepare to take a journey into the other world. This obstinacy appeared surprising in Mr. Frontenac, who but a little before had favored the escape of 3 or 4 persons liable to the sentence of death, upon the importunate prayer of Madame the Governess. But though she redoubled her earnest supplications, she could not alter his firm resolution as to these 2 wretches. The Jesuits were thereupon sent to baptize them, and oblige them to acknowledge the Trinity and the Incarnation, and to represent to them the joys of paradise and the torments of hell within the space of 8 or 10 hours. You will readily confess, sir, that this was a very bold way of treating these great mysteries, and that to endeavor to make the Iroquois understand them so quickly was to expose them to their laughter. Whether they took these truths for songs, I do not know, but this I can assure you, that from the minute they were acquainted with this fatal news, they sent back these good fathers without ever hearing them, and then they began to sing the song of death according to the custom of the savages. Some charitable person having thrown a knife to them in prison, he who had the least courage of the 2 thrust it into his breast and died of the wound immediately. Some young Hurons of Lorette, aged between 14 and 15 years, came to seize the other and carry him away to the Diamond Cape, where notice was given to prepare a great pile of wood. He ran to death with a great unconcernedness than Socrates would have done if he had been in his case. During the time of execution, he sung continually that he was a warrior, brave and undaunted, that the most cruel kind of death could not shock his courage, that no torments could extort from him any cries, that his companion was a coward for having killed himself through the fear of torment, and lastly, that if he was burnt, he had this comfort, that he had treated many French and Hurons after the same manner. All that he said was very true, and chiefly as to his own courage and firmness of soul, for I can truly swear to you that he neither shed tears, nor was he ever perceived to sigh, but on the contrary, during all the time that he suffered the most horrible torments that could be invented, and which lasted about the space of 3 hours, he never ceased 1 minute from singing. The soles of his feet were roasted before 2 great stones red hot for more than a quarter of an hour. The tops of his fingers were scorched in a stove of lighted pipes, during which torture he did not draw back his hand. After this, the several joints of his body were cut off, one after another. The nerves of his limbs and arms were distorted with a little iron wand, after such a manner as cannot possibly be expressed. In fine, after many other tortures, the hair of his head was taken off after such a manner that there remained nothing but the skull, upon which these young executioners were going to throw some burning sand, when a certain slave of the Hurons of Lorette, by the order of Madame the Governess, knocked him on the head with a club, which put an end to his martyrdom. As to myself, I vow and swear that the prologue of this tragedy created in me so great a horror that I had not the curiosity to see the end of it, nor to hear this poor wretch sing to the last moments of his life. I have seen so many burnt against my will amongst those people where I sojourned during the course of my voyages that I cannot think of it without trouble. 'Tis a sad spectacle, at which everyone is obliged to be present when he happens to sojourn amongst these savage nations, who inflict this cruel kind of death upon their prisoners of war. For as I have told you in one of my letters, all the savages practice this barbarous cruelty. Nothing is more grating to a civil man than that he is obliged to be a witness of the torments which this kind of martyrs suffer. For if anyone should pretend to shun this sight, or express any compassion for them, he would be esteemed by them a man of no courage. After the navigation was open and free, the Sieur Saint-Michel, a Canadan, set out from Montreal for the Beaver Lakes, at the head of a party of the Coureurs de Bois, with several canoes laden with such goods as are proper for the savages. In their passage from Long Sault to the river of the Ottawas, they met 60 Iroquois who surprised them and cut all their throats except 4 that had the good fortune to escape and carry the news to Montreal. As soon as this fatal accident was known, the Chevalier Vaudreuil put himself in a canoe with a detachment and pursued this party of Iroquois, being followed by 100 Canadians and some Confederate savages. I know not by what chance he had the good fortune to overtake them, but so it was he surprised them and attacked them with vigor, upon which they fought desperately, but at last they were defeated. This victory cost us the lives of many of our savages, and of 3 or 4 of our officers. The Iroquois that were taken were carried to the city of Montreal, near which place they were regaled with a salvo of bastinadoes. About the beginning of the month of July, Mr. Frontenac, having received some news from the commander of the lakes, spoke to me of a certain project which I had formerly shown him to be of great importance, but because he did not sufficiently consider all the advantages that might be reaped from it, and on the contrary apprehended a great many difficulties would attend the putting it in execution, he had altogether neglected this affair, of which I shall give you the following account. I observed to you in my 17th letter the great importance and advantage of the forts of Frontenac and Niagara, and that in the conjuncture of circumstances wherein Mr. Denonville then found them, it was impossible to preserve them. You have also remarked the advantages which the savages have over the Europeans by their way of fighting in the forests of this vast continent. Since we cannot destroy the Iroquois with our own single forces, we are necessarily obliged to have recourse to the savages that are our allies. And 'tis certain, as they themselves foresee, that if these barbarians could compass the destruction of our colonies, they would be subdued by them sooner or later, as it has happened to many other nations. So they know it to be their interest to join with us to destroy these banditis. Now, since they are well affected to this design, we must endeavor to facilitate to them the means of putting it in execution. For you may easily believe that these people, as savage as they are not so void of sense as to travel 200 or 300 leagues from their own country to fight against their enemies without being sure of a place of retreat where they may repose themselves and find provisions. There is no question, therefore, but we should build forts upon the lands of the Iroquois and maintain them in spite of their teeth. This, sir, is what I proposed above a year ago to Mr. Frontenac, and it is what he would have me still to undertake. I project, therefore, to build and maintain 3 forts upon the course of the lakes, with some vessels that shall go with oars, which I will build according to my fancy. But they, being light and of great carriage, may be managed either with oars or a sail, and will also be able to bear the shocks of the waves. I demand 50 seamen of the French Biscay, for they are known to be the most dexterous and able mariners that are in the world. I must also have 200 soldiers, chosen out of the troops of Canada. I will build 3 little castles in several places, one at the mouth of the Lake Erie, which you see in my map of Canada, under the name of Fort Suppose, besides 2 others. The second I will build in the same place where it was when I maintained it in the years 1687 and 1688, whereof I have wrote to you in my 14th and 15th letter, and the third at the mouth of the Bay of Toronto, upon the same lake. 90 men will be sufficient to garrison these 3 redoubts, and perhaps a smaller number, for the Iroquois who never saw a cannon but in a picture, and to whom an ounce of powder is more precious than a louis d'or, can never be persuaded to attack any kind of fortification. I desire of the king, for putting this project in execution, 15,000 crowns a year, for the maintenance, entertainment, subsistence, and pay of these 250 men. It will be very easy for me to transport with the above-mentioned vessels 400 savages into the country of the Iroquois. Whenever I have a mind, I can carry provisions for 2,000 and transport as many sacks of Indian corn as are necessary for maintaining these forts both in winter and summer. 'Tis easy to have plenty of hunting and shooting in all the isles, and to contrive ways for crossing the lakes, and it will be so much the more easy to pursue the Iroquois in their canoes and sink them, that my vessels are light and my men fight under a cover. In fine, if you saw the memorial which I am to present to Mr. Pontchartrain, you would find that this enterprise is the finest and most useful that can be invented, to distress the Iroquois in time of war, and confine them within bounds in time of peace. Mr. Frontenac has joined to it a private letter to Mr. Pontchartrain, wherein he observes to him that if this project were well put in execution, these terrible enemies would be obliged in 2 years' time to abandon their country. After this, he adds that he judges me sufficiently qualified to go upon such an enterprise, and believes I will make my point good. Perhaps he might have light on others that know the country and customs of the savages better than I do, but by an accident which does not tend much to my advantage, I have purchased the esteem and friendship of these savages, which in my opinion was the only reason that moved Mr. de Frontenac to single out me for this service. July the 27th, the governor having given me his packet for the court, and the Saint Anne frigate being rigged and fitted out according to his orders, I embarked in the port of Quebec, and after 5 days' sailing, we met in the river of St. Lawrence, over against Mont Notre Dame, 12 merchantmen bound from France for Quebec, under the convoy of Mr. de Iberville, captain of the Polly. August the 8th, we got clear of the Bay of St. Lawrence by the help of a westerly gale, and that in such fair and clear weather that we descried the islands of Cape Breton and Newfoundland as distinctly as if we had been within a musket shot of them. The 9 or 10 following days were so far of a different stamp that we could scarce see from prow to the poop of the ship, for all of a sudden there fell the thickest and darkest fog that I ever saw. At the end of these days, the horizon clearing up, we stood in for Newfoundland, descrying Cape St. Mary, and by making all the sail we could, arrived that very day in the port of Placentia. In that port I found 50 fishermen, most of which were of French Biscay, and thought to have set out for France along with them in a few days. But they were longer in getting ready than I thought for, and when we were just ready to break ground, we were informed by some fishermen that 5 large English ships were come to an anchor near Cape St. Mary. This intelligence proved very true, for on the 15th of September they cast anchor in sight of Placentia. The 16th they weighed, and came to an anchor in the road, out of the reach of our guns. Upon this the governor was not a little perplexed, for he had but 50 soldiers in his fort, and a very small moiety of ammunition. Besides, the fort was commanded by a mountain, from whence he might be galled with stones flung out of slings, and 'twas to be feared the English would possess themselves of that high ground. I marched with 60 of the seamen belonging to the fishermen, to prevent their landing, in case they attempted to make a descent at a certain place called La Fontaine, and I compassed my end without firing a gun. In effect, 600 or 700 English put in to the land in 20 sloops, with a design to have landed at that place, upon which my vigorous Cantabrians, being full of fire and forwardness, appeared too soon upon the shore, in spite of my teeth, and by that means obliged the English to take another course and row with all their might to the back of a little cape, where they threw in a barrel of pitch and tar that burnt 2 arpents of thickers. The 18th, about noon, perceiving that a little sloop put off from the Admiral with a white flag on its prow and made towards the fort, I run in thither immediately. The governor had took care to send out one of his own sloops with the same flag to meet the other, and was surprised when she returned with 2 English officers on board. These officers gave the governor to understand that the admiral desired he would send an officer on board of him, which was done accordingly, for Mr. de Costebelle and I went on board of the admiral, who received us with all respect and civility, and regaled us with sweetmeats and several sorts of wines, with which we drank the healths of the admirals of France and England. He showed us his whole ship, to the very carriages of the guns, and then gave the Sieur de Cosbel to know that 'twould be a great trouble to him to be obliged to take Placentia by the force of arms, in regard that he foresaw such an enterprise would prove fatal to the governor, to the garrison, and all the inhabitants, upon the account that he would find a great deal of difficulty in preventing the pillaging and other disorders. That in order to avoid this misfortune, 'twould be a prudential part in the governor to come to a composition. Our officer, being fully acquainted with the governor's mind, made answer in his name, that he was resolved upon a vigorous defense, and would rather spring the place in the air than surrender it to the enemies of the king his master. After a mutual exchange of compliments, we took leave of him, and being ready to get into our sloop, he told us with embraces that he was infinitely sorry he could not salute us with his guns, in the room of which he ordered 5 or 6 huzzas, with a "Long live the king." When we went into the boat, we returned him the same number of shouts, to which he returned a 7th that finished the ceremony. Upon our return to the fort, Mr. de Costebelle gave the governor an account of the force of the admiral's ship. They sent Albans, so the ship was called, carried 66 guns mounted, and 600 men complement, but the other ships appeared to be of less force. The next day, which was the 19th, they advanced within cannon shot of the fort, where they lay by while a sloop rowed up to the batteries. The governor sent out another sloop to know what the matter was, and was answered that if he had a mind for a parley in the time of the engagement, he should put up a red flag for a signal. I was then posted at La Fontaine to oppose a descent, for that was the only place that could be serviceable to the English in order to master Placentia. The English ought to have considered that their cannon would do no service against an impenetrable rampart, and that they would lose their labor in shooting against flints and earth. But it seems they were obliged by express orders from the Prince of Orange to do it, and at the same time to expose themselves to the danger of being sunk, which had certainly been effected if we had had powder and ball enough, for the cannonading lasted almost 5 hours. The 20th, a French pilot who was prisoner on board of the Admiral made his escape by throwing himself into the sea in the night time. He landed at the place where I lay in ambuscade, and after he had given me an account of what passed in the fleet, I sent him to the governor's house. He informed me that they had designed a descent with 700 or 800 men, but altered their resolution upon the apprehension that there were 14 or 1500 seamen ready to oppose them. That they were of the opinion that my 60 Biscayans, who discovered themselves upon the shore at La Fontaine, in spite of all I could do, had no other view but to draw him into an ambuscade, by tempting him to come up. The 21st, they set sail with a northeast gale after having burnt all the houses at Point Verte, where the governor had sent a detachment by way of precaution that same very day. But the ways were so impracticable that the detachment could not get there in time to oppose the enemy. This one may justly say that if it had not been for the captains of the Biscay ships that were then at Placentia, that place had undoubtedly fallen into the hands of the English, and this I can convince you of when you and I meet. In this bloody expedition, the English lost 6 men, and on the side of Sir Boat, lieutenant of a Nantes vessel, had his arm shot off. In fine, the English did all that men could do, so that nothing can be said against their conduct. October the 6th. I took shipping in pursuit of my voyage to France, being accompanied with several other vessels. The westerly winds were so favorable to us in our passage that we came to an anchor on the 23rd at Saint Nazarene, which lies but 8 or 9 leagues for this place. I am to set out immediately for Versailles. In the meantime, I am, sir, yours, etc. Letter 24, dated at Nantes, May 10, 1693, containing an account of Mr. Frontenac's project, which was rejected at court, and the reason why it was rejected. the king gives the author the lieutenancy of the Isle of Newfoundland, and together with a free independent company. Sir, I am now once more at Nantes, from whence I wrote to you in October last. I am now returned from court, where I presented to Mr. Pontchartrain Mr. Frontenac's letters and the memorial I mentioned in my last. I was answered that it would not be proper to execute the project I proposed, because the 40 seamen which were necessary for my purpose could not now be allowed me, and besides the king had given orders to Mr. Frontenac to make peace with the Iroquois upon any terms whatsoever. This inconveniency also was found to attend the project, that after the forts which I intended to build upon the lakes were entirely finished, the savages that are our friends and confederates would rather seek after glory by making war upon the Iroquois than take pleasure in hunting the beavers, which would be a considerable damage to the colonies of Canada that subsist only, as one may say, by the trade of skins, as I shall show you more particularly in a proper place. The English will by no means take it ill that we do not build these forts, for besides that, they are too much concerned for the preservation of the Iroquois. They will always be ready to furnish with merchandise the savage nations that are our allies, as they have done hitherto. I must own myself mightily obliged to the English, who attacked us at Placentia the last year. They declared publicly, though without any just ground, after they arrived in England, that they would infallibly have taken that place if I had not opposed their descent. I have already informed you that I did not at all hinder them from landing at the place where I was posted with 60 Biscayan seamen, so that they attribute to me a glorious action in which I had no share, and by that means have done me so much honor, that His Majesty hath bestowed upon me the lieutenancy of the Isle of Newfoundland and Acadia, which I never deserved upon that score. Thus you see, sir, that many times such persons are preferred who have no other patrons in the world but pure chance. However, I should have been better pleased if I could have put the above-mentioned project in execution, for a solitary life is most grateful to me, and the manners of the savages are perfectly agreeable to my palate. The corruption of our age is so great that it seems the Europeans have made a law to tear one another in pieces by cruel usage and reproaches, and therefore you must not think it strange if I have a kindness for the poor Americans who have done me so many favors. I am to set out the next day after tomorrow from this place in order to embark at Saint Nazaire. The Messieurs d'Anguy, 2 Nantes merchants, have taken upon them to maintain the garrison of Placentia, upon condition of certain grants made by the court, who furnishes them with a ship, wherein I am to have my passage. Pray send me your news by some ships of St. John de Luz, which are to sail from this place within 2 months, in order to truck with the inhabitants of Placentia. I cannot conclude this letter without giving you some account of a dispute I had very lately at my inn, with a Portuguese physician, who had made many voyages to Angola, Brazil, and Goa. He maintained that the people of the continent of America, Asia, and Africa were descended from 3 different fathers, which he thus attempted to prove. The Americans differ from the Asiatics, for they have neither hair nor beard. The features of their face, their color, and their customs are different. Besides that, they know neither meum nor tuum, but have all things in common, without making any property of goods, which is quite contrary to the Asiatic way of living. He added that America was so far distant from the other parts of the world that nobody can imagine how a voyage should be made into this new continent before the use of the compass was found out. That the Africans, being black and flat-nosed, had such monstrous thick lips, such a flat face, such soft woolly hair on their heads, and were in their constitution, manners, and temper so different from the Americans, that he thought it impossible that these 2 sorts of people should derive their original from Adam, whom this physician would have to resemble a Turk or a Persian in his air and figure. I answered him presently that supposing the scripture did not give convincing evidence that all men in general are descended from one first father, yet his reasoning would not be sufficient to prove the contrary, since the difference that is found between the people of America and Africa proceeds from no other cause but the different qualities of the air and climate in these two continents. That this appears plainly to be true, because a Negro man and woman, or a savage man and woman, being transplanted into Europe, will produce such children there, who in 4 or 5 generations will infallibly be as white as the most ancient Europeans. The physician denied this matter of fact, and maintained that the children descended from this Negro man or woman would be born there as black as they are in Guinea, but that afterwards the rays of the sun being more oblique and less scorching than in Africa, these infants would not have that black shining luster which is so easily distinguished upon the skin of such Negroes as are brought up in their own country. To confirm his hypothesis, he assured me that he had seen many Negroes at Lisbon as black as in Africa, though their great-grandfather's grandfather had been transplanted into Portugal many years ago. He added also that those who were descended from the Portuguese that dwelt at Angola, Cape Verde, and about 100 years ago, are so little toned that 'tis impossible to distinguish them from the natives of Portugal. He further confirmed his way of reasoning from an uncontestable matter of fact, for, says he, if the rays of the sun were the cause of the blackness of the Negroes, from hence it would follow that the Brazilians, being situate in the same degree from the equator with the Africans, should be as black as they are. But so they are not, for 'tis certain their skin appears to be as clear as that of the Portuguese. But this was not all. He maintained farther that these who are descended from the first savages of Brazil that were transported into Portugal above an age ago have as little hair and beard as their ancestors, and on the contrary, those who are descended from the first Portuguese who peopled the colonies of Brazil are as hairy and have as great beards as if they had been born in Portugal. But, after all, continued he, that all I have said is absolutely true, yet there are some people who rashly maintain that the children of the Africans and Americans will by degrees degenerate in Europe. This may happen to those whose mothers receive the embraces of Europeans, which is the reason why we see so many mulattoes in the Isles of America, in Spain, and in Portugal. Whereas, if these women had been so closely kept up in Europe, as the Portuguese women are in Africa and America, the children of the Brazilians would no more degenerate than those of the Portuguese. Such, sir, was the reasoning of this doctor, who hits the matter pretty justly forward the end of his discourse, but his principle is most false and most absurd, for no man can doubt, unless he be void of faith, good sense, and judgment, but that Adam was the only father of all mankind. 'Tis certain that the savages of Canada and all the other people of America have not naturally either hair or beard, that the features of their face and their color approaching to an olive show a vast difference between them and the Europeans. What is the cause of these things I know not, and yet I cannot believe them to be the effect of their air and food. For at that rate, those who are descended from the French that first settled in Canada near 100 years ago, and for the most part run up and down in the woods and live like savages, should have neither beard nor hair, but degenerate also by degrees into savages, which yet never happens. After this physician had alleged all these reasons, he digressed from this subject, and having a mind to discover his extravagant opinions, asked me what I thought of the salvation of so many Americans, to whom in all probability the gospel was never preached. You may very well believe that I made no scruple to condemn them by wholesale to eternal fire, which he took very ill. How can you, said he, condemn these poor people with so much assurance? 'Tis probable that their first father, having never sinned as our Adam did, had a good soul and an upright heart, since his posterity do exactly observe the law of natural equity, which is expressed in Latin in these well-known words: alteri ne feceris quod tibi fieri non vis, and allow no property of goods, nor any distinction or subordination among them, but live as brethren, without disputes, without suits, without laws, and without malice. But supposing, added he, that they were originally descended from Adam, we ought not to believe that they are damned for their ignorance of the Christian doctrine. For who can tell but God may impute to them the merits of Christ's blood, by ways secret and incomprehensible to us? And besides, supposing that man has a free will, His Divine Majesty, without doubt, will have a greater regard to his moral actions than to his worship and belief. The want of knowledge, continued he, is an unhappiness, but not a crime, and who can tell but God has a mind to be honored by infinite ways of paying him homage and respect, as by sacrifices, dances, songs, and the other ceremonies of the Americans. He had scarce made an end of his discourse when I fell foul upon him with all my might as to the preceding points, but after I had given him to understand that if among the multivocati, i.e., those who profess the true religion, who are but a handful of men, there are found but pauci electi, all the Americans must be in a very deplorable condition. He answered me imprudently that I was very rash to determine who should be in the number of the reprobate at the last judgment, and to condemn them without giving any quarter. For, says he, this is to insult the wisdom of God, and to make him deal as capriciously by his creatures, as St. Paul's potter did by his two vessels. Nevertheless, when he saw that I treated him like an impious, unbelieving wretch, he, to be even with me, replied in these foolish words: Fidem ego hic que adibetur, mysteri sacri interpello, sed fidem illam que bona mentis, soror est queog rectam rationem amat. From hence you may judge, sir, whether this fine physician was able to remove mountains. I am, sir, yours, etc. Letter 25. Dated at Viana, in Portugal, January 31st, 1694. The authors departar from France for Placentia. A fleet of 30 English ships came to seize upon that place, but is disappointed and sheers off. The reasons why the English have bad success in all their enterprises beyond sea. The author's adventure with the governor of Placentia, his departure for Portugal, an engagement with a Flushing privateer. Sir, I do not at all doubt but you will be sensibly affected with my sad and fatal misadventure, which I am now to give you an account of. And first you must know that after we had waited for a fair wind 15 or 20 days at Saint Nazaire, we set sail on the 12th of May last. Our passage was neither long nor short, for we arrived at the harbor of Placentia the 20th of June, having taken an English ship laden with tobacco on the edges of the bank of Newfoundland. After I landed, I went to salute Mr. Broilon, governor of Placentia, and declared to him how glad I was to obey the orders of so wise a commander. He answered that he was much surprised to find that I had solicited to be employed there, without acquainting him with it the preceding year, and that he now plainly perceived that the project about the lakes of Canada, which I had mentioned to him, was a mere sham pretense. I endeavored in vain to persuade him to the contrary, for it was not possible for me to undeceive him. Nevertheless, I landed my goods and hired a private house, till such time as I could build one for myself, which I carried on with so much diligence that it was finished in September, by the assistance of the ship carpenters, who were lent me gratis by all the Biscay captains. The Sieur Beret of St. John de Luz arrived at Placentia on the 18th of July with one of his ships, and brought me a letter, wherein you acquaint me that in regard your nephew desires to visit Canada the next year, you would be very glad to have a dictionary of the language of the savages, together with the memoirs which I promised you. On the 16th of September, we perceived an English fleet of 24 sail, which cast anchor in the road much about the time that it was discovered. It was commanded by Sir Francis Wheeler, who had gone to Martinico with the design to seize that isle, and in his return from thence had sailed to New England, to take in some forces and ammunition there, in order to make himself master of Placentia. But when he discovered a redoubt of stone lately built upon the top of the mountain, which I mentioned to you in my last letter but one, he thought it more advisable to return quietly into Europe than to make a fruitless attempt. We had planted 4 cannon upon this high redoubt, which so galled the ships of his fleet that they were forced to weigh anchor and hoist sail sooner than they intended. The fault of the English upon this occasion was that they did not enter the harbor the same day that they appeared before the place. I have observed it many times that attempts do commonly miscarry by delaying them for a little while, and of this I could give you at least 15 or 16 instances within the compass of my own knowledge. But now I return to the quarrel the governor had with me. Fancying that I had solicited my employments without taking notice of him, he treated me with all manner of reproaches and outrages, from the time of my landing to that of my departure, and was not satisfied with appropriating to himself the profits and advantages of the free company that was given me, but likewise stopped without any scruple the pay of the soldiers that were employed in the cod fishing by the inhabitants, and made the rest work without wages. I shall take no notice of his public extortion, for though he has formally counteracted the 10 articles contained in the orders of Louis X, yet he hath so many friends in all these courts that he could not be found guilty. There is some pleasure in making presents in his way, for by them he has made 50,000 crowns per fas and nefas in the space of 3 or 4 years. I should never have done if I offered to give you a particular account of all the trouble and vexation he gave me. I shall only mention 3 instances which crowned all the rest. On the 20th of November, i.e. a month after our fishermen set sail, while I was entertaining at supper some of the inhabitants, he came masked into my house with his servants and broke the glass windows, bottles, and drinking glasses, and threw down the tables, chairs, chest of drawers, and everything that came to hand. Before I had time to get into my chamber and take my pistols, this insolent mob disappeared very seasonably, for I would have loaded my pistols and pursued them if my guests had not hindered me. Next morning his servants fell upon mine, who expected nothing less than to be threshed to death with clubs. This second insult having provoked my patience to the last degree, I was meditating some revenge upon these assassins, when the Recollets came and remonstrated to me that I must disassemble my resentment to prevent any innovation in the king's affairs. Then I resolved to shut myself up and apply myself to study, to divert the vexatious thoughts of not being able to pull off my mask. The third trick which he played me at the end of 3 days was this. He sent to arrest 2 soldiers, whom I had employed to cut down some grass in the meadows, about half a league from the garrison. They were seized while they were mowing, bound and carried away prisoners under the pretense of being deserters, because they had lain 2 nights out of the garrison without his leave, and, which would have proved yet more fatal to these innocent men, he had certainly caused them to be knocked on the head on purpose to vex me, if the Recollets and his own miss had not earnestly interceded on their behalf. After this accident, the Recollets advised me to go and see him, and to entreat him to put an end to all his persecutions, assuring him at the same time that I was entirely his servant and friend. Durus est hic sermo. Whatever reluctancy I had to yield to an advice so contrary to nature, which, I must confess, struggled furiously within me, yet I offered so much violence to myself that I submitted to it. I was at his house, went into his chamber, and being with him all alone, I spoke to him for a quarter of an hour in the most submissive terms that any slave could use. I am ashamed to make this confession to you, for I blush to myself every time I think of so mean a submission. However, instead of his listening to my reasons and treating friendly with me, he fell into a most furious passion and loaded me with a torrent of most bitter reproaches. In this case, sir, I preferred the service of the king before the punctilios of honor, for I did nothing but retired to my own house, being well satisfied that I was not assassinated by his dome sticks. But the disorder which this affair produced would require a long discourse. It will be more to the purpose to come to matter of fact. I do assure you that he would have laid me up if the inhabitants had appeared to be in his interest. He pretended that he had been insulted, and consequently that he was in the right of revenging himself, whatever it cost him. But the tragical end of a governor, whose throat was cut in this country about 30 or 40 years ago, furnished him with abundant matter of reflection. He judged it therefore his safest way to dissemble his anger, being persuaded that if I should have run him through with my sword, the soldiers and inhabitants would have favored my escape to the English in the neighborhood of Placentia. In the meantime, the Recollets, who had a mind to compose these growing differences, found no great trouble in reconciling us, for they remonstrated to him of what consequence it would be for us to live in a good correspondence, and to avoid the troubles that would ensue upon our quarrels. This proposal of an accommodation was in appearance most agreeable to him, and so much the rather, because he was glad to dissemble his resentments by the external signs of friendship. So we saw and embraced one another with mutual protestations of forgetting all that had passed between us. After this reconciliation, I had reason to believe that his heart would not give the lie to his mouth, because I thought he was not so imprudent as to inform the court of some trifles, wherein he would appear to have prostituted his honor. But I was deceived, for he took the pains to add afterwards to the verbal process he had given in before our accommodation some falsehoods which he ought to have concealed. 'Tis needless to acquaint you how by chance his papers fell into my hands. That indiscretion might prove a disadvantage to some persons whom heaven bless. I shall only tell you that after the Recollets had seen and read the allegations contained in his papers, they'd made no scruple to advise me to take care of myself, and ingenuously declared to me that they never intended to meddle any more in that affair, because they perceived that they had innocently contributed to do me a prejudice by restoring peace between him and me. This wholesome advice made me perceive the danger to which I should be exposed if I continued any longer at Placentia, insomuch that the fear I had of being sent to the Bastille after the arrival of the ships from France made me resolve to abandon all hopes of making my fortune here and to throw up my places. After the inhabitants were acquainted with this news, all of them except 3 or 4 came running to my house to assure me they were ready to sign my verbal process in case I would change my resolution. But instead of accepting their offer, I gave them to understand, having thanked them first for their goodwill, that they would bring mischief upon themselves and be looked upon at court as seditious persons and disturbers of the public peace, since by a detestable principle of politics, an inferior person is always judged to be in the wrong, whatever reason he may have on his side. Indeed, I would gladly have avoided this fatal necessity of throwing up my places, which seemed insensibly to lead me to some great fortune. But at last, the confinement in the Bastille made such a deep impression upon my mind, after I had seriously reflected upon the troublesome circumstances of my affairs, that I made no scruple to embark in a little vessel, which was the only one, and the last that was to go to France. The proposal I made to the captain of presenting him with 1,000 crowns was so well received that he engaged to land me upon the coast of Portugal for that sum, upon condition that I should keep the secret. The best of the matter was that my enemy had used the precaution of writing to the governors of Belle Isle, of the Isle of Ré, and of Rochelle, to seize me as soon as I should land. He reckoned, and not without reason indeed, that this vessel would put into one of these 3 ports, but 300 pistols dexterously conveyed to the hands of some people that are not so much accustomed to finger gold have a wonderful effect, for that very sum, which indeed I was loth to part with, saved me my liberty, and perhaps my life. Pursuant to this resolution, I embarked the 14th of the last month, notwithstanding the risk that one runs by sailing in the wintertime through such a sea as lies between Newfoundland and France. 'Tis needless to inform you that I left at Placentia a great deal of household furniture, which I could neither sell nor carry off. 'Twill be more edifying for you to hear the journal of our voyage. We encountered 3 terrible storms in our passage without any damage, and in the last of these, which lasted 3 days, the wind at northwest, we run 150 leagues without any sail. This last storm was so violent that the seamen embraced and bid an eternal adieu to one another, for every minute they expected to be sunk without relief. As this storm alarmed us, so the contrary winds from the east and northeast that sprung upon us 100 leagues to the westward of Cape Finisterre occasioned an equal dread, for we were obliged to traverse the sea for 3 or 24 days, after which we descried the cape by virtue of our frequent tackings, and by a strange accident were attacked by a Flushing privateer, which could not board us because the sea rolled so high, but contented herself with firing upon us, and that with so little effect that we did not lose 1 man. Our masts and rigging indeed was so damaged that after we were parted from the privateer, by the help of the night and a great fog, we could scarce make use of our sails. However, we refitted with all possible diligence, and the captain of the ship, having then a fair pretence to luff out of the direct course, stood to the southeast in the night time. This feigned course did not secure us from the privateer, which might happen to steer the same course, so that in the night time we put ourselves in a readiness to renew the fight in the daytime. In effect, he did not pursue us, as we apprehended, but about noon we escaped yet more narrowly, for we were pursued by a sallyman in sight of the coast for 4 hours, and were within a hair's breadth of being taken, before we got under the cannon of the fort of this city. Had we been catched, the governor of Placentia would have had some ground for the joyful exclamation, "Incidit in Silam," etc. But thank God we were only frighted. As soon as we came to an anchor, I paid down my 1,000 crowns to the captain, who has reason to look upon this action as one of the best he ever did in his lifetime. The longboat was no sooner in the water than I went ashore with all my baggage, and as soon as I came into the city, I procured ammunition and provisions for the ship with that expedition, that the captain weighed anchor the very next day, and so continued his course to France. As for the memoirs of the country of Canada, which you have so often desired, I have addressed them to the Rochelle merchant, who conveyed your letters to me all the while I was in Canada. To these I have tacked a small catalogue of the most necessary words of the Algonquin language, which, as I have often told you, is the finest and most universal language in that continent. If your nephew continues his design of undertaking a voyage to that country, I would advise him to learn these words in the time of his passage, that so he may be able to stay 5 or 6 months with the Algonquins and understand what they say. I have likewise sent you an explanation of the sea terms made use of in my letters. The making of this little table was a diversion to me in my voyage, for in pursuing my letters, I drew out some remarks which I designed to impart to you, if I find that the ensuing memoirs give you satisfaction. You will readily guess that from the year 1683 to this very day, I have renounced all manner of ties to my country. The curious adventures that I have related to you in writing since that time will undoubtedly afford an agreeable diversion to your friends, provided they are not of the number of those insufferable devotees who would rather be crucified than see an ecclesiastic exposed. Pray be so kind as to write to me to Lisbon, and inform me of what you hear in reference to my concern. You have such good correspondence at Paris that you cannot miss of knowing how things go. I doubt not but my adversary feeds himself with the hopes that his usual presence would procure the apprehending of me in France, where he thinks I would be the fool to land. But now to be sure he'll fret his heart out, for that he cannot gull me to his wishes. However, 'tis as much his interest to solicit my death, pursuant to his unjust charge against me, as 'tis my glory to procure him a long life. Upon this foot, sir, the longer he lives, the more revenge I shall have, and consequently I shall have an opportunity of an easy solace for the loss of my places, and the disgrace I have met with from the king. I am, sir, yours, etc. Memoirs of North America, containing a geographical description of that vast continent, the customs and commerce of the inhabitants, etc. Sir, in my former letters I presented you with a view of the English and French colonies, the commerce of Canada, the navigation upon the rivers and lakes of that country, the course of sailing from Europe to North America, the several attempts made by the English to master the French colonies, the incursions of the French upon New England and upon the Iroquois country. In a word, sir, I have revealed a great many things that for reasons of state or politics have been hitherto concealed, insomuch that if you were capable of making me a sacrifice to your resentment, 'tis now in your power to ruin me at court by producing my letters. All that I writ in the foregoing letters, and the whole substance of the memoirs I now send you, is truth as plain as the sunshine. I flatter no man, and I spare nobody. I scorn to be partial. I bestow due praise upon those who are in no capacity to serve me, and I censure the conduct of others that are capable of doing me an injury by indirect methods. I am not influenced by that principle of interest and party-making that is the rule of some folks' words. I sacrifice all to the love of truth, and write with no other view than to give you a just representation of things as they are. 'Tis beneath me to mince or alter the matter of fact, contained either in the letters I sent you some 10 or 12 years ago, or in these memoirs. In the course of my voyages and travels, I took care to keep particular journals of everything, but a minute relation of all particulars would be irksome to you. Besides, that the trouble of taking a copy of the journals, before I have an opportunity of showing you the original, would require more time than I can well spare. In these memoirs you'll find as much as will serve to form a perfect idea of the vast continent of North America. In the course of our correspondence, from the year 1683 to this time, I sent you 25 letters, of all which I have kept a double very carefully. My only view in writing of these letters was to inform you of the most essential things, for I was unwilling to perplex and confound your thoughts with an infinity of uncommon things that have happened in that country. If you'll consult my maps as you read the above-mentioned letters, you'll find a just representation of all the places I have spoke of. These maps are very particular, and I dare assure you, they are the correct yet extant. My voyage upon the long river gave me an opportunity of making that little map, which I sent you from Missilimakinac in 1699 with my 16th letter. 'Tis true, it gives only a bare description of that river, and the river of the Missouris, but it required more time than I could spare, to make it more complete by a knowledge of the adjacent countries, which have hitherto been unknown to all the world, as well as that great river, and which I would never have visited if I had not been fully instructed in everything that related to it, and convoyed by a good guard. I have placed the map of Canada at the front of these memoirs, and desire that favor of you, that you would not show it to anybody under my name. To the latter part I have subjoined an explication of the marine and other difficult terms made use of in my letters, as well as in these memoirs, which you'll please to consult when you meet with a word that you do not understand. A short description of Canada. You'll think, sir, that I advance a paradox when I acquaint you that New France, commonly called Canada, comprehends a greater extent of ground than the half of Europe. But pray mind what proof I have for that assertion. You know that Europe extends south and north, from the 35 to the 72 degree of latitude, or, if you will, from Cadiz to the North Cape on the confines of Lapland.
and that its longitude reaches from the 9th to the 94th degree, that is, from the river Obi to the West Cape in Islandia. But at the same time, if we take the greatest breadth of Europe from east to west from the imaginary canal, for instance, between the Tanais and the Volga, to Dingle Bay in Ireland, it makes but 66 degrees of longitude, which contain more leagues than the degrees allotted to it towards the polar circle, though these are more numerous, by reason that the degrees of longitude are unequal, and since we are wont to measure provinces, islands, and kingdoms by the space of ground, I am of the opinion that we ought to make use of the same standard with respect to the 4 parts of the world. The geographers, who parcel out the earth in their closets according to their fancy, these gentlemen, I say, might have been aware of this advance if they had been more careful. But to come to Canada, all the world knows that Canada reaches from the 39th to the 65th degree of latitude, that is, from the south side of the Lake Erie to the north side of Hudson's Bay, and from the 284th to the 336th degree of longitude, viz. From the river Mississippi to Cape Ras in the island of Newfoundland. I affirm, therefore, that Europe has but 11 degrees of latitude and 33 of longitude more than Canada, in which I comprehend the island of Newfoundland, Acadia, and all the other countries that lie to the northward of the river of St. Lawrence, which is the pretended great boundary that severs the French colonies from the English. Were I to reckon in all the countries that lie to the northwest of Canada, I should find it larger than Europe, but I confine myself to what is discovered, known and owned, I mean, to the countries in which the French trade with the natives for beavers, and in which they have forts, magazines, missionaries, and small settlements. 'Tis above a century and a half since Canada was discovered. John Verrazan was the first discoverer, though he got nothing by it, for the savages eat him up. James Cartier was the next that went thither, but after sailing with a ship above Quebec, he returned to France with a sorry opinion of the country. At last, better sailors were employed in the discovery, and traced the river of St. Lawrence more narrowly. In about the beginning of the last century, a colony was sent thither from Rouen, which settled there after a great deal of opposition from the natives. At this day, the colony is so populous that 'tis computed to contain 180,000 souls. I have already given you some account of that country in my letters, and therefore shall now only point to the most noted places, and take notice of what may gratify your curiosity beyond what you have yet heard. We are at a loss to find the head of the river of St. Lawrence, for though we have traced it 700 or 800 leagues up, yet we could never reach its source. The remotest place that the Courrier de Bois go to, being the lake Lenemipigan, which disembogues into the upper lake, as the upper lake does into the Lake of Hurons, the Lake of Hurons into that of Erie, alias Conti, and that of Erie into the Lake of Frontenac, which forms this last great river that runs for 20 leagues with a pretty gentle stream, and sweeps through 30 more with a very rapid current till it reaches the city of Montreal, from whence it continues its course with some moderation to the city of Quebec, and after that spreads out, and enlarges itself by degrees to its mouth, which lies 100 leagues further. If we may credit the North Country savages, this river takes its rise from the great lake of the Assinipoils, which they give out to be larger than any of the lakes I mentioned but now, being situated at the distance of 50 or 60 leagues from the lake of Lenemipigan. The river of St. Lawrence is 20 or 22 leagues broad at its mouth, in the middle of which there's an island called Anticosti, which is 20 leagues long. This island belongs to the Sieur Joliet, a Canadan, who has built a little fortified magazine upon it, to guard his goods and his family from the incursions of the Eskimos, of whom more anon. He deals with the other savage nations, namely the Montagnois and the Papipanachois, in arms and ammunition, by way of exchange for the skins of sea wolves or sea calves and some other furs. Over against this island, to the southward of it, we find the isle called l'Île Percée, which is a great rock with a passage bored through it, in which the sloops can only pass. In time of peace, the Biscayans of France and the Normans used to fish for cod at this place, for here that fish are very plentiful, and at the same time larger and more proper for drying than those of Newfoundland. But there are two great inconveniences that attend the fishing upon this land. One is that the ship ride in great danger, unless they have good anchors and strong cables. Another inconvenience is that this place affords neither gravel nor flintstones to stretch out the fish upon before the sun, and that the fishermen are forced to make use of a sort of hurdles. There are other fishing places besides this, which lie some leagues higher up upon the same side of the river, such as that called Gaspe, where the ship's crew sometimes trade in skins with the Gaspesians to the prejudice of the proprietors of this river. The other places for codfish lie towards Mont Notre Dame, in the little bays or rivers that empty themselves into the river of St. Lawrence. On the other side of the river, there lies the wide extended country of Labrador, or of the Eskimos, who are such a wild, barbarous people that no means whatsoever have hitherto been able to civilize them. One would think that good old Homer had this people in his view when he speaks of the Cyclops, for the character of the one suits the other admirably well, as it appears from these 4 verses in the 9th book of his Odyssea, which are so pretty that I cannot forbear inserting them in this place. Frankly, I don't speak Greek, but I believe it refers to the following passage from the Odyssey as Ulysses reaches the island of the Cyclops. They have no laws nor assemblies of the people, but live in caves on the tops of high mountains. Each is lord and master in his family, and they take no account of their neighbors. That is, these people do not perplex themselves with voluminous laws and vexatious suits. They delight only in the tops of mountains and deep caves, and everyone confines his care to the management of his own family, without troubling his head about his neighbor. The Danes were the first discoverers of this country, which is full of ports, havens, and bays that the Quebec barks resort to in the summer, in order to truck with the savages for the skins and sea calves. The commerce I speak of is carried on after this manner. As soon as the Quebec barks come to an anchor, these devils come on board of them in their little canoes made of the skin of sea calves, in the form of a weaver's shuttle, with a hole in the middle of it, resembling that of a purse, in which they stow themselves with ropes, sitting squat upon their bridge. Being set in this fashion, they row with little slices, sometimes to the right and sometimes to the left, without bending their body for fear of oversetting. As soon as they are near the bark, they hold up their skins upon the end of the oar, and at the same time make a demand of so many knives, powder, ball, fuses, axes, kettles, etc. In fine, everyone shows what he has and mentions what he expects in exchange, and so when the bargain is concluded, they deliver and receive their goods upon the end of a stick. As these pitiful fellows use the precaution of not going on board of our boats, so we take care not to suffer too great a number of canoes to surround us, for they have carried off oftener than once some of our small vessels, at a time when the seamen were busied in hauling in the skins and delivering out the other goods. Here we are obliged to be very vigilant in the night time, for they know how to make great sloops that will hold 30 or 40 men, and run as fast as the wind. And 'tis for this reason that the Malouins, who fish for cod at Petit Nord, and the Spaniards who follow the same fishery at Porto Chua, are obliged to sit out long barks to scour the coast and pursue them, for almost every year they surprise some of the crew on shore, and cut their throats, and sometimes they carry off the vessel. We are assured that their number of warriors, or men that bear arms, amounts to 30,000. But they are such cowardly fellows that 500 Clistinos from Hudson's Bay used to defeat 5,000 or 6,000 of them. They are possessed of a very large country, extending from over against the Isles of Mingan to Hudson Strait. They cross over to the island of Newfoundland every day, at the Strait of Belle Isle, which is not above 7 leagues over, but they never come so far as Placentia, for fear of meeting with other savages there. Hudson's Bay adjoins to this Terra of Labrador and extends from the 52nd degree and 30 minutes to the 63 of latitude. The original of its name was this: Captain Henry Hudson, an Englishman by birth, obtained a ship from the Dutch in order to trace a passage to China through an imaginary strait to the northward of North America. He had first formed a design of going by the way of Nova Zembla, but upon seeing the memoirs of a Danish pilot who was a friend of his, he dropped that thought. This pilot, namely Frederick Anschild, had set out from Norway to Islandia some years before, with a design to find out a passage to Japan by Davis Strait, which is the chimerical strait I spoke of. The first land he descried was Savage Bay, seated on the north side of the Terra of Labrador. Then, sweeping along the coast, he entered a strait, which about 20 or 30 leagues afterward was christened Hudson Strait. After that, steering to the westward, he came upon some coasts that run north and south, upon which he stood to the north, flattering himself with the hopes of finding an open passage to cross the Sea of Gesso. But after sailing to the latitude of the polar circle and running the risk of perishing in the ice, I do not know how often, without meeting with any passage or open sea, he took up a resolution of turning back. But the season was then so far advanced, and the ice so covered up the surface of the water, that he was forced to put into Hudson's Bay and winter there in a harbor where several savages furnished his crew with provisions and excellent skins. As soon as the sea was open, he returned to Denmark. Now, Captain Hudson, being afterwards acquainted with this Dane, undertook upon his journals to attempt a passage to Japan through the Strait of Davis, but the enterprise failed, as well as that one Button and some others. However, Hudson put into the bay that now goes by his name, where he received a great quantity of skins from the savages. After that, he discovered New Holland, which is now called New York, and some other countries retaining to New England. Upon the whole, 'tis not fair to call this strait and this bay by the name of Hudson, in regard that the above-mentioned Dane, Frederick Anschild, was the first discoverer of them, he being the first European that descried the countries of North America and chalked out the way to the others. Upon this Hudson's journals, the English made several attempts to settle a commerce with the Americans. The great quantity of beaver skins and other furs that he purchased of the savages while he wintered in the bay put the notion into the heads of some English merchants, who thereupon formed a company for the carrying on of this new commerce. With this view, they fitted out some ships under the command of Captain Nelson, who lost some of them in the ice not far from the strait, having escaped narrowly himself. However, he entered the bay and placed himself at the mouth of a great river, which rises towards the lake of the Assiniboines and falls into the bay at the place where he built a redoubt and mounted some cannon upon it. In the space of 3 or 4 years after, the English made some other little forts near that river, which proved a considerable bulk to the commerce of the French, who found that the savages who used to deal with them in furs on the north side of the upper lake were not then to be seen. It came to pass in process of time, but how I cannot tell, that one Radisson and one Groseilliers met in that great lake some Clistinos, who promised to conduct them to the bottom of the bay, where the English had not yet penetrated. In effect, the Clistinos were as good as their word, for they show him the place they spoke of, besides several other rivers upon which there was a fair prospect of making such settlements, as would carry on a great trade in skins with several savage nations. These 2 Frenchmen returned to the upper lake, the same way that they went, and from thence made the best of their way to Quebec. where they offered to the chief merchants of the place to carry ships to Hudson's Bay, but their project was rejected. In fine, having met with this repulse, they went to France, in hope of a more favorable hearing at court. But after the presenting of memorial upon memorial and spending a great deal of money, they were treated as whimsical fellows. Upon that occasion, the King of England's ambassador did not lose the opportunity of persuading them to go to London, where they met with such a favorable reception that they got several ships, which they carried to the bay, not without difficulty, and built several forts in different places that did great service in promoting the commerce. Then the court of France repented, though too late, that they did not give ear to their memorials, and finding no other remedy, resolved to dislodge the English at any rate. In effect, they attacked them vigorously by sea and land, and dispossessed them of all their forts, excepting Fort Nelson, where they could not expect such an easy conquest. Some years after, the English resolved to use their utmost efforts to retake these posts, and their resolution was crowned with success, for they dislodged the French in their turn, and at this day the French are making preparations to repay them in their own coin. That country is so cold for 7 or 8 months of the year that the sea freezes 10 foot deep, and the trees and the very stones split. The snow is 10 or 12 foot deep upon the ground for above 6 months of the year, and during that season nobody can stir out of doors without running the risk of having their nose, ears, and feet mortified by the cold. The passage from Europe to that country is so difficult and dangerous, by reason of the ice and the currents, that one must be reduced to the last degree of misery, or be blind to a foolish height that undertakes such a wretched voyage. 'Tis now time to pass from Hudson's Bay to the Superior or Upper Lake. 'Tis easier to make this voyage upon paper than to go actually through it, for you must sail almost 100 leagues up the river of Machacandibi, which is so rapid and full of cataracts that a light canoe worked by 6 watermen shall not sail them under 30 or 35 days. At the head of this river we meet with a little lake of the same name, from whence we are obliged to a land carriage of 7 leagues to get at the river of Michipicoton, which we run down in 10 or 12 days, though at the same time we have several land carriages upon it. For going down this river, we pass several cataracts, where we are obliged either to carry our canoes by land or to drag them back again. Thus we arrive at the upper lake, which is reckoned to be 500 leagues in circumference, including the windings of the creeks and little gulfs. This little freshwater sea is calm enough from the beginning of May to the end of September. The south side is the safest for the canoes, by reason of the many bays and little rivers where one may put in case of a storm. There is no settled savage nation upon the brinks of the lake that I know of. 'Tis true indeed that in summer several northern nations come to hunt and fish in these parts, and bring with them the beaver skins they have got in the winter, in order to truck with the coureurs de bois, who do not sail to meet them there every year. The places where the interview happens are Bagosach, Lemipisaki, and Chawamigon. 'Tis some years since Mr. Dullhut built a fort of pails or stakes upon this lake, where he had large magazines of all sorts of goods. That fort was called Kamanistigoyen, and did considerable disservice to the English settlements in Hudson's Bay, by reason that it saved several nations the trouble of transporting their skins to that bay. Upon that lake we find copper mines, the metal of which is so fine and plentiful that there is not a 1/7 part loss from the ore. It has some pretty large islands, which are replenished with elks and wild asses, but there's scarce any that goes to hunt upon them, by reason of the danger of crossing over. In fine, this lake abounds with sturgeons, trouts, and whitefish. The climate is unsufferably cold for 6 months of the year, and the snow joined to the frost commonly freezes the water of the lake for 10 or 12 leagues over. From the Superior or Upper Lake, I steered to that of Hurons, to which I allot 400 leagues in circumference. Now to make this lake, you must sail down by the fall called Sault Ste. Marie, which I described in my 15th letter. This lake is situated in a fine climate, as you'll perceive from the map. The north side of it is best for the navigation of canoes, by reason of the frequency of isles which afford shelter in bad weather. The south side is pleasanter and more convenient for the hunting of deer, which are there very plentiful. The figure of this lake comes near to an equilateral triangle. Of all its isles, that called Manitoulin is the most considerable, being above 20 leagues long and 10 broad. In former times, the Ottawas of the nations of Talon and Sable dwelt in it, but the dread they were under upon the account of the Iroquois obliged both them and their neighbors to retire to Missilimakinac. That part of the continent that faces this island is inhabited by the Nux and the Mistakes in two different villages, which are 20 leagues distant the one from the other. Towards the east end of this island, we fall in with the River de Francois, which I took notice of in my 16th letter. 'Tis as broad as the Seine is at Paris, and runs not above 40 leagues in length from its source in the lake Nepiserini to its mouth. To the northwest of this river there lies the Bay of Toronto, which is 20 or 25 leagues long and 15 broad at its mouth. This bay receives a river that springs from a little lake of the same name and forms several cataracts that are equally impracticable both upon the ascent and descent. Upon the side of this river you'll see a man's head marked in my map, which signifies a large village of the Hurons that was destroyed by the Iroquois. You may go from the source of this river to the Lake Frontenac by making a land carriage to the river of Tanuate that falls into that lake. Upon the south side of the Bay of Toronto, you see the fort called the Fort Suppose, which I mentioned in my 23rd letter, and about 30 leagues to the southward of that, you'll find the country of Tionontate, which being formerly inhabited by the Hurons, was entirely depopulated by the Iroquois. From thence I passed directly to my fort, without amusing you with the different landscapes I meet with in the space of 30 leagues. That fort I have spoke so often of already, that without stopping there I shall run directly to the Bay of Sakinac, reckoning it needless at the same time to take any notice of the many shelves and rocks that lie hid under the water for 2 leagues off the coast. This bay is 16 or 17 leagues long, and 6 broad at its mouth, in the middle of which we meet with 2 little islands that are very serviceable to the passengers. For if it were not for the conveniency of putting in there, they would be obliged for the most part rather to march quite round the bay than to run the hazard of crossing directly over in a canoe. The river of Sakinac falls into the bottom of the bay. This river runs 60 leagues in length, with a gentle current, having only 3 little cataracts that one may shoot without danger. 'Tis as broad as the Seine is at Sèvres Bridge. Once in 2 years the Ottawas and the Hurons are wont to hunt great quantities of beavers upon the confines of the river of Sakinac. Between the river I now speak of and Missilimakinac we meet with no place that is worth our regard. As for Missilimakinac itself, I have already imparted to you all that I can say of that post, which is of so great importance to our commerce, and at the same time sent you a draught of it. I shall therefore pursue my course to the Lake Erie, remembering that I described the Illinois Lake in my 16th letter. The Lake Erie is justly dignified with the illustrious name of Conti, for assuredly 'tis the finest lake upon the earth. You may judge of the goodness of the climate from the latitudes of the countries that surround it. Its circumference extends to 230 leagues, but it affords everywhere such a charming prospect that its banks are decked with oak trees, elms, chestnut trees, walnut trees, apple trees, plum trees, and vines, which bear their fine clusters up to the very top of the trees, upon a sort of ground that lies as smooth as one's hand. Such ornaments as these are sufficient to give rise to the most agreeable idea of a landscape in the world. I cannot express what vast quantities of deer and turkeys are to be found in these woods, and in the vast meads that lie upon the south side of the lake. At the bottom of the lake, we find wild beeves upon the banks of two pleasant rivers that disembogue into it, without cataracts or rapid currents. It abounds with sturgeon and whitefish, but trouts are very scarce in it, as well as the other fish that we take in the lakes of Hurons and Illinois. 'Tis clear of shells, rocks, and banks of sand, and has 14 or 15 fathom water. The savages assure us that 'tis never disturbed with high winds, but in the months of December, January, and February, and even then but seldom, which indeed I am very apt to believe, for we had but very few storms when I wintered in my fort in 1688, though the fort lay open to the Lake of Hurons. The banks of this lake are commonly frequented by none but warriors, whether the Iroquois, the Illinois, the Omamis, etc., and 'tis very dangerous to stop there. By this means it comes to pass that the stags, roebucks, and turkeys run in great bodies up and down the shore, all round the lake. In former times, the Erie-Ronons and the Andostogironons lived upon the confines of this lake, but they were extirpated by the Iroquois, as well as the other nations marked in the map. Upon the north side of the lake, we descry the point of land that shoots 15 leagues into the main, and about 30 leagues beyond that to the eastward, we meet with a small river that takes its rise near the bay of Ganarask in the Lake of Frontenac, and with a fort a short passage from the one lake to the other, if 'twere not encumbered with cataracts. From thence to the strait or mouth of the lake you have 30 leagues, the strait being a league over and 14 leagues long. Upon this strait you see Fort Supposed, marked in the map, which is one of the forts that I mentioned in my 23rd letter. From that imaginary fort to the river of Conde we have 20 leagues. The river of Conde runs 60 leagues in length without cataracts, if we may credit the savages who assured me that one may go from its source to another river that falls into the sea without any other land carriage than one of a league in length between the river and the other. I saw only the mouth of the first river, where our Ottawas tried their limb, as I told you in my 15th letter. The islands that you see marked in the map at the bottom of the Lake Erie are replenished with roebucks and with fruit trees, which nature has generously provided in order to entertain the turkeys, pheasants, and deer with their fruit. In fine, if there were a clear and free passage for vessels from Quebec to this lake, it might be made the finest, the richest, and the most fertile kingdom in the world. For over and above all the beauties I have mentioned, there are excellent silver mines about 20 leagues up the country, upon a certain hill, from whence the savages brought us great lumps that have yielded that precious metal with little waste. From the Lake Erie, I steer my course to that of Frontenac, which I could not forbear to speak of in my 7th and 17th letters. This lake, as I intimated above, is 180 leagues in circumference. Its figure is oval, and its depth runs between 20 and 25 fathom. On the south side, it receives several little rivers, particularly those of the Tsonontuans, of the Onontagues, and of the Famine. On the north side, 'tis joined by the rivers of Ganarask and of Teonontete. Its sides are decked with tall trees, and the ground is indifferent, even and level, for it has no steep coasts. On the north side we meet with several little gulfs. You may go from this river to that of Hurons by going up the river Tanawate, from whence you have a land carriage of 6 or 8 leagues to the river of Toronto, which falls into it. You may likewise have a passage from the Lake of Frontenac to that of Erie, through the Bay of Ganarask, by making a land carriage from thence to a little river that's full of cataracts. The villages of the Onontagues, Tsontonuans, Goyogoans, and Onoyotes are not far distant from the Lake of Frontenac. These Iroquois nations are very advantageously seated. They have a pleasant and fertile country, but they want roebucks and turkeys, as well as fish, of which their rivers are altogether destitute, insomuch that they are forced to fish in the lake and to broil or dry their fish with a fire, in order to keep them and transport them to their villages. They are in like manner forced to range out of their territories in quest of beavers in the wintertime, either towards Ganarask or to the sides of the Lake of Toronto, or else towards the great river of the Ottawas, where it would be an easy matter to cut all their throats by pursuing the course I laid down in my letters. I have already touched upon the forts of Frontenac and Niagara, as well as upon the river of St. Lawrence, which here takes leave of the lakes and pursues a compacter course to Montreal and Quebec, where its waters mingling with those of the sea become so brackish that they are not drinkable. It remains only to give you a description of Acadia and the island of Newfoundland, which are two countries that differ widely from one another. The coast of Acadia extends from Kennebec, one of the frontiers of New England, to L'Isle Percé, near the mouth of the river of St. Lawrence. The sea coast runs almost 300 leagues in length and has upon it two great navigable bays, namely the bay called François and the Baie des Chaleurs. It has a great many little rivers, the mouths of which are deep and clean enough for the greatest ships. These rivers would afford a plentiful salmon fishery if there were anybody to undertake it, and most of them, as well as the gulfs that lies before them, furnished such cods as we take at the Isle Percé. For in the summertime, that sort of fish make into the coast in shoals, especially about the islands of Cape Breton and of St. John. 'Tis true, the latter has no harbors, and the former has none that receive any vessel above the burthen of a bark. But if these two islands were peopled, the inhabitants might sit out sloops to manage the fishery, and towards the latter end of August, when the fish are cured and ready, the ships might come to an anchor near the land, and so take 'em in. Two gentlemen of the name of Amour of Quebec have a settlement for beaver hunting upon the river of St. John, which is a very pleasant river and adorned with fields that are very fertile in grain. 'Tis navigable for 12 leagues up from its mouth. Between the point of Acadia and the island of Cape Breton, there is a channel or strait about 2 leagues in breadth, which is deep enough to carry the greatest ships in France. 'Tis called the Pass de Canso, and would be much more frequented than it is if the merchantmen bound to Canada would set out from France about the 15th of March, for then they might pass that way, being assured of a clear passage at all seasons of the year, whereas the channel of Cape de Ray is oftentimes covered with ice in April, and by this contrivance the ships would arrive at Quebec in the beginning of May. Most of the countries of Acadia abound with corn, peas, fruit, and pulse, and have a plain distinction of the 4 seasons of the year, notwithstanding that 'tis extreme cold for 3 months in winter. Several places of Acadia afford masts as strong as those we have from Norway, and if there were occasion, all sorts of ships might be built there. For if you'll believe the carpenters, the oak of that country is better than ours in Europe. In a word, 'tis a very fine country. The climate is indifferent, temperate, the air is pure and wholesome, the waters clear and light, and there's good accommodation for hunting, shooting, and fishing. The animals that we meet with there most commonly are beavers, otters, and sea calves, all of them being very numerous. Those who love meat are indebted to the doctors who persuaded the popes to metamorphose these terrestrial animals into fish, for they are allowed to eat of them without scruple in the time of Lent. To be plain, the knowledge I have of that country makes me foresee that the English will be masters of it some time or other. I could give you very plausible reasons for the prophecy. They have already begun to ruin the commerce that the French had with the savages, and in a short time they'll compass its entire destruction. The French, they will price their goods too high, though they are not so good as those of the English, and yet the English sell their commodities cheaper. 'Twere a pity that we should tamely leave to the English a country, the conquest of which they have attempted so often, in consideration of our fur trade and cod fishing.
'tis impossible to hinder them to possess themselves of the settlements upon the coast of Acadia, by reason that they lie at such a distance from one another, so that they'll certainly succeed in such enterprises, as indeed they have done already. The French governors, they act with the same view as many of those who are employed in posts beyond sea. They look upon their place as a gold mine, given them in order to enrich themselves, so that the public good must always march behind private interests. Mr. de Meneval suffered the English to possess themselves of Port Royal, because that place was covered with nothing but single palisadoes. But why was it not better fortified? I can tell you the reason. He thought he had time enough to fill his pockets before the English would attack it. This governor succeeded to Mr. Perrault, who was broke with disgrace for having made it his chief business to enrich himself, and after returning to France, went back again with several ships laden with goods, in order to set up for a private merchant in that country. While Mr. Perrault was governor, he suffered the English to possess themselves of several advantageous posts without offering to steer. His chief business was to go in barks from river to river in order to traffic with the savages, and after he was disgraced, he was not contented with a commerce upon the coast of Acadia, but would needs extend it to the English plantations. But it cost him dear, for some pirates fell in with him, and after seizing his barks, ducked himself, upon which he died immediately. The three principal savage nations that live upon the coasts of Acadia are the Abenakis, the Mi'kmaq, and the Canibas. There are some other erratic nations who go and come from Acadia to New England and go by the names of Mahingans, Sokokis, and the Openango. The first three, having 6 habitations, are entirely in the interests of the French, and I must say that in time of war they gall the English colonies with their incursions, so much that we ought to take care to perpetuate a good understanding between them and us. The Baron of St. Castains, a gentleman of Oleron in Berne, having lived amongst the Abenakis after the savage way for above 20 years, is so much respected by the savages that they look upon him as their tutelar god. He was formerly an officer of the Carignan regiment in Canada, and upon the breaking of that regiment, threw himself among the savages, whose language he had learned. He married among them after their fashion, and preferred the forest of Acadia to the Pyrenean mountains that encompass the place of his nativity. For the first years of his abode with the savages, he behaved himself so as to draw an inexpressible esteem from them. They made him their great chief or leader, who is in a manner the sovereign of the nation, and by degrees he has worked himself into such a fortune, which any man but he would have made such use of, as to draw out of that country above 200,000 or 300,000 crowns, which he has now in his pocket in good dry gold. But all the use he makes of it is to buy up goods for presents to his fellow savages, who upon their return from hunting present him with beaver skins to a treble value. The governors general of Canada keep in with him, and the governors of New England are afraid of him. He has several daughters, who are all of them married very handsomely to Frenchmen, and hath good dowries. He has never changed his wife, by which means he meaned to give the savages to understand that God does not love inconstant folks. 'Tis said that he endeavored to convert these poor people, but his endeavors proved successless, so that 'tis in vain for the Jesuits to preach up the truths of Christianity to him. Though after all, these good fathers are not discouraged, nay, they think that the administering of baptism to a dying child is worth 10 times the pains and uneasiness of living among that people. Port Royal, the capital or the only city of Acadia, is in effect no more than a little poultry town that is somewhat enlarged since the war broke out in 1689 by the accession of the inhabitants that lived near Boston, the metropolitan of New England. A great many of these people retired to Port Royal upon the apprehension that the English would pillage them and carry them into their country. Mr. de Meneval surrendered this place to the English. As I said before, he could not maintain such a post with the handful of men that he had,
because the palisados were low and out of order. He made a capitulation with the commander of the party that made the attack, but the English officer broke his word to him and used him both ignominiously and harshly. Port Royal is seated in the latitude of 44 degrees and 40 minutes upon the edge of a very fine basin, which is a league broad and 2 leagues long, having at the entry about 16 or 18 fathom water on one side and 6 or 7 on the other. For you must know that the island called L'Île aux Chèvres, which stands in the middle, divides the channel into 2. There's excellent anchorage all over the basin, and at the bottom of it there's a cape or point of land that parts 2 rivers, at which the tide rises 10 or 12 foot. These rivers are bounded by pleasant meads, which in spring and autumn are covered with all sorts of fresh waterfowl. In fine, Port Royal is only a handful of houses 2-story high, and has but few inhabitants of any note. It subsists upon the traffic of the skins, which the savages bring thither to truck for European goods. In former times, the Farmers' Company had magazines in this place, which were under the care of the governors. I could easily mention some of them, if I were not apprehensive that these memoirs may be seen by others beside yourself. The island of Newfoundland is 300 leagues in circumference. It lies at the distance of 650 leagues from France and 40 or 50 leagues from the bank of the same name. The south side of the island belongs to the French, who have several settlements there for the fishing of cod. The east side is inhabited by the English, who are possessed of several considerable posts, situated in certain ports, bays, and havens, which they have taken care to fortify. The west of the island is waste, and was never yet possessed. The island is of a triangular figure, and full of mountains and impracticable forests. It has some great meadows, or rather heaths, which are covered with a sort of moss instead of grass. The soil of this country is good for nothing, as being a mixture of gravel, sand, and stones, so that the fishery was the only motive that induced the French and the English to settle there. It affords great store of game, for waterfowl, partridges, and hares. But as for the stags, 'tis almost impossible to come at them, by reason that the mountains are so high, and the woods so thick. In this island, as well as in that of Cape Breton, we find porphyry of several colors, and care has been taken to send to France some pieces of it for a pattern, which were found to be very pretty, only they were hard to cut. I have seen some of them that were red streaked with green, and seemed to be extreme fine, but the mischief is, it splits so when 'tis taken out of the quarries, that it cannot be made use of, but by way of incrustation. This island of Cape Breton affords likewise black marble, or a sort of breccia, with grey veins, which is hard and not easily polished. This stone is apt to split, for 'tis not equally hard, and it has knots in it. There are no settled savages in the island of Newfoundland. 'Tis true, the Eskimo do sometimes cross over to it at the Strait of Belle Isle in great sloops, with intent to surprise the crew of the fishermen upon the coast called the Petit Nord. Our settlements are at Placentia, at the island of St. Peter, and in the bay of Trepassé. From Cape Ras to Chapeau Rouge, the coast is very clean, but from Chapeau Rouge to Cape Ras, the rocks render it dangerous. There are 2 considerable inconveniences that attend the landing upon this island. In the first place, the fogs are here so thick in the summer, for 20 leagues off into the main, that the ablest and most expert sailor dare not stand into the land while they last, so that all ships are obliged to lie by for a clear day in order to make the land. The second inconveniency, which is yet greater, proceeds from the currents which run to and again without any perceivable variation, by which means the ships are sometimes drove in upon the coast, when they reckon upon 10 leagues offing. But, which is worst of all, the insensible motion of the rolling waves throws them insensibly upon the rocks, which they cannot possibly avoid, for want of ground to anchor upon. 'Twas by this means that the king's ship, the Pretty, was lost in 1692, as well as a great many others upon several occasions. Of all of our settlements in North America, Placentia is the post of the greatest importance and service to the king, in regard that 'tis a place of refuge to the ships that are obliged to put into a harbor when they go or come from Canada, and even to those which come from South America when they want to take in fresh water or provisions, and have sprung their masts or been damaged in a storm. This place is situated in the latitude of 47 degrees and some minutes, almost at the bottom of the bay that goes by the same name. The bay is 10 or 12 leagues broad and 20 odd leagues long. The fort stands upon the side of a neck or narrow strait, which is 60 paces over and 6 fathoms water deep. The ships that enter into the port are obliged to grace, so to speak, upon the angle of the bastions. The port or harbor is a league long and a quarter of a league over. Before the port there's a large fine road, which is a league and a half wide, but lies so bleak to the northwest, and west-northwest winds, the strongest and most boisterous winds that are, that neither cables nor anchors, nor large stout ships can withstand their furious shocks, though indeed these violent storms seldom happen but in the later end of autumn. The same year that the Pretty was lost, the king lost another of 69 guns called the Good in this road, and if the 4 or 5 other ships that belonged to the same squadron had not took the precautions of steering into the port, they had certainly underwent the same fate. This road then, which is only exposed to the northwest and west-northwest winds, has some hidden rocks on the north side, besides those at Ponintvert, where several of the inhabitants are wont to fish. All these things you may see plainly upon the plan that I sent you along with my 23rd letter. Commonly, there comes 30 or 40 ships from France to Placentia every year, and sometimes 60. Some come with intent to fish, and others have no other design than to truck with the inhabitants, who live in the summertime on the other side of the fort. The ground upon which their houses stand is called La Grande Grave, for in effect they have nothing but gravel to spread their codfish upon, in order to have them dried by the sun after they are salted. The inhabitants and the French fishermen send their sloops every day 2 leagues off the port to pursue the fishery, and sometimes the sloops return so overloaded that they are in a manner buried in the water. You cannot imagine how deep they sink, and 'tis impossible you should believe it unless you saw it. The fishery commences in the beginning of June, and is at an end about the middle of August. In the harbor they catch a little sort of a fish, which they put upon their hooks as a bait for the cod. Placentia is in great want of gravel, which occasions the thinness of the inhabitants. If the governors preferred the king's service to avarice, they might make it a considerable post, and a great many would make gravel walks at their own charge. But as long as the governors prey upon the fortunes of private men, under the fair pretense of the king's service, which is always in their mouths, I can't see that this settlement will ever be enlarged or improved. Does not the governor disgrace his prince, and sink the character of his post in turning fisherman, merchant, vintner, and acting in the way of 1,000 meaner and more mechanical trades? Is not this a piece of tyranny? To force the inhabitants to buy what goods they want out of such and such a ship, and to sell their cod to such other ships as the governor is interested in, and that as a principal owner, to appropriate to himself the rigging and tackle of the ships that are cast away upon the coast, to stop the crew of merchantmen for his own fishery, to sell habitations or settlements, to stifle the bidding up for effects sold by way of auction, that he may engross them by his sole authority, to change the provisions laid up in magazines for his majesty's troops, to carry off the good biscuit and put bad in the room of it, to make so much beef and bacon for the subsistence of the garrison, to force the inhabitants to send their servants and carpenters to some work in which his majesty's service is less concerned than his own pocket. These, I say, are things that I take to be plain infractions of the orders issued forth by Louis XIV. These are abuses that must be redressed if we would have the king to be well served, and yet there's nothing done in it. For my part, I am unacquainted with the reason of the delay, Those that have a mind to know had best ask the deputies of Monsieur de I am fully persuaded that all these piracies do not come to the king's ear, for he is too just to suffer them. To conclude, Placentia bears neither corn, nor rye, nor peas, for the soil is good for nothing, not to mention that if it were as good and as fertile as any in Canada, yet nobody would give themselves the trouble to cultivate it, for one man earns more in cod fishing in one summer than 10 would do in the way of agriculture. In the great bay of Placentia, there are some little harbors, besides that of the fort, which the Biscay fishermen resort to. Such are the Little and the Great Burin, St. Lawrence, Martyr, Chapeau Rouge, etc. A list of the savage nations of Canada, those in Acadia, the Abenakis, the Micmac, the Canibas, the Mahingans, the Openagos, the Sokokis, the Etchemens. These are all of them good warriors. They are more active and less cruel than the Iroquois. Their language differs a little from that of the Algonquins. The nations that lie upon the river of St. Lawrence, from the sea to Montreal, the Papinachoes, the Mountaineers, the Gaspesians, these speak the Algonquin language. The Hurons of Loretto, the Iroquois tongue, the Abenakis of Sillery, the Algonquins, the Algonquin language, the Agnies of the Fall called Sault St. Louis, they speak the Iroquois language and are good warriors. The Iroquois of the mountain of Montreal, they speak the Iroquois language and are a brave people. Those upon the lake of Hurons, the Hurons, the Iroquois language, the Ottawas, the Knox, the Mississaugas, the Atikamekw, the Algonquin language, the Aotehipoas, alias Sauteurs, good warriors. Upon the Illinois Lake and the adjacent country, some Illinois at Chigaku, the O'Mamis, good warriors, the Mascoutans, the Kikapos, good warriors, the Outagamis, good warriors, the Malomimis, the Ponteotamis, the Ohatinons, good warriors, the Sakis. They speak the Algonquin language and are a sprightly, active sort of people. In the neighborhood of the Lake of Frontenac, the Tzontonuans, the Goyagoans, the Onontague, these speak a different language from the Algonquin. The Onoyotes and Agnies at a small distance, near the river of the Ottawas, the Tabitibi, the Monsoni, the Machacandibi, the Nopemen of Achirini, the Nepisirini, the Temiskaming. They speak the Algonquin language, and all of them are very cowardly. To the north of Mississippi and upon the confines of the Upper Lake and Hudson's Bay, the Nadowesses, the Assinipoils, the Saskatchewans, the Watbatons, the Atenons, the Clistinos brave warriors and active brisk men, the Eskimos. These speak Algonquin. A list of the animals of the south countries of Canada: wild beavies, little stags or harts, roebucks of 3 different species, wolves such as we have in Europe, lynx such as we have in Europe, michibichi, a sort of bastard tiger, ferrets, weasels such as we have in Europe, ash-colored squirrels, hares, rabbits such as we have in Europe, badgers such as we have in Europe, wild beavies but very scarce, reddish bears, muskrats, reddish foxes as in Europe, crocodiles in the Mississippi, osa, an animal like a hare upon the Mississippi. A list of the animals of the north countries of Canada: orignals or elks, caribou or wild asses, black foxes, silver-colored foxes, a sort of wildcats called enfant du diable, or the devil's children, carcayas, an animal not unlike a badger, porcupines, fontero, an amphibious sort of little polecats, martens, polecats, such as we have in Europe, black bears, white bears, siffleurs, an animal that makes a whizzing noise, flying squirrels, white hares, beavers, otters, muskrats, Swiss squirrels, or a sort of squirrels whose hair resembles a Swiss doublet, great harts, sea wolves or calves. A description of such animals or beasts as are not mentioned in the letters. The Mitsubishi is a sort of tiger, only 'tis less than the common tiger, and not so much speckled. As soon as it descries a man, it runs away, and climbs up the first tree it meets with. It attacks all brute animals whatsoever, and conquers them with ease. And, which is very singular and peculiar to it above all other animals, it runs in to the assistance of the savages when they pursue bears and wild beavies. Upon such occasions it makes as it were afraid of nobody, and volleys out with fury upon the hunted animal. The savages call these animals a sort of Manitou, that is, spirits that love men, and 'tis upon that score they esteem and respect them to such a degree that they would choose rather to die than to kill one of them. The white beavers are much valued upon the account of their being uncommon, though at the same time their hair is neither so large nor so fine as that of the common beavers. So those which are quite black are very scarce. The reddish bears are mischievous creatures, for they fall fiercely upon the huntsmen, whereas the black ones fly from them. The former sort are less and more nimble than the latter. The crocodiles of Mississippi are exactly the same with those of the Nile and other places. I have seen that crocodile that is at Engolisma in Aquitaine, and find that it has the same figure with these, only 'tis somewhat less. The most usual method that the savages have for taking them alive is to throw great wreaths or cords made of the barks of trees with a running knot upon their necks, the middle of their body, their paws, etc. After they are thus seized, they shut them up between 10 or 12 stakes, and there tie them after their belly is turned upwards. While they lie in this posture, they flea them without touching their head or their tail, and give them a coat of fir bark, to which they set fire, having cut the ropes that kept them fate. Upon such occasions, these animals make a fearful howling and crying. To conclude, the savages are frequently swallowed up by these creatures, whether in swimming over a river or in sleeping upon its banks. Aristotle, in the 68th Diapason of his 15th song, gives this description of a crocodile. Vive sublito e dentro la riviera, e I corpi umani son le sue vivande, delle persone misere e incaute, di viandanti e de infelice naute. That is, it lives both in the river and upon its banks. It squashes people with its murdering tooth. It feeds upon the bodies of poor travelers, of unfortunate passengers and sailors. The ossa are little animals like hares, and resemble them in everything except the ears and hind feet. They run and cannot climb. Their females have a bag under their belly, where their young ones enter upon a pursuit, in order to save themselves along with the mother, who immediately betakes herself to flight. The silver-colored foxes are of the same shape with those of Europe, as well as the black ones. The black ones are very scarce, and whosoever catches one is sure to sell it for its weight in gold. This species is met with only in the coldest countries. The white bears are a monstrous animal, and extraordinarily long. Their head has a formidable aspect, and their hair is very large and thick. They are so fierce that they'll come and attack a sloop in the sea with 7 or 8 men in it. 'Tis said that they'll swim 6 or 7 leagues without being tired. They live upon fish and shells upon the seashore, from whence they seldom straggle far. I never saw but one of them in my lifetime, which had certainly torn me to pieces if I had not spied it at a distance, and so had time to run back for shelter to Fort Louis at Placentia. The flying squirrels are as big as a large rat, and of a grayish-white color. They are as drowsy as those of the other species are watchful. They are called flying squirrels in regard that they fly from one tree to another by the means of a certain skin which stretches itself out in the form of a wing when they make these little flights. The white hares are only such in winter. For as soon as the spring comes on, they begin to turn grayish, and by degrees recover the same color as our hairs have in France, which they hold till the end of autumn. The Swiss squirrels are little animals resembling little rats. The epithet of Swiss is bestowed upon them
in regard that the hair which covers their body is streaked with black and white, and resembles a Swiss doublet, and that these streaks make a ring on each thigh, which bears a great deal of resemblance to a Swiss's cap. The large stags are neither higher nor thicker than those we have in Europe, but they are called large in proportion to two other species of harts that frequent the southern countries. The lesser sort affords the most delicious meat. The sea wolves, which some call sea calves, are as big as mastiffs. They are almost always in the water, or at least they never go far from the seaside. These animals do not walk so much as they crawl, for when they raise themselves out of the water, they only creep upon the sand or clay. Their head has the form of an otter's head, and their feet, which have no legs, resemble those of a goose. The female kind bring forth their young ones upon the rocks, or upon some little islands just by the sea. The sea wolves live upon fish, and resort to cold countries. There's a prodigious number of them about the mouth of the river of St. Lawrence. As for the remaining animals of Canada, I give you an account of them in my letters. I will not offer to show you what methods the savages take to catch or kill all these animals, for such an undertaking would be endless. This I can assure you of in general, that they rarely go a-hunting to no purpose, and that they make no use of their dogs but in the hunting of elks, and sometimes in hunting of beavers, as you shall see under the head of the diversions of hunting and shooting among the savages. A list of fowl or birds that frequent the south countries of Canada. Vultures, whards, a river fowl as big as a goose, swans, black geese, black ducks, plungeons, coots, such as we have in Europe, rails, turkeys, red partridges, pheasants, large eagles, cranes, blackbirds, thrushes, such as we have in Europe, wood pigeons, parrots, ravens, swallows, such as we have in Europe, several sorts of birds of prey that are not known in Europe, nightingales, unknown in Europe, as well as several other little birds of different colors, particularly that called oiseau mouche, a very little bird resembling a fly, and great quantities of pelicans. The birds of the north countries of Canada, bustards, white geese, such as we have in Europe, ducks of 10 or 12 sorts, teals, seamews, grellands, stertlets, sea parrots, moyaks, cormorants, heathcocks, snipes, plungeons, plovers, lapwings, herns, corbeas, the waterfowl called chevalier, such as we have in Europe, batours the faux, a fowl as big as a quail, white partridges, large black partridges, reddish partridges, woodhens, turtle doves, white ortolans, a bird no bigger than a lark, sterlings, ravens, such as we have in Europe, vultures, spoorhogs, merlins, swallows, like ours in Europe, becs de sai, a sort of a duck. A table of the insects that are found in Canada: adders, asps, rattlesnakes, lowing frogs, gnats or midges, gadbees, brulots or burning handworms. A description of such birds as are not accounted for in my letters. The whards are a freshwater fowl as big as a goose, and as dull and heavy as an ass. They have black and white feathers, a pointed beak, and a very short neck. They only duck or dive in the summer, for they cannot use their wings, and in that season the savages take the diversion of surrounding them with 7 or 8 canoes, dispersed here and there, and so obliging them to dive down when they offered to come up to take breath. The savages have entertained me several times with this agreeable amusement during the course of the voyages I made with them. The red partridges are wild and little, and much different from the red partridge we have in Europe, as well as the pheasant, whose feathers, being of a white color with black specks, make a very agreeable diversity. The largest eagles we find in this country are no bigger than swans. Their head and their tail is white, and they have frequent engagements with a sort of vultures that commonly have the better of it. In our voyages, we had frequent occasions of seeing these engagements, which last as long as the eagle can keep up the force of its wings. The parrots are met with in the Illinois country and upon the river of Mississippi. They are very small and are the same with those that we bring from Brazil and Cayenne. That sort of nightingale that I saw is of a peculiar form, for 'tis of a lesser size than the European, and of a bluish color, and its notes are more diversified. Besides that, it lodges in the holes of trees, and 4 or 5 of them do commonly keep together upon the thickest trees, and with joint notes warble o'er their songs. The fly-like bird is no bigger than one's thumb, and the color of its feathers is so changeable that 'tis hard to fasten any one color upon it. They appear sometimes red, sometimes of a gold color, and other times they are blue and red, and properly speaking, 'tis only the brightest of the sun that makes us insensible of the change of its gold and red colors. Its beak is as sharp as a needle. It flies from flower to flower like a bee, and by its fluttering sucks the flowery sap. Sometimes about noon, it perches upon the little branches of plum trees or cherry trees. I have sent some of them dead to France, it being impossible to keep them alive, and they were looked upon as a great curiosity. There are 10 or 12 sorts of ducks in this country. Those called brancas are the smallest indeed, but they are much the prettiest. The feathers upon their neck look so bright, by virtue of the variety of liveliness of their colors, and a fur of that nature would be invaluable in Muscovy or Turkey. They owe the name of brancas to their resting upon the branches of trees. There is another species of ducks in this country that are as black as jackdaws, only their beak and the circle of their eyes are red. The seamews, grelans, and startlets are fowls that fly incessantly over seas, lakes, and rivers in order to catch little fish. Their flesh is good for nothing. Besides that, they have no substance of body, though they seem to be as big as pigeons. The sea parrots bear the name of parrots upon the account that their beak is of the same form with that of the land parrot. They never quit the sea or the shore, and are always flying upon the surface of the water in quest of little fish. Their color is black, and their size is much the same with that of a pullet. There are great numbers of them upon the bank of Newfoundland and near the coast of the island, which the seamen catch with hooks covered with a cod's roe and hung over the prow of the ship. The moyaks are a sort of foal, as big as a goose, having a short neck and a broad foot, and which is very strange. Their eggs are half as big again as a swan's, and yet they are all yelk, and that so thick that they must be diluted with water before they can be used in pancakes. The white partridges are as big as our red partridges. Their feet are covered with such a thick down that they resemble those of a young rabbit. They are only seen in the winter time, and some years they are scarce seen at all, though on the other hand in other years they are so plentiful that you may buy a dozen for 9d. This is the most stupid animal in the world. It sits upon the snow and suffers itself to be knocked on the head with a pole without offering to stir. I am of the opinion that this unaccountable numbness is occasioned by its long flight from Greenland to Canada. This conjecture is not altogether groundless, for 'tis observed that they never come in flocks to Canada, but after the long continuance of a north or a northeast wind. The black partridges are truly very pretty. They are bigger than ours, and their beak together with the circle of the eyes and the feet are red, their plumage being of a shining black color. These animals are very proud, and seem to have a sense of their beauty as they walk. They are but very uncommon, as well as the reddish partridges, which resemble quails in their bulk and briskness. The white ortolans are only met with in winter, but I am of the opinion that their feathers are naturally of a white color, and that they retrieve their natural color in the places they retire to when they disappear in Canada. They are indifferent good to eat when they are fat, but that they seldom are. In the winter, great quantities of them are catched about the barns, with nets stretched out upon the straw. A description of the insects of Canada. The adders of Canada do no harm at all. The asps indeed are very dangerous when the people bathe in the stagnating water towards the south countries. The rattlesnake, or sounding serpent, is so called in regard that the extremity of its tail, it has a sort of a case containing certain bones which make such a noise when the serpent creeps along, that 'tis heard 30 paces off. These serpents betake themselves to flight when they hear the sound of men's feet, and commonly sleep in the sun either in green fields or open woods. They never sting but when they are trod upon. The lowing frogs are so called with respect to their croaking, which sounds like the lowing of an ox. These frogs are twice as large as those we have in Europe. The Canada gad bees are a sort of flies about twice as big as bees, but of the same form with a common fly. They sting only between noon and 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but then they do it so violently that they fetch blood. However, 'tis only upon certain rivers that they are met with. The brulots are a sort of handworms, which cleave so hard to the skin that their pricking occasions the same sense as if 'twere a burning coal or a spark of fire. These little animals are unperceivable, though at the same time they are pretty numerous. The names of the fish in the river of St. Lawrence, from its mouth to the lakes of Canada. Balenots, or little whales, a fish almost as big as a whale called souffleur. White porpoises, salmon, such as we have in Europe, eels, mackerel, as in Europe, herrings, gasperods, a small fish like a herring, bases, shadfish, codfish, plaices, smelts, turbots, pikes, the gold-colored fish, roaches, lampreys, merles or sea tench, thornbacks, congers, sea cows, a kind of porpoises, the shellfish, little lobsters, crabfish, cockles, mussels, the fish that are found in the lakes of Canada and in the rivers that fall into them, sturgeons, the armed fish, trouts, whitefish, a sort of herrings, eels, mullets, carp, goldfish, gudgeons, the fish found in the river of Mississippi, pikes, such as we have in Europe, carps, tench, perches, dabs, and several others that are not known in Europe. A description of the fish that are not mentioned in the letters. The bale knot is a sort of a whale, only 'tis less and more fleshy, and does not yield oil in proportion to the northern whales. This fish goes 50 or 60 leagues up the river. The souffleurs are much of the same size, only they are shorter and blacker. When they mean to take breath after diving, they squirt out of the water through a hole behind their head, after the same manner with the whales. Commonly, they dog the ships in the river of St. Lawrence. The white porpoises are as big as oxen. They always go along with the current, and go up with the tide till they come at fresh water, upon which they retire with the ebb water. They are a ghastly sort of animals, and are frequently taken before Quebec. The gasperod are a small fish, not unlike a herring. In the summertime, they make into the shore, in such shoals that the codfishers take as many of them as serves for bait for that fishery. These fishermen do likewise make use of herrings when the season obliges them to put into the shore to spawn. In a word, all the fish that are made use of for a bait to make the codfish bite at the hook are called boete in the fisherman's dialect. The gold-colored fish are nice food. They are about 15 inches long, their scales are yellow, and they are valued very high. The sea cows, which are a sort of porpoises, are bigger than the Normandy beavies. They have a sort of paws cut like a goose's foot. Their head resembles that of an otter, and their teeth, which are 2 inches thick and 9 inches long, are reckoned the finest ivory that is. 'Tis said that they range wide off the shore, towards sandy and marshy places. The lobsters of this river seem to be exactly the same with those we have in Europe. The cockles are of a piece with those we have upon the coast of France, excepting that they are larger and have a more agreeable taste, though their flesh seems to partake more of crudity and indigestion. The mussels of this river are prodigiously large and taste very well, but 'tis next to an impossibility to eat them without breaking one's teeth, by reason of their being stuffed with pearl. I call it pearl, though the name of gravel or sand may be more proper, with respect to its value, for I brought to Paris 50 or 60 of the largest and finest, which were rated only at a penny apiece, notwithstanding that we had broke above 2,000 mussels to make up that number. The lake sturgeons are commonly 5 or 6 foot long, but I once saw one of 10 foot and another of 12 in length. The savages catch them with nets in the winter and grapples in the summer. 'Tis said they have a certain sort of flesh about their head that tastes like beef, mutton, and veal, but I have eat of it several times, and never could observe any such thing, which makes me look upon the allegation as chimerical. The fish in armor is about 3 foot and a half long. 'Tis defended by such strong and hard scales that 'tis impossible for any other fish to hurt it. Its enemies are trouts and roaches, but 'tis admirably well provided for the repulsing of their attacks, by virtue of its pointed snout, which is a foot long and as hard as its skin. It eats very well, and its flesh or substance is as firm as 'tis white. The lake dabs, or sandings, are not above a foot long, but they are very thick all over. They are called barboux in French, with allusion to a certain sort of beards that hang down from the side of their muzzle, and are as big as ears of corn. Those which we find in the river of Mississippi are of a monstrous size. Both the one and the other are catched with a hook, as well as with a net, and make very good victuals. The Mississippi carps are likewise of an extraordinary size, and admirably well tasted. They are of the same form with ours. In the autumn they put in towards the shore, and are easily catched with a net. The largest trout we meet with in the lakes are 5 foot and a half long, and of 1 foot diameter. Their flesh is red, and they are catched with great hooks made fast to pieces of wire. The fish catched in the lakes are better than those we take at sea or in the rivers, particularly the whitefish, which for goodness and nice eating are far beyond all the other species. The savages that live upon the sides of those little freshwater seas prefer the broth of fish to meat broth when they are indisposed. This choice they ground upon experience, whereas the French, on the other hand, find that venison broth is at once more substantial and restorative. The rivers of Canada are replenished with an infinity of other fishes that are not known in Europe. The fish catched in the North Country rivers are different from those of the South, and those taken in the Long River, which disembourges into the river of Mississippi, savor so rank of mud and clay that 'tis impossible to eat of them, abating for a sort of little trouts that the savages take in the adjacent lakes, which make a tolerable mess. The rivers of the Ottentats and the Missouris produce such odd-shaped fishes that 'tis impossible to describe them without they were drawn upon paper. These fishes tastes but sorely, and yet the savages love it mightily, which I take to proceed from their knowing no better. The trees and fruits of the south countries of Canada. Beech trees, red oak, such as we have in Europe, bitter cherry trees, maple trees, ash trees, elms, linden trees, such as we have in Europe, nut trees of 2 sorts, chestnut trees, apple trees, pear trees, plum trees, cherry trees, hazel trees, such as we have in Europe, vines, a sort of citrons, watermelons, sweet citruls, wild gooseberries, pineapples, tobacco, such as our Spanish tobacco. The trees and fruits of the north countries of Canada. White oak, red oak, birch trees, bitter cherry trees, maple trees, pine trees, epinets, fir trees of 3 sorts, peruses, cedar trees, aspen trees, whitewood, adler trees, maidenhair, strawberries, raspberries, gooseberries, bluets. A description of the above-mentioned trees and fruits. You must remark that all the wood of Canada is good of its kind. The trees that stand exposed to the north winds are apt to be influenced by the frost, as it appears from the chops and chinks that it occasions. The bitter cherry tree has a hard and whitish wood, with a grey bark. Some of them are as tall as the loftiest oaks, and as big as a hogshead. This tree grows straight, and has an oval leaf and is made use of in beams, rafters, and other carpenter's work. The maple tree is much of the same height and bulk, but it has a brown bark, and the wood is reddish. It bears no resemblance to that sort we have in Europe. It yields a sap, which has a much pleasanter taste than the best lemonade or cherry water, and makes the wholesomest drink in the world. This liquor is drawn by cutting the tree 2 inches deep in the wood, the cut being run sloping to the length of 10 or 12 inches. At the lower end of this gash, a knife is thrust into the tree slopingly, so that the water running along the cut or gash as through a gutter, and falling upon the knife that lies across the channel, runs out upon the knife, which has vessels placed underneath to receive it. Some trees will yield 5 or 6 bottles of this water a day, and some inhabitants of Canada might draw 20 hogsheads of it in one day, if they would thus cut and notch all the maples of their respective plantations. The gash does no harm to the tree. Of this sap they make sugar and syrup, which is so valuable that there can't be a better remedy for fortifying the stomach. 'Tis but a few of the inhabitants that have the patience to make maple water, for as common and usual things are always slighted, so there's scarce anybody but children that give themselves the trouble of gathering these trees. To conclude, the North Country maples have more sap than those of the South Countries, but at the same time the sap is not so sweet. There are 2 sorts of nut trees in this country. The one bears round and the other long nuts, but neither of them is good for anything, no more than the wild chestnuts that grow in the Illinois country. The apples that grow upon some of their apple trees eat well when they are cuddled, but they are good for nothing when they're raw. Upon the Mississippi, indeed, there's a sort of apples that have a taste not unlike that of some European apples. The pears are good, but very scarce. The cherries are small and extreme red, and though their taste is not good, yet the roebucks like them so well that in the summertime they scarce ever miss to lie under the cherry trees all night long, especially if it blows hard. This country affords 3 sorts of excellent plums, which bear no resemblance to ours either in figure or color. Some are long and small, some are round and thick, and some very little. The vines twine round the tree to the very top, and the branches of those trees are so covered with grapes that one would take the grape to be the fruit of the tree. In some countries of North America, the grape is little, but very well tasted, but towards the Mississippi 'tis long and thick, and so is the custard. There has been some wine pressed from the grapes of that country, which after long standing became as sweet as canary, and as black as ink. The citrons of North America are so called only because their form resembles that of our citron. Instead of a rind, they have only a single skin. They grow upon a plant that rises 3 foot high and does not bear above 3 or 4 at a time. This fruit is as wholesome as its root is dangerous, for the one is very healthy, and the juice of the other is a more subtle poison. While I stayed at Fort Frontenac in the year 1684, I saw an Iroquois woman take down this fatal potion with a design to follow her deceased husband. After she had took leave of her friends and sung the death song, with the formalities that are usual among these blind wretches, the poison quickly worked the desired effect for this widow, who in Europe would be justly looked upon as a miracle of constancy and fidelity, had no sooner swallowed the murdering juice than she fell into 2 or 3 shivering fits, and so expired. The watermelons, called by the Spaniards Algiers melons, are round and thick like a ball. Some are red and some white, and the kernels, which are very large, are sometimes black, sometimes red. As for their taste, 'tis exactly the same with that of the Spanish or Portuguese melons. The citrons of this country are sweet, and of a different nature from those of Europe, and I'm informed that the American citrons will not grow in Europe. They are as big as our melons, and their pulp is as yellow as saffron. Commonly they are baked in ovens, but the better way is to roast them under the embers as the savages do. Their taste is much the same with that of the marmalade of apples, only they are sweeter. One may eat as much of them as he pleases, without fearing any disorder from them. The wild gooseberries are good for nothing, but for confits.
but that sort of confits are seldom made, for sugar is too dear in Canada to be employed for such uses. A description of the trees and fruits of the northern countries. The Canada birch trees are much different from those we have in some provinces of France, both for bulk and quality. The savages make canoes of their bark, some of which is red and some white, but both are equally proper for that use. That which has the fewest veins and chops is the best, but the red bark makes the finest show. There are some little baskets made of the young birches that are much esteemed in France, and books may be made of them, the leaves of which will be as fine as paper. This I can speak by experience, for I have frequently made use of them for want of paper in writing the journal of my voyages. Nay, I remember I have seen in a certain library in France a manuscript of the Gospel of St. Matthew, written in Greek upon this sort of bark, and, which is yet more surprising, I was then told that it had been written above 1,000 years, and at the same time I dare swear that 'twas the genuine birch bark of New France, which in all appearance was not then discovered. The pine trees are very tall, straight and thick, and are made use of for masts, which the king's pinks do oftentimes transport to France. 'Tis said that some of these trees are big enough to serve for a mast to a first-rate ship. The epinet is a sort of a pine with a sharper and thicker leaf. 'Tis made use of in carpenter's work, and the matter which drains from it smells as sweet as incense. There are 3 sorts of firs in this country, which are sawed into dales by certain mills that the Quebec merchants have caused to be built in some places. The Peruse is the properest of all green woods for the building of ships, upon the consideration that 'tis compacter and has closer pores, so that it does not soak or drink in the moisture as much as others. Here are 2 sorts of cedar, namely the white and the red, but one must view them narrowly before he can distinguish them, by reason that both of them have much the same sort of bark. These trees are low, bushy, and full of branches and little leaves, resembling the tag of a lace. The wood of this tree is almost as light as cork, and the savages make use of it in the wreaths and ribs of their canoes. The red sort looks admirably well, and may be made into household goods, which will retain an agreeable smell forever. The asps are little shrubs, which grow upon the sides of pools or rivers, and, in a word, in moist and marshy countries. This wood is the common food of the beavers, who, in imitation of the ants, take care to make a collection of it round their huts in the autumn, which serves them for subsistence when the ice imprisons them in winter. The white wood is a middling sort of tree, that's neither too big nor too little. 'Tis almost as light as cedar, and as easily worked upon. The inhabitants of Canada make little canoes of it, for fishing and crossing the rivers. Maidenhair is as common in the forests of Canada as fern is in those of France, and is esteemed beyond that of other countries, insomuch that the inhabitants of Quebec prepare great quantities of its syrup, which they send to Paris, Nantes, Rouen, and several other cities in France. Strawberries and raspberries are wonderfully plentiful in Canada, and taste extreme well. We meet likewise with some white gooseberries in this country, but they serve for no use, unless it be to make a sort of vinegar of them, that is very strong. The bluets are certain little berries, not unlike small cherries, only they are black and perfectly round. The plant upon which they grow is as big as a raspberry bush. These berries serve for several uses, after they are dried in the sun or in an oven, for then they make confits of them, or put them into pyres, or infuse them in brandy. The North Country savages make a crop of them in the summer, which affords them very seasonable relief, especially when their hunting comes short. A general view of the commerce of Canada. I come now to give a brief and general account of the commerce of Canada, which I have already touched upon in my letters. The Normans were the first that set up this trade, and usually they set out from Havre de Grace or Dieppe, but the Rochellers have now worked them out of it, for as much as the Rochelle ships furnish the inhabitants of that continent with the necessary commodities. There are likewise some ships sent to Canada from Bordeaux and Bayonne, with wines, brandy, tobacco, and iron. The ships bound from France to that country pay no custom for their cargo, whether in clearing in France or in their entries at Quebec, abating for the Brazil tobacco which pays 5 sols a pound, that is to say, a roll of 400-pound weight pays 100 livres by way of entry to the office of the Farmers General. Most of the ships go laden to Canada and return light or empty. Some indeed bring home peace when they are good cheap in the colony, and others take in a cargo of planks and boards. Others again go to the island of Cape Breton, and there take in a cargo of pit coal, which they carry to the islands of Martinico or Guadalupe, where the refining of sugars occasions a great consumption of coals. But those ships which either belong or are recommended to the topping merchants of the colony are fraughted with skins, which turns to a great account. I have seen some ships unload at Quebec and then steer to Placentia to take in codfish, which they purchased with ready money. But generally speaking, there's more lost than got by that way of trading. The merchant that has carried on the greatest trade in Canada is the Sieur Samuel Bernon of Rochelle, who has great warehouses at Quebec, from which the inhabitants of the other towns are supplied with such commodities as they want. 'Tis true, there are some merchants at Quebec who are indifferent rich, and fit out ships upon their own bottom, that ply to and again between France and Canada, and these merchants have their correspondents at Rochelle, who send out and take in every year the cargoes of their ships. There's no difference between the pirates that scour the seas and the Canada merchants, unless it be this, that the former sometimes enrich themselves all of a sudden by a good price, and that the latter can't make their fortune without trading for 5 or 6 years, and that without running the hazard of their lives. I have known 20 little peddlers that had not above 1,000 crowns stock when I arrived at Quebec in the year 1683, and when I left that place had got to the tune of 12,000 crowns. 'Tis an unquestioned truth that they get 50% upon all the goods they deal in, whether they buy 'em up upon the arrival of the ships at Quebec or have 'em from France by way of commission. But over and above that, there are some little gaudy trinkets, such as ribands, laces, embroideries, tobacco boxes, watches, and an infinity of other baubles of ironware, upon which they get 150%, all costs clear. In this country, a hogshead of Bordeaux wine, which contains 250 bottles, is worth about 40 French livres in time of peace and 60 in time of war. A hogshead of Nantes or Bayonne brandy will fetch 80 or 100 livres. In the taverns, a bottle of wine costs 6 French sous, and a bottle of brandy is sold for 20. As for dry commodities, their price rises and falls upon occasion. Brazil tobacco is worth 40 sous a pound by way of retail, and 35 by wholesale. Sugar will fetch at least 20 sous a pound, and sometimes 25 or 30. The earliest ships that come from France set out commonly in the latter end of April, or the beginning of May, but to my mind they might shorten their voyage by 1/2 if they put to sea about the middle of March, and then swept along the north coast of the Azores Islands. For in those seas the south and southeast winds commonly blow from the beginning of April to the end of May. I have mentioned this several times to the most expert pilots, but they still put me off with the plea that they dare not steer the course for fear of some rocks, and yet these rocks are not to be met with but in their charts. I have read some descriptions of the ports, roads, and coasts of these islands and the adjacent seas done by the Portuguese, which make no mention of the shelves that are chalked down in all our charts. On the contrary, they affirm that the coast of these islands is altogether clear, and that for 20 leagues off into the main, these imaginary rocks were never met with. As soon as the French ships arrive at Quebec, the merchants of that city who have their factors in other towns load their barks with goods in order to transport them to these other towns. Such merchants as act for themselves at Trois-Rivières or Montreal, they come down in person to Quebec to market for themselves, and then put their effects on board of barks to be conveyed home. If they pay for their goods in skins, they buy cheaper than if they made their payments in money or letters of exchange, by reason that the seller gets considerably by the skins when he returns to France. Now you must take notice that all these skins are bought up from the inhabitants or from the savages, upon which the merchants are considerable gainers. To give you an instance of this matter, a person that lives in the neighborhood of Quebec carries a dozen of marten skins, 5 or 6 foxes' skins, and as many skins of wildcats to a merchant's house, in order to sell them for woolen cloth, linen, arms, ammunition, etc. In the truck of these skins, the merchant draws a double profit, one upon the score of his paying no more for the skins than one half what he afterward sells them for in the lump to the factors for the Rochelle ships, and the other by the exorbitant rate he puts upon the goods that the poor planter takes in exchange for his skins. If this be duly weighed, we will not think it strange that these merchants have a more beneficial trade than a great many other tradesmen in the world. In my 7th and 8th letter, I related the particulars of the commerce of this country, especially that which the inhabitants carry on with the savages, who supply them with the skins of beavers and other animals, so that now it remains only to give you an inventory of the goods that are proper for the savages, and of the skins which they give in exchange together with their neat prices. Short and light fuses, powder, ball and cut lead, or small shot, axes both great and small, knives with their sheaths, sword blades to make darts of, kettles of all sizes, shoemakers' awls, fish hooks of all sizes, flintstones, caps of blue serge, shirts made of the common Brittany linen, woolsted stockings, short and coarse, Brazil tobacco, coarse white thread for nets, sewing thread of several colors, pack thread, vermilion, needles, both large and small, Venice beads, some iron heads for arrows, but few of them, a small quantity of soap, a few sabers or cutlasses. Brandy goes off incomparably well. The names of the skins given in exchange with their rates. The skins of winter beavers, alias Muscovy beavers, are worth per pound in the farmer's general's warehouse 4 livres, 10 sous. The skin of fat beavers, the hair of which falls off while the savages make use of them, per pound 5 livres. Of beavers taken in autumn, per pound 3 livres, 10 sous. Of dry or common beavers, per pound 3 livres. Of summer beavers, per pound 3 livres. The skin of a white beaver is not to be valued no more than that of a fox that's quite black. The skins of silver-colored foxes a piece, 4 livres. Of common foxes in good order, 2 livres. Of the common martens, 1 livre. Of the prettiest sort of martens, 4 livres. Of red and smooth otters, 2 livres. Of the winter and brown otters, 4 livres, 10 sous, or more. Of the finest black bears, 7 livres. The skins of elks before they're dressed are worth per pound about 12 sous. The skins of stags are worth per pound about 8 sous. The wildcats or enfants de diable a piece, 1 livre 15 sous. Sea wolves a piece, 1 livre 15 sous or more. Polecats and weasels, 10 sous. Muskrats, 6 sous. Their testicles, 5 sous. Wolves, 2 livres 10 sous. The white elk skins, i.e. those dressed by the savages, a piece, 8 livres or more. A dressed hart skin is worth 5 livres or more. A caribou, 6 livres. A roebuck's, 3 livres. To conclude, you must take notice that these skins are upon some particular occasions dearer than I rate them, but the difference is but very small, whether under or over. An account of the government of Canada in general. In Canada, the politic, civil, ecclesiastical, and military government are all in a manner one thing, in regard that the wisest governors have subjected their authority to that of the ecclesiastics, and such governors as would not embark in that interest have found their posts so uneasy that they have been recalled with disgrace. I could instance in several who, for not adhering to the sentiments of the bishop and the Jesuits, and for refusing to lodge their power in the hands of these infallible gentlemen, have been turned out and treated at court like hot-headed incendiaries. Mr. de Frontenac was one of this number, who made such an unhappy exit, for he fell out with Mr. Duchesneau, intendant of that country,
who, finding himself protected by the clergy, industriously insulted that illustrious general, and the general was forced to give way under the weight of an ecclesiastical league by reason of the springs they set at work against him, in opposition to all the principles of honor and conscience. The Governor-General that means to neglect no opportunity of advancing or enriching themselves do commonly hear 2 masses a day, and are obliged to confess 1 in 24 hours. He has always clergymen hanging about him wherever he goes, and indeed, properly speaking, they are his counselors. When a governor is thus backed by the clergy, the intendants, the under-governors, and the sovereign council, dares not censure his conduct, let it be never so faulty, for the protection of the ecclesiastics shelters him from all the charges that can be laid against him. The Governor-General of Quebec has 20,000 crowns a year, including the pay of his company of guards and the particular government of the fort. Over and above this income, the farmers of the beaver skins make him a present of 1,000 crowns a year. His wines and all his other provisions imported from France pay no freight, not to mention that by certain ways and means he sucks as much money out of the country as all the above-mentioned articles amount to. The intendant has 18,000 livres a year, but the Lord knows what he makes otherwise. I have no mind to touch there, for fear of being ranked among those detractors who speak the truth too sincerely. The bishop's incomes are so small that if the king were not graciously pleased to add to his bishopric some other benefices in France, that reverend prelate would be reduced to as short commons as 100 of his character are in the kingdom of Naples. The major of Quebec has 600 crowns a year, the governor of Trois-Rivières has 1,000, and the governor of Montreal is allowed 2,000. A captain has 120 livres a month, a lieutenant 90 livres, a reformed lieutenant is allowed but 40, and a common soldier's pay is 6 sous a day of the current money of the country. The people repose a great deal of confidence in the clergy in this country as well as elsewhere. Here the outward show of devotion is strictly observed, for the people dare not absent from the great masses and sermons without a lawful excuse. But after all, 'tis at the time of divine service that the married women and maids give their humors a full loose, as being assured that their husbands and mothers are busy at church. The priests call people by their names in the pulpit. They prohibit under the pain of excommunication the reading of romances and plays, as well as the use of masks and playing at ombre or lansquenet. The Jesuits and the Recollets agree as ill as the Molinists and the Jansenists. The former pretend that the latter have no right to confess. Do but look back to my 8th letter, and there you'll see some instances of the indiscreet zeal of the ecclesiastics. The Governor-General has the disposal of all military posts. He bestows companies, lieutenancies, and under-lieutenancies upon who he pleases, with His Majesty's gracious approbation, but he is not allowed to dispose of particular governorships, or of the place of a Lord Lieutenant of a province, or of the major of any town. He is empowered to grant to the gentry and the other inhabitants lands and settlements all over Canada, but these grants must be given in concert with the intendant. He is likewise authorized to give 25 licenses a year to whom he thinks fit for trading with the savage nations of that vast continent. He is invested with the power of suspending the execution of sentences against criminals, and by virtue of this reprieve can easily procure him a pardon if he has a mind to favor him. But he can't dispose of the king's money without the consent of the intendant, who is the only man that can call it out of the hands of the treasurer of the navy. The Governor-General can't be without the service of the Jesuits in making treaties with the governors of New England and New York, as well as with the Iroquois. I am at a loss to know whether these good fathers are employed in such services upon the score of their judicious counsels, and their being perfectly well acquainted with the country and the king's true interests, or upon the consideration of their speaking to a miracle,
the languages of so many different nations whose interests are quite opposite, or out of a sense of that condescension and submission that is due to these worthy companions of our Savior. The members of the Supreme Council of Canada can't sell or convey their places to their heirs or to anybody else without the King's approbation, though at the same time their places may be worth not so much as the place of a lieutenant to a company of foot. When they have nice points under their consideration, they usually consult the priests or Jesuits, and if any cause comes before them in which these good fathers are interested, they are sure not to be cast, unless it be so very black that the cunningest lawyer can't give it a plausible turn. I've been informed by several persons that the Jesuits drive a great trade in European commodities and Canada skins, but I can scarce believe it, or at least if it be so, they must have correspondents and factors that are as close and cunning as themselves, which can never be. The gentlemen of that country are obliged to be very cautious in carrying even with the ecclesiastics, in respect of the good or harm that the good fathers can indirectly throw in their way. The bishop and the Jesuits have such an influence over the governors general as is sufficient to procure places to the children of the noblemen or gentlemen that are devoted to their service, or to obtain the licenses that I spoke of in my 8th letter. 'Tis likewise in their power to serve the daughters of such gentlemen by finding them agreeable and rich husbands. The meanest curates must be managed cautiously, for they can either serve or deserve the gentlemen, in whose signories they are no more than missionaries, there being no fixed cures in Canada, which indeed is a grievance that ought to be redressed. The officers of the army are likewise obliged to keep up a good correspondence with the ecclesiastics, for without that 'tis impossible for them to keep their ground. They must not only take care that their own conduct be regular, but likewise look after that of the soldiers, by preventing the disorders they might commit in their quarters. Commonly the troops are quartered upon the inhabitants of the Cots, or signories of Canada, from October to May. The master of the house furnishes his military guests only with utensils, and employs him all the while at the rate of 10 sous a day, besides his victuals, in the cutting of wood, grubbing up of grounds, rooting out stumps, or the threshing of corn in a barn. The captain gets likewise by their work, for to make them discount the half of their pay to him, he orders them to come thrice a week to exercise their arms at his quarters. Now, their habitations being distant 4 or 5 arpent from one another, and one cut or signory being 2 or 3 leagues in front, the soldiers choose rather to give the captain a spill than to walk so far in the snow and the dirt, and the captain takes it very conscientiously, upon the plea that volenti non fit injuria. As for such soldiers as are good tradesmen, he's sure of putting their whole pay in his pocket, by virtue of a license that he gives them to work in the towns, or anywhere else. In fine, most of the officers marry in this country, but God knows what sort of marriages they make, in taking girls with a dowry consisting of 11 crowns, a cock, a hen, an ox, a cow, and sometimes a calf. I knew several young women, whose lovers, after denying the fact, and proving before the judges the scandalous conversation of their mistresses, were forced upon the persuasion of the ecclesiastics to swallow the bitter pill and take the very same girls in marriage. Some officers indeed marry well, but there are few such. The occasion of their marrying so readily in that country proceeds from the difficulty of conversing with the soft sex. After a man has made 4 visits to a young woman, he is obliged to unfold his mind to her father and mother. He must then either talk of marriage or break off all correspondence. Or if he does not, both he and she lies under a scandal. In this country, a man can't visit another man's wife without being censured, as if her husband was a cuckold. In fine, a man can meet with no diversion here, but that of reading or eating or drinking. Though after all, there are some intrigues carried on, but with the same caution as in Spain, where the virtue of the ladies consists only in disguising the matter handsomely. Now that I am upon the subject of marriage, I can't forbear to acquaint you with a comical adventure that happened to a young captain who was pressed to marry against his will because all his companions and acquaintances were already buckled. This young officer, having made some visits to a councillor's daughter, he was desired to tell what errand he came upon, and Mr. de Frontenac himself, being related to the young lady, who is certainly one of the most accomplished ladies of this age, used his utmost efforts to engage the captain to marry her. The captain being equally well pleased with a free access to the governor's stable and the company of the lady whom he met there not unfrequently. The captain, I say, being equally fond of these two advantages, endeavored to ward off the design by asking some time to consider of it. Accordingly, 2 months were granted him, and after that time was expired, he had still a mind to let out his traces, and so desired 2 months more, which were granted him by the bishop's intercession. When the last of these 2 was at an end, the cavalier began to be apprehensive that he was in danger of losing both his good cheer and the agreeable company of the lady. However, he was obliged to be present at a treat that Mr. Nelson, the English gentleman I spoke of in my 23rd letter, gave to the 2 lovers, as well as the governor, the intendant, the bishop, and some other persons of note. And this generous English gentleman, having a kindness for the young lady's father and her brethren, upon the score of their trading with one another, made an offer of 1,000 crowns to be paid on the wedding day, which added to 1,000 that the bishop offered, and 1,000 more which she had of her own, besides 7,000 or 8,000 that Mr. de Frontenac offered in licenses, not to mention the certain prospect of preferment. All these items, I say, made the marriage very advantageous to the captain. After they had done eating, he was pressed to sign the contract, but made answer that he had drunk some bumpers of heavy wine, and his head was not clear enough for weighing the conditions of the contract, so that they were forced to put off the matter till the next day. Upon this delay, he kept his chamber till Mr. de Frontenac, at whose table he used to eat, sent for him in order to know his mind immediately. Then there was no room left for shuffling. There was a necessity of giving a positive answer to the governor, who spoke to him in plain and precise terms, and at the same time reminded him of the favor they had shown him in allowing him so much time to consider of the proposed marriage. The young officer replied very fairly that any man that was capable of marrying after 4 months' deliberation was a fool in buckling to. "I now see," says he, "what I am. The eager desire I had of going to church with Mademoiselle D has now convinced me of my folly. If you have a respect for the lady, pray do not suffer her to marry a young spark that is so apt to take up with extravagant and foolish things. As for my own part, sir, I protest sincerely that the little reason and free judgment that is left me will serve to comfort me upon the loss of her, and to teach me to repent of having desired to make her as unhappy as myself." This discourse surprised the bishop, the governor, the intendant, and in general all the other married officers, who desired nothing more than that he should be catched in the news as well as they. So true it is, that solamen miseris socios abuis doloris. As they were far from expecting any such retraction, so the poor reformed captain suffered for it. For some time after, Mr. de Frontenac did him a piece of injustice in bestowing a vacant company over his head upon Madame de Pontchartrain's nephew, notwithstanding that the court had sent orders on his behalf, and this obliged them to go to France along with me in the year 1692. To resume the thread of my discourse, you must know that the Canadais or Creoles are a robust, brawny, well-made people. They are strong, vigorous, active, brave, and indefatigable. In a word, they want nothing but the knowledge of polite letters. They are presumptuous and very full of themselves. They value themselves beyond all the nations of the earth, and, which is to be regretted, they have not that veneration for their parents that is due. Their complexion is wonderfully pretty. The women are generally handsome. Few of them are brown, but many of them are at once wise and lazy. They love luxury to the last degree, and strive to outdo one another in catching husbands in the trap. There's an infinity of disorders in Canada that want to be reformed. The first step of a true reformation must be that of hindering the ecclesiastics to visit the inhabitants so often, and to pry with such impertinence into the minutest affairs of the family, for such practices are frequently contrary to the good of society, and that for reasons that you are not ignorant of. The next thing to be done is to prohibit the officers to stop the soldiers' pay, and to enjoin them to discipline their men every holiday and every Sunday. In the third place, the commodities ought to be rated at a reasonable price, so that the merchant may have his profit without exacting upon the inhabitants and savages. A fourth article of reformation would consist in prohibiting the exporting from France to Canada of brocados, gold and silver galloons or ribbons, and rich laces. In a fifth place, the Governor-General ought not to sell licenses for trading with the savages of the Great Lakes. Sixthly, there ought to be fixed courts. In the seventh place, they want to have their militia modeled and disciplined, that upon occasion they may be as serviceable as the regular troops. For an eighth article, the setting up manufactories for linen, stuffs, etc. would be very useful. But the most important alteration would consist in keeping the governors, the intendants, the Supreme Council, the bishops and the Jesuits from splitting into factions and making clubs one against another, for the consequences of such divisions can't but thwart His Majesty's service and the peace of the public. Were this but happily effected, that country would be as rich again as 'tis now. I wonder that instead of banishing the Protestants out of France, who in removing to the countries of our enemies have done so much damage to the kingdom by carrying their money along with them and setting up manufactories in those countries, I wonder, I say, that the court did not think it more proper to transport them to Canada. I'm convinced that if they had received positive assurances of enjoying a liberty of conscience, a great many of them would have made no scruple to go thither. Some have replied upon this head, that the remedy had been worse than the disease, in regard that some time or other they would not have failed to expel the Catholics by the assistance of the English. But I represented to them that the Greeks and Armenians, who are subject to the Grand Signior, and at the same time are of a nation and religion that's different from that of the Turks, I represented, I say, that these dissenting subjects did scarce ever implore the aid of foreign powers in order to rebel and shake off the yoke. In fine, we have more reason to believe that if the Huguenots had been transported to Canada, they had never departed from the fealty they owed to their natural sovereign. But, let that be as it will, I do but speak as that King of Aragon did, who boasted that if God had deigned to consult him, he could have given him seasonable advice with reference to the symmetry and the courses of the stars. For in like manner, I do affirm that if the Council of State had followed my scheme in the space of 30 or 40 years, New France would have become a finer and more flourishing kingdom than several others in Europe. A discourse of the interest of the French and of the English in North America. Since New France and New England subsist only upon the cod fishery and the fur trade, 'tis the interest of these two colonies to enlarge the number of the ships employed in the fishery, and to encourage the savages to hunt and shoot beavers, by furnishing them with what arms and ammunition they have occasion for. 'Tis well known that there is a great consumption of codfish in the southern countries of Europe, and that few commodities meet with a better and readier market, especially if they are good and well cured. Those who allege that the destruction of the Iroquois would promote the interest of the colonies of New France are strangers to the true interest of that country. For if that were once accomplished, the savages who are now the French allies would turn their greatest enemies, as being then rid of their other fears. They would not fail to call in the English, by reason that their commodities are at once cheaper and more esteemed than ours, and by that means the whole commerce of that white country would be wrested out of our hands. I conclude, therefore, that 'tis the interest of the French to weaken the Iroquois, but not to see them entirely defeated. I own that at this day they are too strong, insomuch that they cut the throats of the savages, our allies, every day. They have nothing less in view than to cut off all the nations they know, let their situation be never so remote from their country. 'Tis our business to reduce them to 1/2 of the power they are now possessed of, if 'twere possible, but we do not go the right way to work. Above these 30 years, their ancient counselors have still remonstrated to the warriors of the 5 nations that 'twas expedient to cut off all the savage nations of Canada, in order to ruin the commerce of the French, and after that to dislodge them of the continent. With this view they have carried the war above 400 or 500 leagues off their country, after the destroying of several different nations in several places, as I showed you before. 'Twould be no difficult matter for the French to draw the Iroquois over to their side, to keep them from plaguing the French allies, and at the same time to engross all the commerce with the 5 Iroquois nations that is now in the hands of the English in New York. This might be easily put in execution, provided the king would allow 10,000 crowns a year for that end. The method of effecting it is this. In the first place, the barracks that were formerly made use of about Fort Frontenac must be rebuilt, in order to convey to the rivers of the Tsonontuans and the Onontags such commodities as are proper for them, and to sell them for the prime cost in France. Now this would put the king to the charge of about 10,000 crowns for freight, and I'm persuaded that upon that foot the Iroquois would not be such fools as to carry so much as 1 beaver to the English colonies, and that for 4 reasons. The first is that, whereas they must transport them 60 or 80 leagues upon their backs to New York, they have not above 7 or 8 leagues traveling from their own villages to the banks of the Lake of Frontenac. For a second reason, 'tis manifest that the English can't possibly let them have their commodities so cheap, without being considerable losers, and that thereupon every merchant would drop that sort of trade. The third is drawn from the difficulty of having subsistence upon the road between the Iroquois villages and New York, for the Iroquois go thither in great bodies, for fear of being surprised, and I acquainted you before several times that there's no venison in that side of the country. The fourth reason is this. In marching so far from their villages, they expose their wives, their children, and their superannuated men for a prey to their enemies, who upon that occasion may either kill them or carry them off, and of this we have 2 instances already. Over and above the cheapness of our commodities, 'twould likewise be requisite that we made them presents every year, and at the same time entreated them not to disturb the repose of our confederate savages, who are such fools as to wage war with one another, instead of entering into a joint league in opposition to the Iroquois, the most redoubted of their enemies, and those whom they have most reason to fear. In a word, if we would manage our affairs with the Iroquois to the best advantage, we ought to put in execution that project that I mentioned in my 23rd letter. To allege that these barbarians have a dependence upon the English is a foolish plea, for they are so far from owning any dependence that when they go to New York to truck their skins, they have the confidence to put rates upon the goods they have occasion for, when the merchants offer to raise their price. I have intimated already several times that their respect for the English is tacked to the occasion they have to make use of them, that this is the only motive which induces them to treat the English as their brethren and their friends, and that if the French would sell them the necessaries of life as well as arms and ammunition at easier rates, they would not make many journeys to the English colonies. This is a consideration that ought to be chiefly in our view, for if we minded it to the purpose, they would be cautious of insulting our savage confederates as well as ourselves. The governors general of Canada would do well to employ the sensible men of the country that are acquainted with our confederates, in pressing them to live in a good correspondence with one another, without waging war amongst themselves, for most of the southern nations worm out one another insensibly, which affords matter of joy to the Iroquois. Now, 'twere an easy matter to prevent this fatal mouldering, by threatening to give them no further supplies of commodities in their villages. To this precaution, we ought to add that of endeavoring to engage 2 or 3 nations to live together. The Ottawas, for instance, with the Hurons, the Sakis with the Potamatamis, alias Puans. If all those nations who are embarked in a confederacy with us would but agree one with another and put up their quarrels,
they would give themselves wholly to the hunting of beavers, which would tend to the enlarging of our commerce. And besides, they would be in a condition of making one joint body when the Iroquois offered to attack either one or the other. 'Tis the interest of the English to persuade these nations that the French have nothing less in view than to destroy them as soon as they meet with an opportunity, that the growing populousness of Canada is a sufficient ground of alarm, that they ought to avoid all commerce with the French, for fear of being betrayed in any way whatsoever, that to hinder the repairing of Fort Frontenac and the rebuilding of barks for that lake is to them a thing of the last importance, by reason that the French might in 24 hours make a descent from thence to their villages, and carry off their ancient men, their women, and their children, at a time when the warriors might be engaged in the hunting of beavers, that they would promote their own interests by waging war with the French from time to time, by ravaging the seigneuries and settlements in the upper part of the country, in order to oblige the inhabitants to abdicate the colony, and to discourage those who would otherwise remove out of France and settle in Canada, and in fine, that in time of peace 'twould be very proper to stop the coureurs de bois at the cataracts of the Ottawas River, and to seize the arms and ammunition that they carried to the savages upon the lakes. Farther, if the English would pursue their measures to the best advantage, they ought to engage the Tsonontuans or the Goyogoans to go and settle upon the banks of the Lake Erie, near the mouth of the river of Conde, and at the same time they ought to build a fort there, with some long barks or brigantines, for this is the most convenient and advantageous post of all that country, and that for an infinity of reasons which I am obliged to conceal. Besides this fort, they should build another at the mouth of the river de François, and then 'twould be absolutely impossible for the coureurs de bois to reach the lakes. They ought likewise to engage the savages of Acadia in their interest, which they may do with little charge. The planters of New England should mind this, as well as the fortifying of the ports in which they fish their cod. As for the fitting out of fleets to destroy the colony, I would not advise the English to give themselves that trouble, for supposing they were assured of success, 'tis but some places that can be reckoned worth the while. To conclude, I must say the English in these colonies are too careless and lazy. The French coureurs de bois are much readier for enterprises, and the Canadese are certainly more vigilant and more active. It behoves the inhabitants of New York to enlarge their fur trade by well-concerted enterprises, and those of New England to render the cod fishing more beneficial to the colony, by taking such measures as many other people would, if they were as advantageously seated. I do not intend to speak of the limits of New France and New England, for they were never well adjusted, though indeed 'twould seem that in several treaties of peace between these two kingdoms, the boundaries were in a manner marked out in some places. Whatever is in that matter, the decision of it is too nice a point for one that can't open his mind without pulling an old house upon his head. The end of the first volume. A table explaining some terms made use of in both volumes. A. Astrolabe is a mathematical instrument that can scarce be used in the ocean by reason of the waves. There are two sorts of them. The first are made use of by East India masters at a time when the sea is as smooth as the face of a looking glass. This sort are serviceable in taking the height of the sun by the means of two little pins, which are bored so as to have two dioptric perforations that serve to conduct the rays of light to that luminary. The latter are such as the mathematicians commonly make use of for astronomical observations, and are furbished with azimuths, almucantaras, loxodromic tables, and the concentric and eccentric tables of the sphere. B. Bank of Newfoundland, or bank in general, is a rising ground in the sea which shoots like a hat beyond the other brims. The Bank of Newfoundland has 30 or 40 fathom water and is paved with codfish. Basin is a head of stagnating water, not unlike a pool or lake. Bouteau signifies little nets belagged to the end of a stick. The fishermen make use of them to catch fish upon a sandy ground, and especially eels upon the side of St. Lawrence River. Bout de cuivre are nets not unlike bouteau, which serve for the same use. Breaking ground signifies the weighing anchor and putting to sea. Brigantine, a small vessel, one deck, built of light of wood.
which plies both with oars and sails. 'Tis equally sharp at prow and poop, and is built for a quick sailor. C. Calumet in general signifies a pipe, being a Norman word derived from calumo. The savages do not understand this word, for 'twas introduced to Canada by the Normans when they first settled there, and has still continued in use amongst the French planters. The calumet or pipe is called in the Iroquois language ganondeo, and by other savage nations poagan. Canades or Canadians are the natives of Canada, sprung from a French father and mother. In the islands of South America, the natives born of French parents are called Creoles. Capa y de Espada, a Gascon title which the people of that province gave in former times by way of irony to the members of the Supreme Council of Canada, because the first councillors wore neither robe nor sword, but walked very gravely with a cane in their hands, both in the city of Quebec and in the hall. Casse-tête signifies a club or a headbreaker. The savages call it a san outstick, outstick signifying the head and a san to break. Channel is a space of pretty deep water between two banks or between two shores. Commonly the channels are enclosed by flats, and for that reason buoys or masts are fixed upon them, in order to direct the pilots who steer either by these marks or by sounding, for they would run the risk of losing their ships if they did not keep exactly to the channel. Coast along, see sweep. Compass of variation. It is larger than the ordinary compasses, and serves to point out the unequal motions of the needle, which leans always to the northeast in the other hemisphere, whereas it still plies to the northwest in this, and meet on this side the equinoctial line. The needle touched with the lodestone departs from the true north a certain number of degrees to the right and left, and mariners compute the degrees of its departure by the means of an alidada and a thread which divides the glass of the compass into two equal parts, and so shows the variation of the needle at sunset, that being the true proper time for making the observation, for at sun rising and at noon one may be deceived by refractions, etc. Coureurs de bois, i.e. forest rangers, are French or Canades, so called from employing their whole life in the rough exercise of transporting merchandise goods to the lakes of Canada and to all the other countries of that continent, in order to trade with the savages, and in regard that they run in canoes 1,000 leagues up the country, notwithstanding the danger of the sea and enemies. I take it they should rather be called coureurs de risques than coureurs de bois. E. Eddy, or boiling water, is little watery mountains that rise at the foot of waterfalls or cataracts, just as we see the water place in the cisterns of waterworks. Edge of a bank is the shelving part of it that runs steep like a wall. Feast of Union, a term used by the Iroquois to signify the renewing of the alliance between the 5 Iroquois nations. Flats are a ridge of rocks running under water from one station to another, and rising within 5 or 6 foot at least of the surface of that element, so as to hinder ships, barks, etc. to float upon them. Freight signifies in this book the cargo, though in other cases it signifies likewise the hire or fare. Furl the sails signifies the drawing them up to a heap towards the top mast, not long ways as we do the curtains of a bed, but from below upwards. This is done by 2 ropes that draw up the sail as a string does a purse. H. Head bars are 2 round pieces of wood, reaching on each side from one end of a canoe to the other. These are the supporters of the canoe, for the ribs and spars are made fast upon them. K. Keel of a ship is a long piece of the strongest wood, or at least several pieces joined together, to bear the great weight of all the other timber. Kichi Okima is the general name for the Governor-General of Canada among all the savages, whose languages approach to that of the Algonquins. Kichi signifies great, and Okima captain. The Iroquois and Hurons call the Governor-General Onontio. L. Latitude. Everybody knows that it imports the elevation of the pole, or the distance from a fixed point of the equator. Land carriage signifies the transporting of canoes by land from the foot to the head of a cataract, or from one river to another. Light ships are such as are empty, without any cargo. P. Poop is the stern or after part of the ship in which the rudder is fixed. Precipice of a bank. Sea edge. Prow is the head or forepart of a ship, which cuts the water first. Q. Quarter. Though the word quarter in a maritime sense is not well explained, I put the meaning of it to be this. The north quarter comprehends the space that lies between northwest and northeast. The east quarter runs from northeast to southeast. The south quarter comprehends that part of the heavens that falls between southeast and southwest. And the west quarter extends from southwest to northwest. R. Refitting of a ship signifies the repairing and dressing of it and putting it into a condition to sail by putting in new planks, caulking the seams, etc. Ribs of a canoe are much like those of a pink, only there's this difference, that they line the canoe only on the inside, from one headbar to another, upon which they are inchesed. They have the thickness of 3 crowns and the breadth of 4 inches. Rouge, an instrument for fishing, resembling a beehive. S. Scurvy is a corruption of the mass of blood. There are 2 sorts of it. One called the land scurvy, which loads a man with infirmities that gradually bring him to his grave. The other is the sea scurvy, which infallibly kills a man in 8 days unless he gets ashore. Sheave, i.e. row the wrong way, in order to assist the steersman to steer the boat and to keep the boat in the channel. Shoot, to shoot a waterfall or cataract, implies the running a boat down these dangerous precipices, following the stream of the water and steering very nicely. Sledges are a conveniency for traveling, built in an oblong quadrangular form upon 2 pieces of wood, which are 4 foot long and 6 foot broad. Upon the wood there are several pieces of cloth or hide, nailed to keep the wind off. These 2 pieces of wood are very hard and well smoothed, that they may slide the better on snow or ice. Such are the horse sledges, but those drawn by dogs are open and made of 2 little pieces of hard, smooth and shining wood, which are 1/2 inch thick, 5 foot long, and 1.5 foot broad. Spars are little pieces of cedar wood, of the thickness of a crown, and the breadth of 3 inches, and as long as they can be made. They do the same service to a canoe that a good lining does to a coat. Stand in for land signifies to sail directly towards it. Steer a ship imports the managing of a ship by the means of a rudder, as we do a horse with a bridle, when there's wind enough to work her, but if there be no wind, a ship is more unmovable than a gouty person in an elbow chair. Stem, a tide or the current of a river, i.e. to sail against the current, or to steer for the place from whence the tides or currents come. Strike, to strike the sails or flag signifies the lowering of them, whether it be to submit to an enemy or by reason of high winds. Sweep a coast signifies to sail along the coast side at a reasonable distance. T. Topgallant masts are 2 little masts set upon the 2 topmasts and have 2 sails fitted for them. Topsails are 2 sails fitted for the 2 topmasts which stand directly above the 2 great masts. Traverse. To traverse signifies sailing zigzag or from side to side as a drunken man reels, when the wind is contrary, for then they are obliged to tack sometimes to the right and sometimes to the left, keeping as near to the wind as they can, in order to make what way they can, or at least to prevent their losing ground. Tree of Peace, a symbolic metaphor for peace itself. Finis.